yourself, we should go.
Right, you hear me? Right now, I'm a recovered alcoholic. My name's Tony. Sobriety date's April 8, 1989. It's not my first introduction to AA, but it was the one that where I got 12 stepped into the basic text of Alcoholics Anonymous. So I understand you guys are a tough crowd. That's why they put me next to the door here, but I don't know how to get to the airport till Sunday. I'm going to cover a lot of areas this week, and I ask to keep an open mind. This is my experience with the book and how I understand it, and based on how I was taught and my experience with it. And I think that's the beauty of this thing. When they talk about the members who have experienced a psychic change or spiritual experience, each member tells in his own experience how this came about and that relationship. And I'm going to try to do that this weekend. I'm probably going to talk about a lot of different things. It's going to be a little different scope or a little different spin on it, right? So, just keep an open mind. It's like eating fish. You don't have to eat the whole thing at the same, one bite at a time. When you get a bone, you put it to a side and just leave it alone. So this will be one of those weekends that I'm going to stick a lot to my own experience where I'm at now, mostly with the book and how it's still relevant to what's happening in my life and working with new people and stuff like that, right? So if you're ever in Vancouver, come up and see us. We have one of the biggest big book study workshops in Canada. So it's pretty awesome. We started that. The first one was with the Joe and Charlie tapes 30 years ago. And then they covered the very generic in their approach to this, like a nice, comfortable kind of blanket approach. And then we started just going with the book about 20 years ago. And so Friday nights we get about 100 people that go through that study. And we take them to step 3. And then we do the prayer on our knees in the group, right? And then they go to Tuesday night, which goes from 4 to 12. And all we use is the basic text. And then we restart the group over again. So we get all the people from treatment, recovery houses, or people who's been relapsing. We get people from other groups who can't get sober. They come and drop us off at our group. It's a specialty meeting put on by members of Alcoholics Anonymous. So we run it strictly out of the book. Is this too loud? Is this okay? Everything work? So I just got to get used to how it sounds. It kind of sounds like my voice and then hearing it in the background. So some of the things that I don't know if some people got pen and paper. We're gonna ask keep some things into consideration. We'll cover it over the weekend. But what's the most influential word in this book that determines whether you're ready to move on or not? Don't answer it now. We'll come up with it by tomorrow. There's one word in this book that's the most influential word in this book. It's probably the biggest word in the basic text. And it's a deciding factor, right? A lot of people, it's one of those words that a lot of people just kind of skim over, right? So we'll go over that tomorrow. We'll kind of revisit that word, right? What you think it is. Because some of you guys have been sober longer than dirt, from what I understand, right? I'm surprised there's not more fire extinguishers in here, but that's okay. So we'll monitor each other, right? The other thing is when we kind of look at this thing, right? Those that kind of have this, and they talk about, a lot of people get hung up on the idea, do we recover, don't we recover? And so I don't want to get into any kind of debate over anything. If I say something you don't like, phone your sponsor, right? Monday or whatever, or have a conversation with other one. This is how I understand it. Based on the book, I'll show you exactly where I get my information from. And I get people come up to me after they said, well, they didn't mean it like this, or in this other book, or in the history and all that stuff. Well, all I know is this is the 4th edition, and they haven't changed nothing in it. If they wanted it to be another way, then they would have put it that way. And if it meant the same thing, then they would have said it was the same thing. So I don't get into those debates. I believe this is divinely kind of inspired, right? I don't know how many people, if you did a survey, how many people would say, yeah, this is kind of divinely inspired. So why would you argue with the layout of it? There's a reason why it's laid out in the way it is, right? And they use specific words for specific reasons, and they kind of, and what happens a lot of times is we get a lot of influence from outside places, right? People that quite don't understand the book, or treatment centers, or other stuff that want to add to this thing, and so they kind of start changing it around. You change the recipe, you change the formula, you change the outcome. right? And so in how it works, it's very clear how this thing is put together. But on the first page where it says Alcoholics Anonymous, this is going to be what kind of weekend it is. It talks about the story of how many thousands of men and women who have recovered from alcoholism. This is the 4th edition. So if you were to ask yourself, what's the most important statement in that? What's the most important understanding in that statement? What is it? What would be the most important part about that statement that they're making there? And the answers you come up with in your own head would be determined kind of like when I went through this, and I would say recovered. How many people would say recovered? So now this is what kind of weekend it's going to be. We're going to have a look at it differently. It's actually the story. Because without the story, the recovery part doesn't make any sense. But when you explain the story, it's kind of like, wow, that's pretty profound. That's pretty wild, right? The story of how many thousand men and women who have recovered. I didn't come up with that. My wife came up with that. She has her master's in English, and she's a normie. So she reads things how they're laid out. She doesn't add to them, interpret them, or change them, right? So I asked her, she says, oh, we always talk about the literature and how things are worded, how things are put together. Been together 13 years now, married 10. So she started reading this, and I said, she says, do you mind if I ask you any questions? I think I know the book pretty good. And she's just started reading it. She's getting to the doctor's opinion. And she goes, this here part, she said, what's the most important part of this? I said, recovered. She says, no, the story. I thought that's the first question. Right? And then she asked me the second question, how many people put the forwards together? I didn't know. She says, 2 different people wrote. So the forwards were written by one person, and then the second part was written by GSO or whatever, the group understanding. But as we go through this thing, we'll see how the story unfolds, and that's pretty cool. We'll cover some points this weekend. So a bit of tonight is I don't know if I can go to 11, so I'm just going to go to about 9, if that's okay. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. You might want me to stop at 8. Right? So part of the story that makes this thing really remarkable is that I'm pretty impressed with my story. I don't know if anybody else here impressed with your story. You should be impressed with your story. Right? A lot of people think, well, why wouldn't you be impressed with your story? That's one of the promises. You'll be amazed before you're halfway through. Right? And if you're really impressed with your story, what you'll realize it's not your story that you're impressed with. You're impressed with the story of Alcoholics Anonymous and being part of that collective. Because there's no way I could have created this story. Right? There's no way I could have created the life that I live today. There's no way I'd be alive for this given period of time. There's no way I'd be experiencing life on the level that I do. Right? So what allows me to live the life that I'm living? I became a part of the story of Alcoholics Anonymous. I became a part of the miracle, this phenomenon that's happened. So that's the other word, is phenomena and phenomena. Right? There's 2 different and they talk about that in this literature, and we skip over those words a lot, right? And they're pretty profound when in the usage in regards to our illness and the solution, right? When you start understanding these unexplainable events, it kind of puts other events in more tangible or in more reach, or you become more open to what's being presented here. Because I know nobody's closed-minded here. And that's the hard thing with talking with people, because, I got to go through the vetting first before people start listening, right? Well, let me see if I agree with what you're saying, and then I'll become open-minded. We were joking about that earlier, is I'll give my experience, but a lot of times I got to go through the vetting or through the gauntlet before people start listening. And what we call listening is I'm already formulating my argument of rebuttal. We call that listening. That's not listening, right? So they used to say, the definition of an open mind is, right, the world is now in session, are you present? And then they used to have that set-aside prayer. I don't know if you guys ever done that here. But it's not asking you to disregard your entire experience. What it's asking you is to build on the experience that maybe could be different, right? And we agnostics, they ask us that we always got to be ready to change our point of view. And it's really hard for people like us to change our point of view. You ever notice that? Anybody here I know not this group, but usually, anybody ever go to somebody with a problem, you don't like the answer you get? How many people go find someone else to talk to? We do that. How many people is quitting home groups here because they're starting to get to know you? How many people's had to move or quit their home group sober because their conduct's getting the best of them? Right? And so we're going to talk a lot about this. How many people are still in conflict with people, places, and things? How many people are still in conflict with themselves? Right? So we'll cover a lot of these things this weekend, right? How many people just steadfast in their thinking? Belligerent. Got quiet in here. That door's open, right? So these are the challenges. So going back over a bit, and just the introduction, but going into my story, I have a lot of different experience with both ends of the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous. One as a person who was untreated in the fellowship, and one as a part of a household where people lived who were sober, who were also untreated. Right? I got to witness those who actually experienced this thing, and those who talked about this thing. Those who did a demonstration in meetings about this thing, and those who weren't this way at home with this thing. Right? And this thing here is, am I this way in all my affairs, in all areas of my life, or am I just this way when people are looking? Right? And really, how happy, joyous, and free am I? Or am I still plagued with waves of depression, impending doom and calamity? Where's most of my conversation spent? Am I still in conflict? Right? And so if you're still in conflict, you're kind of missing a new freedom and a new happiness. So at the end of this weekend, I'm hoping that we have the best conversations will be the conversations afterwards, challenge where we're at, and the humility of being willing to kind of look at, yeah, you know what, I could improve in this area, or I haven't looked at this area at all, or man, I've been hanging on to this thing for a while now, and I haven't been able to let it go. And maybe my relationship with this source or power of God isn't as good as I think it is. Maybe I'm a little more plagued with self than I like to let on. Maybe there's some problems here I haven't been addressing, right? And that's the challenge of sobriety also, because they talk about a part of this thing when we do our fifth step, is they talk about the key ingredient. And if you kind of asked yourself, if you did a survey, when you go back to the fellowship, it's quite interesting. What's the key ingredient to getting sobriety, keeping sobriety, and maintaining sobriety? What's the key ingredients? The first thing you need to have to get sobriety, you need to maintain it to keep sobriety, and it's the first thing you lose before sobriety goes. How many people say honesty? Willingness. How many people say willingness? How many people not too sure? Well, 3 honest people. It's good. No. It's actually, and this is the challenging part, right? Because the honesty and the willingness is kind of something that we think we create, right? But before, how many people were honest before they did the steps here? Yeah. How many people are a little delusional before they did the steps and didn't realize how delusional they were until they did the steps? How many people found out their biggest problem was when they did their fifth step, who the problem was? How many people have been really deluded, driven by 100 forms of fear and self-delusion? So if you're driven by 100 forms of fear and self-delusion, can you really trust your own thinking? So it means you have to trust a different kind of formula. And what's the formula, right? And so what they talk about in the fifth step why most people don't get sober or stay sober. And it's humility. They haven't learned enough humility. And that's not our strong suit, is it? Not my strong suit. Humility, just coming to a meeting is a demonstration of humility. And sometimes we hear people say, well, they're not willing or they don't want to will. When we're dealing with people with alcoholism, just the mere fact that they show up here is a demonstration they're looking for help. You don't need to ask people how they're doing when they come to AA. Oh, how's your day going? Oh, fantastic. I thought I'd put on a job resume and go to an AA meeting before tomorrow starts. Like most of us are pretty mangled before we get here. How many people's lives are going really good at their first meeting? And how many people thought they were really overreacting? Especially the people around you, right? Just totally overreacting. So So the idea of this thing, and so another act of humility for most of us is accepting help. Anybody strong suit here? Because most of us don't ask, right? Really, we don't ask. How many people were 12-step sponsored by somebody that didn't know they were sponsoring them? Right, we got a guy 4 days here, right? Awesome, 3 days, we're going 4 days. He's surrounded by a fellowship of people very concerned of his well-being that enhances their well-being. Somewhere along the line, if he stays, he's going to ask one of those guys who've been helping him to sponsor him like it's his idea. How many people ask somebody to sponsor them that's been walking with you for a while? Do you think it's your idea that... See, because we carry this message, right? It's our job. We're agents of something. I'm going to cover that this weekend too. It's a different way how we look at things. And when we understand our purpose, it kind of gives us a whole different spin on life. Because our biggest obsession is actually ourselves. I know it kind of, I know it's shocking. How many people found that surprising? Alcohol is a close second. We are our biggest obsession. We're obsessed with ourselves. And they talk about that in here. There's no way entirely getting rid of self, the focus of self. I'm the first thing I think about when I wake up, and I'm the last thing I think about before I go to sleep, and I'm all I think about all day long. Nobody like that here? My future, my past, me. So they talk about that. But we're used to the neighborhood, so it doesn't sound that bad. I don't know if anybody's lived by the railroad tracks here or an airport. You get used to the sound. So you're used to the sound of your neighborhood. So here's another thing, you gotta ask yourself this, right? This is, I think, the beauty of these roundups or these workshops is we come in a certain way, and when we leave, including myself, hopefully we have a different perspective and a different application or a different way of looking at things to have a different experience. So if you were sharing and you had one of those Rolodexes beside you that was describing your thinking as you were sharing, would they match? You know, when you're sharing at a meeting and you put on the show and shine for everybody? And if you were to take your thinking when you're alone and all by yourself and it was rolling off a Rolodex beside you, would those two things be matching? And a lot of times it's not, because if you've been sober a little while, our biggest handicap is still humility. It's hard to ask for help when you're not doing good. It's hard to admit that, you know what, there's these things going on, because we have this idea that just because I'm sober a while, I should be exempt, and I have to have this kind of, you know, they talk about the alcoholic leads a double life, and some of us do in sobriety. Right? And so it's going to be an interesting week. And how's the start so far? Some of you are starting out across your arms, so it's not bad, eh? So anyways. So these are the things. I've been involved in Alcoholics Anonymous 41 years. I've been sober as a result of the program a little over 30. Like I said, my sobriety date's April 8, 1989. My introduction to this was, I'll back up. I grew up in Toronto, and there's three stories. There's my mom's story, my dad's story, and my story. I got enough healing in my life where I don't try to drag my mom through it or my dad through it, but I try to do in a really general way my story without involving them in it, right? When I first got sober, it was all about them, right? As I got healing and I went through the 4th step, and I was able to see them in a different light, and as I did the 8th step, and as I did 6 and 7, and the detachment of the pain, and allowing the experience of what was being offered here, the healing really happened in my family and all that stuff, right? And I was able to demonstrate these things in all my affairs, regardless of my family. So I grew up in a household in Toronto that was associated with a lot of where people bottomed out. So if you could imagine what your life looked like in your last couple of years of drinking, that's where I was raised. That's the doctor talks about the countless warped lives of blameless children. I was raised in an alcoholic kind of environment that involved a lot of perspective of those who were very ill as a result of alcoholism. So the resentments, the fears, and all these things that they carried, they passed on to me, getting me ready for life. And so teaching me how to be prepared for life wasn't conclusive to an environment where I was able to function very well in, because from a young age I was fear-based and didn't realize it. And my mom always taught me, you can't depend on nobody, and people will always let you down, and you need to learn how to survive on your own. Yeah, and I come from the background, it's kind of like my mom says, I might not make it home one day, and I want you to be able to look after your sister and stuff like some of the setting. I don't know how to explain it without. We're living in a situation. Sometimes I wait for my mom to come home before she had food. And me and my sister are sitting there, and we'd unwrap the tin foil. There'd be half-eaten T-bone steak and potatoes and all that stuff. Me and my sister would partake in that to eat. The household, one of the households we lived in, the bottom floor was the winos. You know, the smell of the carpet, the yellow t-shirts, the yellow fingers, and the smell of wine, and just that whole thing. They lived on that floor. The second floor were the heroin addicts. Back then it was eyedroppers and spoons, and they lived in that one room. And then our floor was the people who moved things in commodities and helped people get things that they needed. You need a fridge, I'll have it here tomorrow. That kind of people. A lot of more leather and a lot of more suits. We have a couple newspaper articles that people dropping off packages to my mom's friends' places where there's jars of big pickle jars with red sticks in it with wire and a little timer filled in gasoline, enough to drop the whole block of the building in Toronto. So that's roughly where I come from. So I remember trying to 12-step one of these guys because and there's a gun under the newspaper, and that's kind of where I kind of grew up. These are the people that I associated with and aspired to be like and all that other stuff. I got locked up when I was 8.5 years old in a controlled environment. I got out of there when I was about 15, and that's when life started, right? So if you kind of looked at alcoholism, I didn't understand alcohol, so I was standing on the 18th floor of a balcony, and I was contemplating jumping. And so what started happening in my life without realizing it was the same thing that was happening in Bill's life, but different circumstances. It's like when Bill ended up in treatment for the second time, he talked about no words could tell the loneliness and the despair, quicksand surround him in every direction. I met Match. He talked about, he almost welcomed the idea of dying. That's a pretty lonely place, right? Alcohol was and I had that same experience standing on the balcony at 15. And I thought, if I have to go on like this and stuff like that. And so I was standing there and I was looking over, and there was a dumpster. And I was trying to think, I didn't want to land half and half because it would really hurt. Like, I'm having this conversation, I'm really drunk. I'm probably on a 3-day drunk now. And it involved a lot of other things that allowed you to stay up for 3 days, and then peyote and all. I got left over. The people I got left over with was from the 60s, black lights, posters, and all that other machines and all that other stuff. These were my trainers. These were the guys that when I showed up at the party at 15, when I got out of this place, just before my 15th birthday, actually 14 and a half, I'd go to my cousin's place and they'd start getting me ready for the party. And I'd pass out before anybody ever got there. I'd be on the floor, I'd come to, and they'd all be standing around me laughing. So I got to a point where nobody was laughing anymore. I got to a point where I was able to stay up and participate and all that other stuff, right? And the whole idea, like, we know all how to get loaded. We all know all that other stuff. So what the magic started happening without me even realizing it was when I was standing on that balcony, something intervened that created a shift in my thinking where I got resentment, where resentment actually saved my life in that moment. Resentment's not a bad thing always, right? But in that moment, it was really good because I started thinking about my funeral. Anybody ever contemplate their own funeral? So I'm at my funeral, I'm thinking about it, and all these people feeling bad going down the thing. I'm lying in the casket. Obviously, it's not happening. I'm thinking about this on the 18th floor. And then my aunt goes by and she says, yeah, see, I told you he was like that. Look at him. I got resentful at her for what she was saying at a situation that wasn't happening. And I didn't jump. I said, I'll show you. I'll show you, and nothing. So anyways, that resentment of something that wasn't happening, taking place in my own mindset, in my own life. Because a couple minutes before that, I was going to jump. If I thought living the rest of my life like this, right? So you can only imagine the lifestyle I come from. And the trauma and the stuff like that. No, I don't want to get into all that stuff this weekend, right? But I'll talk a bit about that in regards to the 4 steps, 6 and 7, and how, and the application of 11 on a daily basis allowed me to freedom from all that stuff. So shortly after that, the same thing happened for Bill that happened for me, the same sequence. But it was Ebby that phoned Bill while he sat at the kitchen table drinking. I was sitting at my 16th birthday, and I am wiped. I am drinking Boilermakers, and I'm getting involved in all this different stuff. The phone rang, and it was this gentleman. They said it was my dad, because I just got my name changed. I was living under an alias at the time and had to get a social insurance number. And part of the social insurance number, he phoned my godmother. The last time he seen my godmother is when he showed up at my place, when I was at her place actually, with a gun to try to retrieve me. They gave him a mannequin and all that stuff, so he ended up getting, this is a part of the story that I didn't know about, but he ended up getting 12-step in a sanitarium by his roommate that introduced him to Alcoholics Anonymous. And so at that time when he got 12-step in the sanitarium, he phoned me. He was 4 years sober. He phoned me on my 16th birthday. The last time I seen him, I was an infant, and we're living under an alias. So he says, "Hi, my name's Tony Robertson. I'm looking for Tony Robertson." I said, "What's the big deal, right? It's my birthday. What's your problem?" He says, "Well, I'm your dad." And it kind of really blew my mind, because when Bill answered the phone with Ebby, he didn't know it was going to start a chain of events that would change his whole life. But before that, he was at probably one of the lowest places of his life. There was something unforeseen happening in his life that happens in every single one of our lives. And that's I think the challenge of this thing is to see something that's at work beyond our capability of understanding. And when you kind of see that at work, then it'll get you through whatever rough times you're going through, that there's always something greater than you working in your life, right? So this guy, he shows up. Well, before that, he told me he was a member of Alcoholics Anonymous, which I don't understand what that means. And then he kind of said he was sober, which I didn't understand what that meant. And he said he would like to make amends to my mom, which I didn't understand what that meant. He says, "I'd like to have a meeting." So my mom comes home, and I said, "This guy phones." He says, "He's my dad." And she says, "We're moving." That's it, we're leaving, we're out of here, right? So I ended up meeting this man, and he took me to my first meeting in Alcoholics Anonymous in 1978. And in that meeting, I felt hope. I felt there was a possibility of a different life. And I can't explain it. I can't remember anything that happened in that meeting, but I heard people share that they used to be this way. I didn't hear the what happened part, but I heard there was something different in their life. And I knew that maybe I didn't have to live or feel the way I was feeling anymore. So I came into the fellowship of AA. Everybody told me to find God. That's what step 2 said. It doesn't say that, but that's what they said that I had to find God. So I found God, joined the Baptist church, right? Everything was going fantastic, right? Found God, and I got him cutting my hair, and I got the shirt on, and things are fantastic. Hell, I'm even in the choir. Things are good. I'm not living the life. I'm totally in a new environment. I'm not in Toronto no more. I'm in this small town, and nobody knows me. I'm recreating my life. Things are fantastic. There's this other girl in the choir. She's looking good, and things are fantastic. Somewhere along the line, she was able to recognize me, and I recognized her. You know how we could recognize each other without recognizing each other? How we could go past 15 normal people to find the people that are like us? We're like magnets. Any magnets here? So she phones me. She goes, "Hi, Tony, I'm drinking, and I don't think I'm..." And I said, "I'll be right there." And my buddy goes, "Let me go with you." I said, "No, I better go alone." I didn't know what was happening there, but there was a drive beyond my comprehension. And next thing I know, the Sunday we're in church, I think it was a Tuesday or Wednesday, we're sitting in an abandoned car, drinking. She's huffing on glue, and I'm drinking a 26er, and we formulated a true bond love relationship. And so last time I think I seen her, it was like we couldn't afford hotels. We're young, so she used to take babysitting jobs. Not show up once the people left, and we'd get drunk. So drunk in these places. I don't even remember kids being there, right? Nearly set a couple fires. Anyway, so she My God, when I think on the 20 questions, you ever suffer from blackouts? Don't remember, right? So the last time I remember seeing her was one of her friends were handing me a couple volumes saying there were a couple bennies. And I remember I was passing out, they got arrested, and she went off in a car, which saved me a lot of agony, and I went back to AA. So, and this is kind of like I can go, like the whole history of that. I went back to AA, I get my AA game face on, I got God. This time I was the wrong church, so I joined the Nazarene church this time. Going to meetings, I got God, I got step 2, I got this stuff, I got step 1, I've surrendered, I've done this stuff, and I got a whole new life. I got a job this spring, one of the best jobs in Cambridge. My dad got me a job, like I said, he was sober for a while, I pulled some strings. Things are fantastic, I get a promotion, and then I get drunk. I don't even know if I go back to collect another paycheck, because when I get hammered, I relocate. I don't know if anybody relocates. The party's on, I become a different person. So that went on, and then my dad got me another job at a textile place. He says, alcoholics don't show up for work. So you make sure you always show up for work. I'd show up to, I'd calculate, I'm probably doing like this. I think, okay, it takes me an hour to get home. That's an hour loss of sleep. If I just go right to work, I could sleep at work and get one of the guys to wake me up. That's an extra 2 hours of sleep. I don't know if anybody thinks like that here. So I get fired for that job, and the situation goes on. So and then I'm trying to get sober really, really severe this time. And these guys are in AA who didn't understand alcoholism either in Toronto and in Cambridge, because I'm young, like I'm 18, and they're giving me the look, right? They're raking me over the coals. I'm dying of alcoholism in the fellowship of AA, right? And so this one old timer goes, you know what your problem is, son? Listen to what's that? I said it a lot differently. I said, what's that? He says, you lack discipline. He says, that's why you can't get sober. Not that you suffer from an illness beyond your capability of controlling or doing anything about on your own resources. Didn't explain alcoholism. He says, do you understand alcoholism? Do you understand why you can't get sober? He says, the reason you can't get sober is because you lack discipline. Makes sense to me because I don't understand alcoholism. Nobody's ever took me through the book. This is with members of Alcoholics Anonymous. I've met a lot of members in Alcoholics Anonymous who's had a spiritual experience and do the religious variety, but can't take you through the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous. My dad was of that type. He had a vital spiritual experience in a sanitarium. He went to church, worked in the church, helped people out, but he couldn't, like when I'd come too drunk on his floor, he'd just say, it can't be done that way, it can't be done that way, and he'd try to get my relationship with Christ, but I was already a believer, but I couldn't get sober through that approach, even though I tried everything, baptism and all this other stuff, I tried it, but I still couldn't, my religious convictions wasn't enough to get this thing that some of the people in AA were demonstrating. So I was sitting there one day drinking a beer, thinking, where would a guy get discipline? So you got to back up here. I got an afro like this. I'm 18 years old. It's shoulder wide. I got Master John shoes back then. They're 6 inches long. That's back with the white t-shirts and the overalls and peace and love and power to you era. I don't know if anybody been through that here. It involved a lot of non-filtered cigarettes and tripping out, man. And anyway, so I joined the Army. So I'm down at the recruiting office. And they're just smiling at me. I don't know what they're smiling at me the way they are. I'm like, and I met this girl there who was also joining the Army, and we went and split a couple Mickeys at the movie because we kind of got along. And she says, well, why don't you come out to my place for dinner? I said, well, where do you live? She says, the suburbs. I said, what's that? Because I grew up in Parkdale, the streets, and tried to know what the suburbs were. So she says, oh, it's just outside of Scarborough and stuff like that. I said, oh, yeah, I went to reform school there. I know where you're talking about, which didn't deter her at all. So I went to the Sagamore, and I'm sitting with my buddies. And I said, hey, this girl invited me for dinner. What do you do? They said, oh, you got to bring some wine. He says, it's all about the wine, Tony. He says, you got to impress her with the wine. It makes sense to me. So because I'm a wine connoisseur. So I go to the liquor store, and back then you have the liquor and the wine and all that. So I know how to shop for wine back then. It was, you look at the alcohol content, and it was 11, so this is a good bottle of wine. And I don't know if anybody else shops like that here. And this is at 18. What I understand now, but I didn't understand then, was the allergy. The first symptom of alcoholism was making my decisions for me, but nobody explained alcoholism to me, so I didn't. It sounded rational to me. So the next thing, I got the alcohol content, and the next most important thing is volume. Volume. So I look at these bottles, and I know an alcoholic invented this bottle because it was a 1.5 liter of baby duck. I don't know if you have it. This is high-test stuff. This stuff is really, I think you still have some of the grape labels in it, like, baby duck, 1.5 liter. The top of the bottle had a lip on it, so your hand didn't slip off of it. That's alcoholic. Did you know an alcoholic made the plastic Mickey? You know why Mickey's round? So it fits in the back here. Anyways, alcoholics, right? They invent these great things, like the toilet seat. You know who invented the open toilet seat? It was an alcoholic. Got tired of it hitting him in the back of the head while he was here, so he opened it. Anyways, I get the squirrel happening. So I get the 1.5 liter of wine that I'm going to go to the suburbs and go meet her friends in a hotel after. And then as I'm going back to the till, a thought came that maybe somebody else would like to drink. I go back and I pick up another 1.5 liter of wine. So I go to the cash register like I'm carrying twins, like I'm proud owner of 2 bottles. And I can still remember, I put them on the counter, and they had the gold caps, 3 liters of wine. And I'm going for dinner. If you'd ask, why are you buying that amount? I wouldn't be able to tell you. All I know is I got to make sure there's enough. And, being the considerate guy that I am, I got to make sure there might be other people there who are going to drink. So I hop on my bike, and I have these 2 gold lids sticking out of the inside of my leather jacket, going down 401, heading to 400, doing 120 clicks. The reason you have things on the other side of your leather jacket is for protection. If you were to get an impact with 3 liters of wine, anyways, it'd be quite a mess, right? So anyway, I'm driving, and I'm all like happy, and I'm all just thrilled to death, and I knock on her door. She opens the door, and she gives me one of these confusing looks. Normie look, like, what are you doing? We're going out for dinner. I thought I'd have a way more of a better welcome, like, wow, right on, fantastic, like, yahoo. So anyway, she wasn't that impressed, and I don't remember much of dinner, and I remember coming to in the bar and meeting with friends, and then I don't remember much of that because I'm the type of guy, when I started drinking back then, my sleeves would start going up my arm. And there's certain things that I like to do when I'm drinking at that age. One include fighting, the other include drinking, and the other included stuff that I won't get into right now, but it had a lot to do with reproducing, right? But anyway, so 3 pertinent ideas. So I guess I went into another blackout because I come to with her saying, you're going too fast, you're going too fast. I didn't even know I was driving when I came to, and I looked at her and I realized I'm driving. I looked down, I'm doing about 130, 120, going down to 400, and then I went into another blackout, and then I kind of came to in her bathroom, and then I ended up in the Army. But on the plane to Cornwallis, which is boot camp, I'm smelling a bit like vomit. I got a black eye, I got biker boots on, I got this leather jacket, and I got a couple rings, and then I'm sitting, what I understand now, I'm sitting between a lieutenant and a captain because they sat me up front. They didn't put me, these guys were very impressed with me, asking me all kinds of questions. They said, where are you going? I said, I'm going to this thing like boot camp or something like that, something that I just joined up, and I understand they look after you pretty good here, and I could get a new life. He says, you're really going to love it. So I went, well, they tell you what to do all the time, eh? So anyways, I ended up going through about 2 years of military training, and I was on my way to Cyprus for a peacekeeping mission, and by then, now I'm starting to vomit blood. I'm starting to have DTs, the beginning of DT, black dots, but I don't know that. And I have to get a couple, like 3 shots just to take care of the burning. And I'm the type of person where I was raised is if somebody messes with you, you got to be a little crazier than them so they don't mess with you no more, regardless of the consequence. I don't know if anybody, I think driven by resentment. Anybody ever driven by resentment here? Anybody ever do stuff that make you look back on and say, what the hell was I thinking? So this is one of, like, I'm getting locked up for threatening sergeants. And I'm having a problem. So I can't stay sober. I'm drinking these drinks, the tequila sundowns, 3 shots in a tall glass that would cost me $1.20. I was drinking about $20 worth and then going to town. And so, like, I'm getting really ill. I'm dying of alcoholism in the Army. And so this one night I came to, these guys set me up. We were out having the war games, Britain. And then that's back a little while ago. For those, it was a big thing in the paper. They had these new vehicles coming in, multi-passenger carriers and all that other stuff. So it was the winter war games. And so we're out in Wainwright, Alberta, and they set up some trip flares, but they didn't know. Trip flares is when people walk by, it sets off flares to let you know people are coming into the camp. And you're supposed to let all your platoon know where these things are, especially if you're playing the war games, right? I tripped one of those flares because they didn't tell me where they were, and they sent me in that area. So they set me up. That's what I see, right? So I went back and I'm drinking. So I'm mulling this over for a couple of days and doing other things to my canteen. And so, I'm thinking, so I come to and I'm emptying an amnesty box. I don't know if you know, an amnesty box is where you put the live rounds in the blanks. And I'm with 2 other drunks, and I'm emptying the amnesty box, and I'm putting the live rounds to one side, and I'm putting the blanks to the other side. And I take the 3 rounds, and I pass them to all the two other guys that I'm with, and we say they're all blanks. Then I pass the magazine around. There's nothing in the magazine. I load the 3 blanks into the magazine. Then I pass the FNC one, which is a military assault rifle. I pass that around, make sure there's nothing in the chamber. I loaded up the magazine and waited for these guys to come back from town. They came back in town in the cabs, about 3 cabs. They came in, and it was like the Gober pile barracks. They're round, and it caused like this, like a real echo. So I don't know, imagine setting off an FNC-1 in here. You think the camp would be able to hear it? So I let 3 of these things go. I think one guy started crying, the other guy pissed himself. And I was laughing because it shoots a flame out of the thing when it's not holding the flare. There's a magazine you put on the end that stops the flare from going through. And I let him go. So I was the only one with that level of sense of humor, and nobody else seen the sense of humor in that. So I got released from the Army on a kind of a 4C medical release. They didn't think it was a good idea that I represented Canada with my mentality that I was exhibiting in the base. So I ended up, and then out of the Army, like even more crazy now. And then I ended up back in long story short, I ended up with the Queensway group because I was getting in a lot of trouble. Now I'm getting even more crazy, more violent, more ending up in situations where just stuff, bad luck just seemed to find me. Like all the well-intentions in the world, I'd find great relationships, I'd burn them to the ground. I'd get great jobs, burn them to the ground. I got to a place now my family don't even want me around. They're having like Christmas get-togethers or weddings. They'd say, don't tell Tony. Like, it's just, I'm suffering from blackouts all the time. Like this one time, this poor girl, I come to on my bike with her tapping me on the shoulder, go left here, left here. I didn't even know where I found her. And then I ended up in a blackout again, and I'm in her place. She's going, shh. And I'm going, what? She goes, I'm living at my parents' right now. I'm kind of going through a hard time. And I'm trying to get a grasp where I am, what's happening. And then I realized, she looked down, she's pregnant. And I'm looking, she goes, what? I said, how long have we been going out? So it's that's kind of like the story of my life, right? Long periods of blackout. I phoned my sister once. I said, hey, happy 21st birthday. Long pause. She says, I'm a year younger than you. I said, yeah, happy 21st birthday. She says, I'm turning 23 today. So I have like long periods of time. So I'm in the Queensway Saturday night group. My dry date's in Pencil. I've been in that group, long story short, 5 years. I'm in this home group. My dry date's in Pencil. I ended up getting 16 months alcohol-free. I'm in 12 and 12 studies. I'm I'm trying to go to church. I'm trying to get this thing. I'm trying to surrender. I'm trying to turn it over. Trying to find acceptance. I'm sitting in these 12 and 12 studies because that's all there was in Toronto. Everybody's doing 12 and 12 studies in the Velcros and finding God and doing all these methods. And I'm trying to do all this stuff, writing out my life story. And every time I tried to do my life story, I'd get hammered. I couldn't get past my own pain to start this process. So, I nearly killed a guy in a fight. One of my best friends, he was first degree black belt, and we got drunk and we got into it. And I won't get into what happened, but at the end of the night, he a bunch of guys here wrung his head off a parking meter, and he split him open between the eye and the temple, and he needed like 6 stitches across there. He hit the ground. I picked up the 40-ouncer. I put him in the back of a car. We stopped at 7-Eleven to get some rolling papers. I pulled him out of the taxi. I left him on the driveway while I went and made a drink. Right? I went and made a drink, came back, and I said, you know what? I can't carry you down the stairs, man. Are you okay to walk? And he said, yeah, and I let him fall down the stairs. I dragged him into the kitchen. I left him there. I went to bed. This is very hazy. Next morning, I got up. I lifted my little container, rolled a couple cigarettes to get my head started. And I started drinking what was left of the 40, and I said, oh yeah, Louie's here. Louie, oh yeah, Louie. And I went into the kitchen, there was vomit on one side and blood on the other. And I had a moment of clarity that I turned into the very person I despised. I turned into my dad back in the story. I went to the mirror, and I spit my own image in the mirror, and I started washing my face with cold water, and that episode kept me sober for 16 months. Then my life got better. I was absent of alcohol for 16 months. I won't get into the other stuff that allowed me to function on a level because of the ghosts and the demons and the things that I carried that I was unable to shake from my life. And so, I was sitting there. It was 16 months. The lady goes, it was 1985. And the lady asked me if I wanted something for my coffee. I'm going, hey, my group's happy because this is the longest that I haven't disrupted nothing. And I said, I remember what happened 16 months before. I said, no, I don't want nothing. No. Then suddenly, what I understand is a subtle form of insanity that precedes the first drink, that even if I knew about it, I wouldn't have the defense necessary for it. I took that drink. What I understand now, what I didn't understand then, it triggered the phenomenon of craving. I ended up in all kinds of trouble. I ended up in Vancouver in 1987. And I'm not going to get into all the stuff, but this time when I ended up in Vancouver, I'm vomiting green bile. I'm 25 years old. Now I'm vomiting green bile. I'm suffering from a little bit of hallucinations. I don't know if any trails, spiders crawling on me when I'm trying to detox. Like I'm really ill. I can't keep food down. And so I went to Vancouver. But the funny part was I was sitting in my place and everything's gone. I'm getting arrested quite often now, and they're putting me in my own cell with my own observation camera. And I'm like a danger to myself, and I'm talking to paintings. I'm deciphering paintings. The people down the hall is thinking that like I'm totally right off my nut, which I was. And I'm sitting there, and I started talking to God. Right? I couldn't believe where I was going because Monday was trial. I was looking at trial on Monday. It was a Friday night, or it could have been a Thursday. And the phone rang, and it was my brother that I haven't heard from in 2 years. He says, hey, I'm living in BC, why don't you come out here? I said, I'll be there in a day. He said, no, it's going to take a little while. So I had a list of people to get even with. I got even with them, ended up in Vancouver, and I started my first meeting. That was August, and my first meeting was in September 1987. I relapsed 6 months living in AA. Then I relapsed for 3 months. Then my last relapse, I did 360 meetings in 90 days. I was in 4 12 and 12 studies, and I was running a 12 and 12 study at the old recovery club in the basement. You go in the basement, and there's like leaking pipes and all this stuff, and I'm trying to help guys get sober. Right? It's kind of funny when I look at it. So this guy shows up. His name's Machine Gun Jerry at the time. He was the 16th member of Alcoholics Anonymous. What he brought to Vancouver at that time was the Joe and Charlie tapes. He started a big book study workshop after my 12 and 12 meeting. I remember thinking, you better not be poaching any of my guys. That's pretty sick, right? And so this guy named George he was also dying of alcoholism in AA. trying to get sober on all the suggestions in 12 and 12 studies, living in meetings. And so, like I said, I did 360 meetings in 90 days. April 6th was my birthday. It was a Thursday. I just turned 27. April 8th, I went to the meeting, talked about what a great job I did the day before. April 8th was a Saturday. I took a 3-month chip. This is 11 years in and out at this time. And I talked like I was getting an Academy Award. I'd like to thank me, and I'd like to thank me, and I'd like to thank me. How great my life is. Look how great all the promises are coming true. She came back, this came back, everything's back, and everybody's so thrilled with me, and I'm thrilled with me. And it was just a great meeting. I mean, like not a cloud on the horizon. An hour later, I was drinking. So I was sitting in the old hotel. It was me, my brother, and another guy, and nobody was coming near us in the section. It was the last call. They put the beer down in front of me, and I remember having that moment singing. I remember my surrender looked like this, that I was going to die, and there was nothing I could do about it. I accepted the fact that I was going to die an alcoholic death, that I was beyond human aid, that there was nothing going to work for me after 11 years of Alcoholics Anonymous, that Alcoholics Anonymous was just going to extend my life, and that was it. So what that also started doing was set another train of circumstances, unforeseen circumstances in motion that I didn't know. And so what happened was, George was dying of AA. Yes, some of us do, but he was dying of alcoholism in AA. Jerry found George, 12-stepped him into the home group, took him through a course of action. He had this profound change in his life as the result of his first introduction to this book. An experienced member took him through that. They talk about in here, many could recover if they had the same opportunity we have enjoyed. They're not talking about meetings of Alcoholics Anonymous. They're talking about the message of Alcoholics Anonymous. Not everybody in the meetings have or done or can carry this message. 11 years. I went to a meeting back in Toronto at that 5 years. It was 200 people in this meeting. The speaker didn't show up. They asked anybody would like to share. I got up and shared. I volunteered to share 45 minutes of pain, agony, and just undying, like just a fifth step on this 200 people. And what I was saying is, I'm dying of alcoholism. I got more pain than I know how to deal with. When I get sober, my life gets worse. I don't know how to deal with this. I can't sleep at night. I got ghosts from yesterday and the dread of what tomorrow might bring. When I get sober, I dry heave. I just can't get this thing. I tried everything. And after that meeting, out of 200 people, one person came up to me, and he was still drinking. We both stood there and he was crying, and everybody left us alone. That's the AA I was used to. Or, you need to find Jesus, you need to find God, you need to find church, you need to find this. And there's nothing wrong with that stuff, but it just didn't work for me. So, George goes through this course of action, and they told him to find the sickest guy he knew. He was out of town, so he started working with me. See, what George didn't do was, George didn't ask my permission. He didn't say, hey, do you need help? Because that's not a good topic for me. Do you need help? I don't need help. What's your problem, pal? Like, my vocabulary was very limited back then. I know it's hard to believe it looking at me now. Like, had a lot to do with travel, minding your own business, and I never trusted anybody that remembered my name. What do you remember my name for? You can't. I just didn't. I come back to a meeting a week later, you remember who I was? I stayed away from you. I don't need none of that happening in my life, right? So a little paranoid. I don't know if anybody ever suffered from paranoia here, a little conspiracy, and what are you people up to? Like I was my own worst enemy, but I was also my own best friend. Like, I didn't know I couldn't trust me, but I was all I had to trust, right? And so George started working with me. He never asked my permission. He started asking me stupid questions. Like, what are the 3 pertinent ideas? I would ramble them off. I had catchphrase sobriety. I was the guy that sat in the airport meeting people and never got nowhere. I met this guy, boy, he went somewhere. It sounded fantastic. So the next experience I'd be talking about was his experience at the next meeting I went to. That sounded great. I'm sharing his experience at the next meeting like it's my experience. I've never been out of the airport. I've got no flight itinerary. These people are going through customs and they're going somewhere. I'm not going nowhere. I'm sitting in meetings hoping this thing's going to happen. Right? I have no flight plan. I have no course of action. I don't have this thing working in my life. So George, after a long story short, he says, "You've been around a while." I said, "Yeah, I've been around a while." He says, "When are you coming to help us out next Tuesday night? We could really use your help." I said, "Well, George, it's usually my home group, and that's where all the good-looking ladies go, because I had my priorities straight, right? Any young people here coming in? I thought it said she could and would if she were sought. Job, women, money, prestige. That is the order of sobriety. If I can get these things right back, then I have something to talk about when I go to meetings. What's important? Money, job, tail. You know, back then, I don't know if they had it. They used to say no relationships for your first year. I thought, what an order. I can't go through with it. That's all I had to look forward to was relationships. I didn't have God. I needed something to get me through this miserable life. You're going to take that from me too? Forget it. I'm not in. Right? So anyways. So George says, "When do you come and help us out?" So Chuck was teaching me the traditions and how to get along in the fellowship of AA. So I said, okay. So I go to Chuck. I said, "Hey, these guys want my help. They want me to take them through the steps." He says, "I think that's a great idea. I think you should show up next Tuesday and help these guys go through the steps." So this is 11 years. Is the first time these guys, I got introduced to the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous. It's the first time in 11 years. I owned one. They said, "Get a book and do the steps." Back then, you had a big book, and the steps were the 12 and 12. They weren't one and the same. Nobody told me the steps and how to do the instructions of the steps were in here. And even in this book, they say when you're 12-stepping, lend them a copy, ask them to read it, and if they want to go through with it, you give them practical experience on how you applied it to their life to navigate them through this. They don't go through it alone. So I show up this thing, they start taking me through this, and it has rocked my life. My life has never been the same. I finished, I said, why don't you guys have this meeting in the fellowship? Like, why don't, back then it was, he says, because there's too much resistance in the fellowship. People are giving us a hard time for starting these big book workshops in the fellowship. Old timers are showing up and disrupting the meeting, asking us who we think we are, passing or carrying this stuff and doing this stuff, because it was taken away from their power. It was taken away from their prestige. It was taken away that maybe they didn't have this thing. So it was really weird. So they were getting resistance from all things as the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous in regards to this message in the book with the Joe and Charlie. So I said, it's okay. I took that Sony cassette deck and I showed up the following Friday after I went through this course and I started the Yeah But Big Book Study Workshop. It was called Yeah But, right? Most used word in Alcoholics Anonymous, Yeah But. BYOB. Bring your own book or bring your own bottle. We don't care. Just bring something. Right? So we started 12-stepping people, and we did that meeting for 11 years. Ended up in Saskatoon. My life fell apart. I think at 7 years sober, my life took a nosedive. It took a nosedive, and I think for each person it's different, but it showed me really, really where my dependence lied. Right? Like, I believe in God as long as everything's going my way. I believe in God as long as I have the bank account. Me and God are good as long as I'm getting what I want. When you're not getting what you want, you see how your life is with God. And I don't know if everybody goes through it, but I know. So I married a woman that didn't like me. I don't know if anybody's ever done that here. And I thought if she could just like me, I know my life would be better. And I just had a kid with her to help make her like me, and that made it worse. And so I ended up in this small place seeking outside help because there was a lot of dynamics to this. I worked at that time at a place called Triage. I was an emergency care worker downtown East Side in Vancouver. And I was I worked in a shelter and I did a lot of 12-step work and all, finding bodies and all. So I ended up getting what post-traumatic stress relief, like I ended up becoming aware I had a lot of problems. I started seeking outside help. So I went 7 years, I don't know why I'm bringing up the story. So I'm at this place in Saskatoon, away from my support group. I'm trying to go to meetings. I'm in conflict with people at meetings. I can't get this thing. This lady who said she didn't, well, her action said she started seeing this guy in the fellowship that I didn't know about. My brother just died. I went back to look after him for a week. I looked after him for a week before he died. And that's a whole different story, and I was able to be there and all that stuff. He was an atheist. Before he died, we did the third step prayer together. It was pretty remarkable. I showered, ate him, like help him eat and all that for a week as he died of full-blown AIDS, cirrhosis of the liver. He was a year younger than me. He died at 32. So, so I came back from that experience, and she moved into a shelter, fabricated all this stuff about me, and so now I'm going to this apartment in the middle of nowhere, and all I have is my truck, the furniture, and my 2 plants. Because they tell you to get a plant when you're sober, right? So I had 2 plants that I've looked after for 7 years, right? They were the most important possessions besides the big book. So I was sitting there thinking, I said, at least I still got my truck. She's gone, my kid's gone, my job's gone, everything's gone. I'm sitting in this place in Saskatoon. I said, I was comforted by the idea I still had my truck. I don't know if it happened at that moment or shortly afterwards, but all I heard was kaboom. I go running outside. Somebody drove into the back of my truck. The lady said she dropped her cigarette and she was reaching for it on a side street and smashed my truck up. That's all I had left. I'm sitting in my house, my lip to the floor. I said, at least I still got my stereo in my truck. Somebody stole the stereo in my truck. I go to a meeting. I go to this meeting, and I'm just like my lip is dragging on the floor. Everything, my brother, everything's gone. Everything. I don't even got there's nothing to grab onto. There's nothing to give me comfort. There's nothing to say, at least I got this, or there's nothing. So I'm walking back from Saskatoon, and I hear these people drop a case of beer in the back of a car. You know the sound that makes when you put a case of beer in the back of a car? Normal people go, what sound? We know what sound that makes when you put a 2-4 in the back of a car. It's like an opera going off, when you're not right. And in my head, I heard the opening of the case. Anybody know what a case sounds like when you open it? And I'm walking, And this is happening in my mind. And then I hear the beer come out of the sleeve. Right? This is all happening in my mind, right? And I'm just like, yeah. And I'm thinking, and then I hear, oh my God. I was alarmed. I was so taken back from it. I went home and I dropped on my knees and I prayed. And I remember thinking, I got God. I got everything I need. And my life's never been the same since. The first process there was getting me that relationship. Life confirmed that relationship. And as part of this whole thing is about that relationship. But the hard part is we can't always see the relationship. That's where we come in, right? That's where we lead each other back to the source, right? Because of ourselves, we could have the most profound experience in the world, but left to our own devices, we forget it won't sustain us. When I was, one of these times I was probably, I was still living in Malton, so probably I was contemplating this God thing that A was talking about, and I was walking through a field by the airport, and I was talking to God. I said, God, if you're there, show me. Beautiful, clear night. And there was like an electrical storm above me. I dropped down, and I started crawling. I said, okay. And I got up, and I kind of was denouncing that situation. So I said, okay, show me again over there. So that's kind of like what we are. Like God could come and sit right down beside us, but it won't sustain us through that time. That's where the fellowship comes in. I mean, we could have the most remarkable experience, but that doesn't sustain us. They talk about this daily reprieve. I've seen God at work not only in my life, but other people's lives. But when it comes down to the crunch, where's my relationship with this, right? Where am I at? And how I know where I'm at is by what I demonstrate in my life. right? They talk about now the acid test. They talk about this thing in the 5th step of a demonstration of these things in all my affairs. And only I know for sure where I'm at. It's like, this one time I was coming off the Gardner Expressway. I'm on bail. I'm on a 3-day drunk. I've got a 26er between my legs. I'm smoking one of those cigarettes from Colombia, those motivated cigarettes, and I got other things of dry goods on me, and I'm like, everything's fantastic. Like, I couldn't be happier till I seen the spot check. You guys have spot checks down here? I come off the Gardner, it's a ramp off the highway, and they're there doing a spot check. I sat up, I put the cigarette in the ashtray, I can't get rid of nothing. I put both hands on the wheel and I start negotiating with God. Any negotiators here? Yeah. I said, God, I had a come to Jesus moment right there. I said, God, you get me out of this. I will cut my hair. I will pull over to the next spot. I'll throw everything in the garbage can. I'll go back to AA tomorrow and I'll be at church on Sunday. I said, you get me out of this because I'm on bail. I said, you get me out of this, and the guy waves me through. I pick up that joint, and I said, boy, that was close. And that's how we are with this thing. We are in fundamental ways with this thing, the negotiator, right? And in a relationship, there's really no negotiation. You're either in a relationship or you're not in a relationship. And that's what this thing is really about, is where's my relationship? It's not a dictatorship. It's not a prisoner kind of thing. It's a relationship, right? And so, over the weekend, I hope to revisit a lot of these things. And so some of the words I'm hoping you guys could revisit over between now and tomorrow before the first session at, what are we going to have here? Is tomorrow at 9:15 is the idea of the phenomenon. Phenomenon, right? And then malady. What's a malady? Right? The word actually malady is quite interesting when you look at your idea of malady, right? And the other word is, what's the most influential word in this book? And it's the most influential word in our sobriety, and it never changes. It determines the whole course of our existence and our experience. It's one of the biggest words in here, and it's the most consistent word in here. And it's a determining factor, whether we move on or not, or we are experiencing what's about being presented. It's pretty interesting. So we're going to chop up the book a bit this week. This weekend, we're going to look at some things probably a little different than most of you have looked at. I'm going to give my experience with this thing and where I'm at today, and the beauty of what this is all about. So those guys helped save my life over 30 years ago by getting me into this course of action. And this has been the life force. This is the Da Vinci's Code. This is my operating guide. This is my kind of itinerary. This is my instruction manual for me. Right? And so if you're kind of new, we'll look at some of these things in here that will probably change the way you look at this thing from now on. So, we got a couple more. Anybody wanted to ask a couple questions or anything? Or nobody has no question. Anybody still here? So I know some people, I'll kind of close with this idea. Some people, when I say, I'm amazed with my story, in order to be amazed with my story, I have to tell you about the story of Alcoholics Anonymous, because that's what we're really amazed with. We're part of the collective. We're not singular anymore, right? And over this weekend, we're not going to talk about any of our ideas. We're going to talk about the ideas in the book. Somewhere along the line, we've changed some things. And what's happening is changes the outcome in sobriety. We're going to change how we look at a couple things. Steps 1, 2, and 3 has really nothing to do with your opinions or how you look at it. It's their understanding. It's how they understand step 1, and you agree or come into agreement with it or not. Step 2 is as they understand the solution that they apply to their life. You either agree with it or you don't. Step 3 is making a decision to follow through on the precise solution that they've laid out in step 2. Step 2 is not about having God. Am I getting some wheels, steel on steel happening here? Because we hear that. And when we change what things mean, we change. The only person that really suffers is the new person coming in here. When you understand the way they put this recipe together or relook at it, what you do is you be more effective in 12-stepping people to allow them to have their own experience the way this was designed. The way this was designed is really mind-blowing. Because when you get into we agnostics, do you realize they're talking to 3 groups of people? Everybody thinks they're talking to just they're actually talking to the atheist, the true believer, and the agnostic. 3 groups of people have something that isn't working for them. And they all suffer from the same thing. It's quite interesting. We'll get into that tomorrow. Right? A lot of people think we agnostics is for the person who has a problem with God. It's for everybody who's starting this course of action. It's to allow us to see how they understand this power, how they understand or describe this solution. We need their understanding before we can formulate our understanding. If we're telling people to find their own understanding before we explain the solution to them, we're really doing them a disservice. It's our understanding, it's not your understanding. It's as we see it, it's not as you see it. It's as ours. If you want what we have and are willing to go to any lengths together, then you're ready to do certain steps, right? Take certain steps. But you need to understand what we have. And you need to understand how we got it. You can choose your own conception, but it's actually ours. And then once you do this thing, it's not singular, you become a part of the collective. So the problem's collective, the solution's collective, and the course of action's collective. It's not singular. And there is the spiritual appendix in the back of the book. It talks about all our members, not some, all, have tapped into an inner resource of strength. They all agree on this access to this thing, which is the solution. We'll get into it tomorrow. They talk about all of us have this certain thing, not some of us, all of us have this thing that gives us access to this solution. Anybody know what that is? We'll talk about that again tomorrow too. You can see if you can come up with that. That we have an understanding that we all agree on. We have a way out that we all agree on. So that means the first 100 men and women, and since thousands, all agree on what the problem is, what the solution is, and what the course of action is. All of them. It's not for me recovery. It's not my program. 30 years later, still not my program. Right? I would have never came up with this. So you hear a lot of people doing the singular trip, the self-centered, mine, mine, mine. It's not mine, it's ours. As we understand it, that means we can have a conversation that we all agree on. Pretty interesting when you start looking at it that way, right? So when we talk about this thing, by the end of the weekend, we're going to have a lot of fun. Well, I'm going to have a lot of fun. I'll probably never get invited here again. And don't blame Mark. I think Mark got told. Who asked Sheldon from Vegas kind of dropped the dime on you guys, so we'll find out, you know. Give him a warm welcome next year. Say, what the hell are you doing inviting that guy? So there's a lot of food for thought. And I'm really honored to be here. Thanks for the invitation. I really look forward to hanging out with you guys and chopping up the book a bit and get us thinking. It's not about staying comfortable. It's about challenging. Anybody feel a little challenge? Anybody got some ideas that I kind of said that kind of don't sit well? It's about being honest, about telling on yourself. That's what this whole thing is about, humility. Because when I heard some of this stuff, it didn't sit well with me. And some of this stuff I discovered after finishing the Joe and Charlie tapes and getting into the book, what the book actually says, not what other people says. We're going to look at what it actually says, what it actually means in black and white. And a lot of us are going to get a little, because a lot of us got taught what we think it means. We got somebody else's ideas what it thinks it means instead of seeing what it actually means. By the end of the meeting, the end of the weekend, we're going to get a little charged, right? Because the great thing about here, you come in here as a 9-volt battery, a little depleted, and when you hang in the group and do this thing, the fellowship of the Spirit, that's we're all a part of, right? There's a fellowship, and then there's the fellowship of the Spirit, right? That we're all a part of through going through this course of action. that gets the generator happening. There's something happens from the inside out that's indescribably wonderful. It's hard to put your finger on, but when you experience it, it's kind of like, yeah, that's the juice, that's the stuff, that's what I need to get access to. I need to move from my thinking back into the experience. A lot of us get comfortable in sobriety, we start going to the thinking and the mechanics, and we start missing the experience. And then it starts showing up in our lives, a little more plagued with depression, a little more plagued with difficulties, a little more trouble overcoming self, a little more trouble letting go of the things of my past, the step 6, a little not so unforgiving anymore, a little more holding people to the fire, making people a little more accountable, a little more assholes running around nowadays than there used to be. Look at this guy, look at that guy, blah, 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 and then go, how are you? I'm good. Never been happier. Good. You want to explain that to your face next time. Anyways, we'll close with that.
God, grant me strength to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and wisdom to know the difference. All right, so not really too much housekeeping things need to be done. I just want everyone to remember one of the biggest things is the cleaning guys let me know for tomorrow morning that they're gonna, like for this floor, we just have to sweep it, but we don't have to mop, we just have to clear everything out and pack it back into the corners. But the rooms do have to get swept and mopped. They're gonna have these stations all ready to go for us out there. He said they'll have everything lined up, and he's going to, and the guy's just going to go through it really quick with us. It's only 4 buildings that we've opened up, so it's going to go super quick. We don't have to even touch the bathhouse. They're going to cover that, and he said if we rock and roll, we'll be out of here in less than 30 minutes. So if everyone can help with that, that'll be great. And the biggest part is if you just police your area really good, but I know with the rain, we're probably packing in some junk into the floors, and that's probably going to be the hardest part. So if everyone can be sure to keep that in mind for tomorrow morning, that'd be great. So we're going to get started.
Right on. Everybody have a good sleep, good breakfast. Everybody think about the questions all night last night. Hardly sleep, I know. I guess so. Questions? Yeah, questions? No speaking questions? Okay, so we're going to ask some questions. We're going to keep things kind of, and Mark's going to volunteer to do some reading. That way get our minds wrapped around. We hear a lot of stuff in the fellowship that's not really based on anything. And a lot of people think it's actually based on the program. And it kind of gets passed on and passed on and passed on. And nobody really challenges what we say in the fellowship, right? We really... And just that mere fact, like a lot of people refer to the fellowship as the program, right? And if you're sober, well, it doesn't really probably make any difference to you, but if you're new, there's a huge difference. Because if you come into the fellowship thinking you're in the program, right away you're being misled to what this is all about, right? And it's like going to the airport, like sitting in the airport and not having a ticket. You're under the impression you're going somewhere, but you're the only one not going anywhere, right? And you're just kind of sitting there and you meet all these people that are coming from somewhere and going from somewhere. And the one guy sits beside the new guy and starts talking some stuff. The new guy hears what he's saying. He says, wow, that's pretty profound what you're saying. Goes to the next meeting sharing what he heard from this other guy. Tells another new guy. Now there's 2 new guys that don't know what they're talking about, but the other new guy don't know that, right? And so pretty soon there's a fellowship of people that really, there's half-truths and kind of stuff like that. And so the only person that really kind of suffers is the alcoholic who's coming to the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous looking for a solution to a problem they don't understand. So the common language, the common understanding is starting to change a bit. So if you get back to the basics, then who really benefits from that is maybe yourself, but more so the new person coming in here looking for help. And it keeps our singleness of purpose intact, it keeps the traditions intact, it keeps the longevity of Alcoholics Anonymous intact. Because it took members to have it to where it is now, right? It took a lot of responsible members putting on the coffee, keeping the lights on, and having a place for us to come to, making sure that there was a message of Alcoholics Anonymous here. And now we are Alcoholics Anonymous. Like, we are the old timers that we used to laugh at when we got here. You know, those old guys, what do they know? Well, we're those old guys now. What do we know? That's the question, right? So it's kind of like, you know, either a bleeding deacon or right, elder statesman is somebody who guides the group and helps it and kind of informs and kind of keeps people going. And part of our own survival is carrying this message, and our longevity is making sure we stay fresh. Because sometimes we could get a little stagnant. Not this group, I know that. But we could get a little stagnant, right? We could get a little standing in the background. What the hell's happening? Oh, I can't believe the way it's gone. Well, you created it, right? AA's the way it is because we created it. We are the fellowship. So if you're not participating, then you're part of the problem, right? So getting back, so we're going to have some fun. You hear a lot of people talk about, is there a difference between the fellowship and the program? 100, how important it is for the new person to know that. 100, that's why we read the preamble. You guys read the preamble down here? Alcoholics Anonymous is a fellowship of men and women. Because what's the only requirement for AA membership? Sir, that's it, right? But is there a lot of different requirements for the program of Alcoholics Anonymous? Huge, right? You don't even have to be sober to be a member of AA. It helps. But you don't even have to be sober, right? I've come into a lot of meetings, like I've come to in some meetings going, whoa, I'm in a meeting. Heckling the speaker, what are you doing? He says, well, I'm sober, how are you doing? Sure, you had to go there. But anyways, that kind of stuff. So let's clear up a couple of misconceptions. How many people, when they refer to the AA recovery program, if a new guy walked up to you and said, hey, where would I find the AA recovery program? What would some of the generic things you hear?
In the book.
In the book? Where in the book? First 164.
Doctor's opinion.
Hold on, easy. Don't take over. Sit up right here. Easy. Let's set it up for a second. Give me the mic. Sit down. 164. How many people's heard that? Everybody heard it. Ready? Now, if somebody walked up to you and said, where does it say that? Where do you get that information from? Show me. Show me where it says that. How many people could show me where it says that? The question is, how many people could show me where that statement comes from? Huh?
Right there in front. I heard it.
Huh? You just hear it. So, what if I told you this was incorrect? It is incorrect. So, whose responsibility is to start curbing that for the next generation that's coming in here? Us. Because who's Alcoholics Anonymous? Who's Alcoholics Anonymous entrusted to? Us. How many people got kids and relatives or people that are working on membership as we speak? They're coming. People are coming. And Bill talked about if this thing was going to die, it's going to die from where? From within, right? Us. So, this is incorrect. Now, what if I told you we're going to read something? Mark volunteered. He said he dusted his book off the other day. I said, well, let's crack some of the binding then, right? He just gave me that look. His shoulders went down. He kind of... So we're going to hit
It's
the
been some good fishing this summer.
Yeah. Every time you told me about his fishing, I thought you're going to get up there and read with me. Preface. Let's start right from the beginning. I know it's a crappy place to start from, but we're going to start right from the beginning. We're just going to hit some highlights, right? Just some highlights to back up what we're talking about, because we're going to move through this. And this is kind of when you're dealing with new people, or if you're kind of new to this, right? 4 days today. Yeah! We had people watching your room all night in case you decided to bolt. We took shifts. I'm just joking. That was awesome, right? So,
You're trying to figure out on the map where it was.
We understand this is our basic text. This is our book. This is our manual. This is put together by those who put this whole thing together. It's their collective experience. This is kind of like the manual. If you ever go into a doctor's office, what do they got sitting on the shelves? They got their manual. They got the books. When you go into a dentist's office, you go into any kind of professional field, they got their manuals up there. They speak a certain language. Any carpenters in here? Any welders? And you speak a certain language. You go into a certain shop, you learn how to speak the language. AA has a certain language. Right now, it's just kind of like a lot of broken English happening in AA. Right? It's kind of like, where did that idea? And it sounds good. A lot of catchphrase stuff that really, it's like soother sobriety. It makes you feel good, but it does absolutely shit for you. You know, and that's what a lot of the recovery is happening. And who really pays is the new person, because they're not getting sober, they're not staying here, right? And then we put the onus back on a new person. Well, really, it's not the new person, because we put the onus on them to find this message. It's not up to them to find it; it's up to us to carry it. Right? That's kind of a big difference, right? Because if you had to find this, how many people would have found it? Right? Every single person who has this thing got carried this message. Somebody took interest in you, started walking with you, and took you through a course of action that has you sitting here today. Right? How many people has had that experience? Right? So, let's start the preface, and we're going to start with because.
What page are you reading so we can...
Preface, it's room numeral X1, 11. Preface.
Because this book
Out loud.
Because this book has become the basic text for our society and has helped such large numbers of alcoholics, men and women, to recover, there exists in sentiment against any radical changes being made in it. Therefore, the first portion of this volume describing the AA recovery program has been left untouched.
Awesome. So, what is the first portion of this volume describing?
Everything up to the stories.
Is that what it said? It didn't say that.
No, it said the recovery program.
The AA recovery program.
Yeah.
So if somebody's looking for the AA recovery program, where would they find it?
The first portion.
In the first portion. Does it say what the first portion is? Right? So, somewhere along from the time we start here to the time we go through this, somewhere along the line, it'll show us the AA recovery program, how to apply it, and then how to carry it. It switches, right? But first, obviously you can't transmit something you haven't got, right? And this is practical experience. Back in the day, when they started 12-stepping people, obviously after the book, right? Because they said before the book, it was just word of mouth. So they put their collective experience together. They would give you a book and say, read it. And if you want to continue through it, I'll help you through it, right? Now, how many people could honestly say in the first that they read the book? How many people took great interest as soon as they got here? Oh, I can't wait to read that. Yeah, right. It's like pulling teeth, right? You read it, it's good for you. It's like broccoli, but it's a life-saving message in here. So we get somebody to read it and then we guide them through it. So the first portion, here's where we're going to have fun. My experience is the first portion that they're talking about goes to page 88. Page 88 with the doctor's opinion, the forwards, and the spiritual appendix in the back of the book. That is the first portion of the recovery process.
Where does it say that?
We're going to get to that. That's why I put it up here. Quick learner, right? By the end of the meeting, everybody will, where does it say that?
We're back already.
We're just starting. Any steel on steel happening yet? Anybody getting, wait a minute. Is it too late to uninvite them? How many people are looking at that page? Well, we might as well kind of, you want to wait, or do you want me to give you the surprise now?
We want to wait.
We're going to wait. We're going to wait. You don't even have a book in front of you. I'm going to a meeting tomorrow. I need something new to share. Okay, just pass it. I know you got it on your phone. Don't worry, I'm going to have fun with everybody here this weekend, right? Okay, so let's go forward to the first edition.
It's on page 13. We of Alcoholics Anonymous are more than 100 men and women who have recovered from the seemingly hopeless state of mind and body to show other alcoholics precisely how we have recovered is the main purpose of this book.
Awesome. So what is the main purpose of this book?
Show you how to recover precisely.
So the wording is very important. Wording is very important because you change a word, you change the meaning. You ever realize that? So a lot of people, when they read how it works sometimes, because they've heard other people say it, they say it without even realizing, they change the word in the 12th step. And it changes the whole meaning of the 12th step. It says, having had a spiritual awakening as the result and a result. That one word changes the whole intent of the meaning. So as a result, it implies that there's a whole bunch of different reasons for doing this or purposes or results of it. The result is singular, right? So when we said to show other alcoholics how to recover, how many people read it that way? Is that what the purpose of this is? To show other alcoholics how to recover? Right? But we hear people interpret it though. It's going to show us how they recover. Two different conversations. Right? They're going to show you something that they've actually found a solution to a problem that was killing them. They're going to show you how they did it. It's way different than telling you how to do it. Anybody ever tried to tell you how to get sober? Anybody been very concerned or interested in your life and your sobriety? Anybody ever sit down and give you the talk? I think there's a problem here. How many people have had that conversation from concerned people? Right? So, and they try to tell you how to recreate your life, not having the problem of alcoholism, right? So, and what are they going to show us how they recovered from? Yeah, seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. And how many of them are going to show us? Over 100. So a collective experience of over 100. And this is where you get the really good members who are really enthusiastic for the newcomer and goes, not all of them stayed sober. You know, well, that's a ray of sunshine showing up in the meeting. Right? Guy's just about to get hope. Not all of them stayed sober. Not everybody here is going to stay sober. That's why it's an illness, not a behavioral problem, right? And we'll get into that after. So they're going to show us how they recovered from a seemingly state of mind and body. So one of those things that, you ever hear anybody ever say that? Yeah.
Well, but didn't they recover with the 6 steps, not the 12? I mean, because they didn't have the 12 steps.
So
The first 100 people didn't have it.
Yeah, so the beauty is, right, collectively, they put their experience in this manual for those who have yet to find an answer, right? And I believe this is divinely inspired. So what happens is, a lot of people, did you know that before you started this process?
Right.
What you just said?
I'm reading this book.
I know, but after. But the question was, did you know that before you started this process in here?
No.
So they're all interesting tidbits or interesting information. But the basis of this thing is they found a formula that they put into their life that when applied can do the impossible, allow other people to recover from this thing, right? So that's their collective experience. And they put it in such a way that it's more palatable, more tangible, more inclusive than exclusive. Because if you kind of get into that history part of it, it was more a lot of Christian dogma attached to it, right? With the 4 absolutes and the 6 things out of the Oxford group. And it would be really less inclusive to a lot of people. Right? That's why they say, well, let's put this thing together. So what happens is we're just going to hit some points. They put this together. This is the 4th edition. And we've been going, how long has AA been going now? 80 years. So they haven't found it necessary to change it, regardless of this other information. They said, this is our manual. This is the way we're going to keep it. It seems to work, and it seems to create the biggest results, right? So we'll kind of stick with this format. And yeah, I'm sure they could have did a lot of simple ways. We could have just stuck with the church and not developed Alcoholics Anonymous. Also, but where would most of us be today? We'd be dead, right? So I believe this is divinely inspired and put together for genius-type minds like ourselves. Any loopholes here? It takes a lot to get our attention. You ever notice that? It usually has to do with pain, though, right? Not interest, right? So they're going to show us how they recover from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body, and they're all in agreement with it. So I understand this. I got taught that they all agree on what the problem is, what the solution is, and what the course of action is. They all agree on it. It's collective. It's not singular, it's collective. So any one of these people, if they're sharing in a meeting, they'd be sharing the same thing. What they used to be like, what happened, and what they're like now. It'd be the same story, but each person would describe it in their own words. True or false? Yeah. Right? So they all agree on what the problem is. So at this stage of the game, do I know what they're talking about? Except they've recovered from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. I don't know what they're talking about. So where would be a good place to start getting an indication of what they're talking about? Yeah, how many people would say the doctor's opinion? What's not in the first 164 pages? What's this whole thing built on? Yeah, and they changed. So in our text now, right, this Bill's story, it starts from. So when we get through the doctor's opinion, there's a lot in there. It's a pretty amazing chapter. We're just going to hit a couple highlights on it. And it's about the story. Remember we talked about that yesterday, the story of how many thousand men and women who have recovered? Most of us, because it's personal to us, the most important part we understand is the recovered part, but it's actually the story. The story is what makes this thing amazing, right? So the introduction here sets up the whole story to the doctor's opinion. And it's pretty wild when you kind of read it. And if you kind of read it alone, you kind of gloss over it and you wouldn't see the impact that he's actually starting off this part of the book on, right? So you want to hit us up with that, Mark?
We of Alcoholics Anonymous believe that the reader will be interested in the medical estimate of the plan of recovery described in this book. Convincing testimony must surely come from medical men who have had experience with the suffering of our members and have witnessed our return to health.
So right there is saying, not only did this guy or medical practitioner work with us and watch the suffering. I don't know if anybody's ever been to detox here or watched people go through withdrawal and DTs and epileptic seizures. You don't see it as much as you used to back in the day. We used to have guys go right into a seizure, right into a meeting. You try to stop them. I worked at triage at an emergency care facility. I see one case that just blew my mind. The guy came down, slithering down the stairs. He was screaming. And he had diabetes, but he also alcoholism. So they've chopped off an arm by this time. They've chopped off a leg. And he can't quit drinking. He's drinking, at this time, he's drinking, I think it was ginseng. It was like 40% sugar, 40% alcohol, but it was all salt contact. It was killing a lot of people back in the day in Vancouver. It was hitting all the newspapers. So he's drinking this stuff. He's coming downstairs because he's going through withdrawal. We didn't kind of catch it on fast enough. So we had to stop him from pulling off his lip. He split it and it started splitting up through his nose and stuff. He thought there was something growing on the inside of it. He's having alcoholic, it's pretty severe. So you can imagine back when this was written what that hospital looked like where Dr. Silkworth worked, right? Going down the hallway, all these alcoholic addicts, like in the state they were in. Could you imagine back in that day, if you were going to seek help, you had to really be affecting your family and the community where they couldn't do nothing for you in the home anymore. Like I grew up in an era where if you had a problem, you kept it in the house. I don't know if anybody had that thing here. You kept the family secret alone. Like the elephant in the living room was our coffee table. Right? Everybody walked around it very quietly, right? So this guy witnessed something happen in his facility, right? So there's a witness to this movement that gives it credibility, that something happened in there, right? And he's going to kind of get into that, and we're going to kind of stretch on that a bit. Go ahead.
A well-known doctor, chief physician at a nationally prominent hospital specializing in alcoholic and drug addiction gave Alcoholics Anonymous this letter.
So chief physician, he's just not an average doctor. He worked in this facility. He's given his observations on people who are afflicted with this illness, and he finds a couple interesting discoveries, some common traits with these people who seem to be affected or are ending up in this hospital all the time that are different than the average person. He kind of makes these findings, which to us It explains a lot. It really makes a lot of good sense, and we'll hit that in a second. But the real important part here, I find really interesting, is when in his letter.
To whom it may concern, I have specialized in the treatment of alcoholism for many years. In late 1934, I attended a patient who, though he had been a competent businessman of good earning capacity, was an alcoholic of a type I had come to regard as hopeless.
See, that's an interesting conversation. A type I regard as hopeless. So before you understand alcoholism, you'd have your own picture of what hopeless meant. Most people think paper bag, rubber boots under the viaduct. That's what hopeless would be. Because I don't understand what they mean by a hopeless alcoholic, a case that they come to regard as hopeless. What do you mean hopeless? What determines hopeless? Right? So if you never went through the book, you'd have to come up with your own idea of what you would regard as hopeless, right? And how would you come up with the correct definition of what they mean by hopeless? So if you walk around and ask new people, what does hopeless mean? What would some of the answers you'd get? Would it reflect what he's saying in regards to hopeless? And we find out it's kind of two different things. So anybody got a picture of hopeless in their mind? Unrecoverable. Which,
You're screwed.
yeah. See, that doesn't really say nothing, though, does it?
I always just break it down. It's so without hope, hopeless.
Yeah, but it's kind of, you'd have to, it doesn't really say anything, though. You'd have to understand what makes you that condition in order to understand it, right? Because what do you mean without hope? Because remember, there's been people trying to get us sober long before we tried to get us sober. Anybody suffer from alcoholism here? Anybody ever give you the talk? And they talk about that in the book. Well, why don't you drink like a gentleman? Why don't you just quit? Lay off the hard stuff. So they see you're suffering from a condition that nobody understands, not even the person who's suffering from it, and everybody's giving them helpful advice on trying to combat an illness that doesn't make any sense.
Especially when it wasn't an illness at that time.
Well, we're going back to that time a lot. But right now, in regards to, we have a manual that's put together that covers all that stuff, right? And the doctor's talking about this. So the point was, if you don't know what the problem is, you really don't understand what he's talking about. Because a lot of us gives people practical advice. How many people have been given practical advice here before getting sober? How many people tried a lot of different things to try to get sober? Correct? So if you don't know what the problem is, all those solutions make sense, right? But once you understand the problem, it's kind of like a different aspect. Okay, go ahead.
In the course of his third treatment, he acquired certain ideas concerning a possible means of recovery.
Okay, so how many treatments?
3.
So this guy ends up in this facility 3 times. What was the difference his third time compared to the first 2 times? And it's a treatment center specializing in what?
Alcohol.
And this guy's a chief. This was the main hospital back in the day. If you can imagine the setting in 1934, this is where they were treating lobotomy, shock treatment, locking them up. Like if you had alcoholism back then, you're wasn't looking good for you, right? So this guy 3 times. 3 times. What was the difference the third time compared to the first 2 times?
Spiritual. Third time the charm.
Well, see, surrender. There we go. Surrender. He surrendered the third time. He didn't do the first 2 times. Is that what the doctor said? See, what the beauty is, what I said, we're going to get back to the basic text and the common language of the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous based on our literature. That word surrender isn't in our basic text. He acquired certain ideas, right? Right? Which is the difference the third time. Right? Because how many people have been through Bill's story here? So you see, that's who they're talking about. So when you see that in his story, you see there's a lot of interesting facts, a lot of interesting circumstances that start to come into play. So we're going to look at that stuff. So we go through the doctor's opinion. What does he... Here's another fun part. Ready? So the doctor's opinion is going to start to describe alcoholism, the symptoms, what they mean by seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. Here's the other question. So we're going to revisit the third time. We're going to revisit 188. And here's the big one. Think about it for a second before you answer it. How many symptoms are there in alcoholism? Huh? We have 2. Anybody do better than that? How many people say 3? How many people not getting involved? I am not telling on myself in this group, right?
Wait, make it for example.
Okay, so some say 2. Some say 3. How many people say more than 3? Because some people... One? Yeah. 1. Okay, well, let's do this one then. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. 1 symptom in alcoholism. So what does the doctor say? The doctor says, what is the first symptom in alcoholism? So they said they recovered from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. So right away they're addressing how many symptoms? 2, right? And they found an answer to that. They found an answer to that, which is the solution. It's not part of the problem, right? The solution is not part of the problem. It's 2 separate things. There's the problem, and then there's the solution. They're not one and the same. So if you're talking about the problem, you have to address certain characteristics or certain symptoms. When you're talking about the solution, you have to be talking about certain characteristics and certain principles. Yes or no? If you have a hole in your roof and it's leaking, does that demonstrate there's a problem? So when you talk about the leak, what are you talking about? The problem. But you need to know where it's leaking from. Right? Once you find out where it's leaking from, then you can find out what the solution is to fix that. Is it flashing? Is this? Is that? Is it a pipe? Where is it leaking from? Once you know where it's leaking from, then you can find the correct solution to apply to this problem. When you're talking about the solution, it's a different conversation than the problem, isn't it? And then the course of action you need to take to fix this problem. Right? But the course of action is also a part of the solution. So the only time you talk about the solution is the characteristics surrounding that. Does that kind of make sense? Oh, good. I've got the right crowd, I guess. I hope so. Okay, so what's the first symptom in alcoholism that the doctor talks about? So they talk about the mind and body. First, they talk about the physical aspect of our illness, which is the allergy. So they label it so it's clear. And then they use certain terminology to start to describe the allergy. Right? But if you're kind of new, what do you mean I'm allergic to an allergy, an abnormal reaction? You'd have to explain what an abnormal reaction is to understand what a normal reaction is. What's a normal reaction to alcohol? And what's an abnormal reaction? Because anybody drink a 40 ounce in here? What do you mean I'm allergic to it? Anybody drink with people who don't seem to know how to drink? How many people thought they were the ones who were abnormal? See, I didn't understand this illness in and out of the fellowship, what I was talking about yesterday, thinking I was in a program, getting educated by also people that didn't understand. I was told, just don't drink. I failed that course utterly. I don't know what it was, but I kind of failed. I did really good until I started drinking again. Sobriety is great in between drinks, isn't it? So what happens is, I ended up trying to get sober this one time, so I was going out with this girl who didn't drink. So I ended up on a relapse. I think I got 3 months or 2 months. So she didn't know me as sober. So I went to the bar because a good band was starting Friday night. So I show up at happy hour. It makes sense to me. About 5:30, you got to get the good deal on the drinks. Get the good table, right? Get prepared for when the band starts at 11 or 10:30. You're there at 5. Anybody drink like that here? Makes sense. Friday night, you got your money, things are all happening. You order the beers, you order the shots. I look over at her, she's not even halfway through her first beer. I've got 3 shots in me, got a couple beers, and I tell her, come on, it's happy hour. I said, the band's starting at 10. Get happy. Right? So, and I order a couple more shots, and I'm getting in the groove. I look over, she's not even finished her first beer yet. I put pressure on her to finish it. She finishes it, I order another one for her. She gets halfway through the other one, and she starts talking language I don't understand. I'm not feeling well. I want to go home. I'm walking her home, and I'm going to her, you know what, you got a serious problem. I don't think this is going to work. Because it's not, so I ended the relationship based on her drinking problem. I don't know if anybody's like that. I was the one having the abnormal, I didn't know, I was having an in control, I need more of this stuff feeling. I love the effects produced by alcohol. And I got this thirst. They understand that as the allergy. I said, wow, when my sponsor explained that to me, I'm more concerned with the next drink before I'm finished the first drink. I keep an eye on the guy who shows up with a 6-pack and he's doing the 7th trip to the fridge. Any people like that in here?
Right.
Volume, alcohol content. Okay, we got the right group of people. 3 days camping, you realize you forgot the food. Yeah, bringing Mickey to kids' parties. Okay. How many people's got loaded here at a kid's birthday party? It doesn't everybody. No,
It's a requirement.
Everybody doesn't. So then he starts some conversation here. You got to remember, this is an introduction. You got to remember, there's people like you starting to read this book. And what they're looking for is a reason not to read this book. Anybody like that here? Anybody think this was a case of entrapment? Proceed with caution. So you're looking for a reason not to read this thing, aren't you? So the language is very subtle on the introduction here. The language they start with and how they finish it is a little different, right? Here's just a little, and then by the time they get your attention, they're slapping the living hell out of you by the time you get over to we agnostic, right? Okay. Bait and switch. I know sons of a bitches, right? So in the doctor's opinion, we're going to kind of look at here. He kind of gives us room numeral XXV111. And this is a part of what he witnesses. And this is something we got to keep in mind when we deal with alcoholics, right? Is talks about the message of Alcoholics Anonymous isn't just don't do it. Our solution isn't abstinence. That's not what we have here. Just don't do it. Don't pick up the first one. Be your own solution. Tell us how great you are. That's not our approach to it, right? So he witnesses some frothy emotional appeal.
Frothy emotional appeal seldom suffices. The message which can interest and hold these alcoholic people must have depth and weight. In nearly all cases, their ideals must be grounded in a power greater than themselves if they are to recreate their lives.
So right there, he notices, he observes these people that seem to get this, that have this change that he witnessed, that their ideas must be grounded in what? Themselves? In self-knowledge and self-sufficiency? We hear a lot of that being passed off in the fellowship of AA today as recovery. Just stay on guard, watch out for your old behaviors, keep working on yourself. It's a self-based help group, therapy-based kind of fellowship. Sit around, talk about your problems, you feel better, check in, all this stuff that's implemented through treatment centers. That's not our solution to alcoholism, right? We are not our own solution to alcoholism. How many people found that surprising? We don't sell that as just figure it out as one of our slogans. So he says here, he's saying that their message has to have depth and weight. What does that mean when you talk about depth and weight? What is depth and weight? What's a good analogy for that? Well, if you kind of look at the way my sponsor explained it, you ever see those big, huge ships that sit in the harbor? What holds them in place? The anchor. Depth and weight. Well, what happens is, it has very little to do with as much as the anchor that keeps them in place. Because when the tide comes in, the boat shifts. You ever notice one day they're facing one way, the other day they're facing the other way? When the tide goes out, the ship will spin on this anchor. And they'll keep them in place where they don't crash on shore or leave from where they are. And then when the tide goes out, the ship will spin around again and they'll face which way the tide's coming in or coming out. I found that pretty amazing. My sponsor is obviously a shipman. He talks about when this anchor is in place, if the anchor is secure, the boat stays secure. Regardless of what happens around, it stays in its location. Depth and weight. So when they talk about depth and weight, here is the message moving from our thinking into our consciousness. Something that we tap into that makes our experience different about life and recovery. And this doctor is kind of saying, I witnessed this thing. I acquired certain ideas upon his third treatment. Then it kind of goes down. I'm going to speed things up here a bit. Then it goes down and kind of talks about here that these men and women, there's something fundamentally different with them. Right? To them, their alcoholic lives seem the only normal one. Anybody ever talk to you about your life and you're wondering what their problem is? We think our life is the only normal one, especially when anybody ever relapse here? Anybody ever try to get sober and then drink again? You've never tried to get sober before coming to AA and drink again? Oh yeah. See, this is thinking, right? If you never experienced relapse, you wouldn't have come to AA. Is our inability to get sober what gets us here. If you're able to stay sober, why would you come to AA? I hear the dating's really good. You deserve everything you get. So it's our inability to get sober. Under the lash of alcoholism, we're driven to AA. So relapse happens is my inability to stay sober based on my own experience. And then we kind of out ourselves. We get into that jackpot where there's no other alternative. And we say, I'll go to AA or I'll go to treatment. That's the only out we got left. There's no other door. We need to find a way out. We're kind of alternative people. We don't make decisions. What's the alternative? Anybody like that here? We sit and think, what's the alternative? How can I get out of this? Bill's story. I had a friend in Montreal that still had money that I thought I was entitled to. You know, like that kind of thinking. Anybody have that kind of thing? Anybody sit and go through their Rolodex? There's got to be one person left that I could kind of exploit. I mean, that could help me. There's one person. Anybody? Okay. So, it says men and women drink excessively because they like the effect produced by alcohol. And then, so if we hit that, keep following up on that, Mark, that'll be great.
Men and women? Men and women drink essentially because they like the effect produced by alcohol. The sensation is so elusive that while they admit it is injurious, they cannot, after a time, differentiate the true from the false.
So it says there's something happening in their mind where they can't differentiate the truth from the false. That's open up to interpretation, but when we go through the book more, it really explains what they mean by that. If they would have started us off with what they mean by that now, you'd stop reading the book. Right? So what they're saying is we're going to really spoon feed you through this and start some conversation. Right? We started the conversation that we're bodily, mentally different from our fellows and that these people found a solution for that ailment. I don't know what they mean by that, but I could read that. I could kind of go through this, right? So we're going to kind of finish this thought. Give me a second. Go ahead.
To them, the alcoholic life seems the only normal one.
Looking back, true or false? Yeah. Right?
That's all we do.
They are restless, irritable, and discontented.
Anybody need that explained? No. 30 years doing these workshops, nobody has ever said, oh, one Al-Anon lady once. Can you explain that so my husband understands it better? Because I've been working with him for a while now. Okay, sorry.
Unless they can, again, experience the sense of ease and comfort, which come at once by taking a few drinks.
Oh, yeah, eh?
Drinks which they seem others taking with impunity.
What does impunity mean?
without care. Hold bothering.
No consequences.
No punishment. No consequences.
There we go. You want two more guesses? Final answer? Without consequences. Because really, how many people had a consequence problem when they got here? How many people had alcohol? I never came here because I had alcoholism. I had an impunity problem. There's got to be a way I could drink without consequence. Isn't that the concern? If I, like, you know what? If I hit on my cousin in a blackout, does it still count? Everybody who laughed identifies a bit, eh? Yeah. Anyways, move on fast, Tony. Okay, so that we think, and ask any new person if I could just find a way not to get in trouble, because it's the consequences that get our attention, not the alcoholism, because we don't know what alcoholism is. So we're having these consequences. We find out why we continue to have consequences because I have an allergy. If I have an allergy and I can't control the amounts I drink, am I always going to have problems associated with my drinking? So it's really not a consequence problem. That's the result of the amount of alcohol I put into my system. Anybody puts that amount of alcohol into their system, FYI, they're going to do stupid things. That's why it's called impaired. Lack of judgment. Oh, yeah. Why did you take your car again? Because I couldn't walk. Okay, so like, how do you expect me to get home? Anybody have that kind of logic? Like, we're nuts. Did they ever put those in Canada? They started putting these breathalyzer machines into the bars to be responsible.
Really?
You ever have those machines down here?
Not in bars.
In
our cars.
In the cars. That's after they get your attention. This is before they get your attention. They used to put these machines in the bar, so when they put them in the bar, me and my buddies, the guys I drink, thought it was a game. We'd put the quarter in. We'd put the quarter in. Whoever blew the lowest had to pay the round. So we're going like, I mean, we're hitting this thing. The lights are coming on. It's like, you remember that game where you hit the thing, ding, 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 ding. I think I hit that thing about 3 times, and then you kind of sitting there, and you're loaded. Anybody last call? You got the beer on the table. What's the most important?
Another beer.
Well, how do you get it out of the bar? Anybody drink like that here?
Yeah.
Right? You start with the pitchers of draft, and then they get the bottles easier to carry, hard to steal the pitcher. Nobody like that here? Normal people ain't doing that stuff. They're not spending the last half an hour trying to sneak. Nobody's gonna know. Clink, 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 clink. You ever watch a truck trying to be shh? I like that guy who was in the barn, right? His friends had to go find him. You ever go hide? You know, alcoholic hiding. I'm not over here. Right? the attention seekers, right? Anyhow, I have a squirrel moment. I'm back. So that was it, drinking without consequence. Then I found out I can never drink without consequence because of the allergy aspect to the illness. I'm always going to have consequences. But the consequences is what gets my attention. So we address the consequences, but we kind of really realize why I'll always have consequences because of the allergy, okay?
After they have succumbed to the desire again.
Where does that happen? The desire again. Listen to the question. You got to listen. My sponsor used to stop me and say, read it again. Read what it says, not what you think it says. Read what it says.
After they have succumbed to the desire again.
After they have succumbed to the desire again. Where's that taking place?
First drink.
Have they took the first drink yet? Is that what it says?
No.
Okay, see, tough crowd. It doesn't say that, does
In
it?
the mind.
It says something happens in the mind. After they have succumbed to the desire again, he's touching base on the second symptom without giving it away, and he wants to keep you reading. Right? Because if he was started with that language, the mental obsession, the insanity, malady, how many people would have kept reading? So it says, okay, this is palatable. This is bite-sized. I could read this, kind of like, and I'm reading about what the doctor's saying. So then he goes on to say what?
As so many do, And the phenomenon of craving
And
develops.
then the phenomenon of craving. Once they take the drink, right? So we see the first symptom and the second symptom that make a basis to. When this takes place, they take the drink and then they trigger the phenomenon of craving, which is 2 symptoms in alcoholism, right? So far, but he's just touching on that. Then he's going to touch on the solution of that. And this is going to be really interesting, because once you understand this, then all the other stuff we hear in the fellowship doesn't hold water. They're very specific on what they talk about. And if you change the understanding, you change the meaning, you change your approach, and the only person that doesn't get it is the newcomer. You start creating a diversion to this instead of the actual purpose of it. Go ahead.
They pass through the well-known stages of a spree,
Anybody need not explain?
emerging remorseful with a firm resolution not to drink again.
So, these people don't want to drink again, do they? Any firm resolutions here? How many people remember the first time you made a firm resolution? 15. Standing on the balcony. I don't want to go on like this. There's got to be something different for me. So, make a firm resolution not to drink again. So, they've surrendered, got acceptance, all these things. They don't want to do it anymore. They don't have the obsession anymore because they don't want to drink. They should be good to go, right? So we just went through the list of our requirements on getting sober. This is what we tell new people, isn't it? These are the requirements you need to fulfill to get this thing. Oh, the reason you're not getting this thing, you keep on drinking, because you haven't done one of these things. You just don't want it. So So what you've just done without realizing it is you've changed it from an illness to a behavioral problem. You put the onus and the power back on them to solve their own problem based on their own power. Not going to happen. So what you're doing is really, this is where I make a lot of friends, you're aiding in their death instead of their betterment, because you're confusing them with, they're coming here looking for our solution to a problem they don't understand. Under the lash of alcoholism, they're driven to AA, and there they discover the fatal nature of their illness. When we share what it used to be like, what happened, right? But it's what I used to be like, what happened and what I'm like now. What I used to be like is, I couldn't get sober. Made these firm resolutions, had every reason in the world to have these consequences, had all these things, all these promises. I would have passed the lie detector's test. And then I found myself drinking again. Went to a meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous. I don't want to drink again. When I drink, things happen. I mean, it's just like, I don't know what, me and magnets and court and police kind of find each other. I don't know what it is. It's just like, you take a pile of manure, and it's just like me taking a drink is like a big pile of manure looking for a big fan to connect it to, right? Just like that. So what happens is, I go to this meeting. This guy doesn't understand alcoholism. He thinks I should be able to stay sober based on my own experience. I say, I'm going to this party. I think I'm 22. I was out of the Army for a bit. So I'm going to this party with my friends, and I'm really nervous about going. He says, just make sure you hang on to a drink all night. And if anybody asks you if you want to drink, just tell them there wouldn't be enough for both of you. I found a solution to alcoholism. Anybody ever been told that? Hang on to a drink, watch what you drink, watch what you do, right? Remind yourself, who's the solution to my dilemma? I am. Let me tell you how well I did. So I go to this party, get there around 7:30. I'm drinking ginger ale in a big mug, walking around like this. The glass in the air, because I think it's really important. Everybody knows I'm drinking ginger ale. That should be on the 20 questions. You find it necessary to let everybody know you're not drinking that day. Check. Normal people don't do that. So people say, hey, Tony, you want a beer? I said, oh no, if I started, there wouldn't be enough for both of us. I found a solution to alcoholism. So the night goes on, 11:15, I can still picture it in my mind, 11:15. The guy shows up, he's working afternoons. I'm sitting on the couch. He sits in the armchair, the lamp. I take exactly like it's a snapshot in my mind. He goes, hey, how you doing? He introduces himself. And I said, good, man. He goes, what are you drinking? I said, ginger ale. He says, oh, you want a beer? I said, oh, no. If I started, it wouldn't be enough for both of us. He says, I have 6 flats in the back. I said, I guess there would be. So I staggered out of that place 4:30 in the morning. There was no thought whatsoever of drinking. Right? There was no thought. So what does he say is the solution to this dilemma? Because what happens? They come to remorseful with a firm resolution not to drink again. Anybody been there? Before coming to AA? Would you have passed the lie detector's test? This is his observations working with people like us, okay?
This is repeated over and over. Unless the person can experience an entire psychic change, there is very to little hope of his recovery.
Okay, here's where I'm going to make friends. What is... There we go. Ready? I'll write it down so we know what it is. Over and over me. What does over and over mean?
Again and again.
Again and again. What step is that? Step 1. What's the step 1 promise?
Total state of mind and body.
You're going to be doing it over and over.
You're going to continue to drink. That's the step 1 promise. How many people's mind just kind of went, we're just getting started. Well, a lot of people give you the impression that when you do step 1, you should be able to stay sober. How many people have ever heard that? If you surrender in step 1, you should be able to stay sober. How many people have heard that? Come on, I can't be the only one that's been told that. The reason you keep drinking is because you never did step 1.
Yeah, you got to hold it step
You
1.
gotta do it 100%.
Yeah, if you do step 1 100%, let's get real here for a second. Tell on yourself,
Yeah.
right? If you do step 1 100%, does that mean you're going to stay sober?
Well,
What?
you admit to yourself,
What?
you admit to yourself that you're screwed.
That's what you're admitting to, right? Is that I have an illness. Step 1. Step 1 is the problem. There's a leak in the ceiling. So if my wife came up to me and said, oh my God, look at that. I said, yeah, oh my God, look at that. Anybody get their life like that? Oh my God, look at this. They're losing sleep is kind of like, how did I get here? How am I going to fix the problems of the past? What the hell's happening tomorrow? I can't believe how did I get here? 1 drink at a time, right? And so you come to in this shitstorm. Anybody ever come to in that? Just bewilderment, frustration. Your four best friends is the four horsemen. Anybody know who they are? Yeah, they're my bed buddies. Right? But when I get to a meeting, hi, I'm sober. At home, weaving a rope, got a gun in my mouth. But never been happier. You know what I got. Right? So the step 1 promise is relax. How many people has a hard time with that? Come on, let's be honest. How many people think when you do step 1, you should be able to stay sober? How many people not getting involved again? Right.
It's a good start.
Well, it admits that there's a problem. It's like if you had dysentery. Anybody ever suffer from dysentery here? Diarrhea. How many people has had diarrhea here in the past?
I live in Mexico.
You feel this. Yeah, you feel the symptoms of it. Once you experience it once, you go through. Oh, I know what it feels like now. So you can watch for it. Oh, my stomach. Yeah, go and you don't feel that. You think, I think it's gone. But you're still cautious of it. But by admitting it, does it change anything? See if you have acceptance of it. See if you surrender to it. All the conversation in the world doesn't change anything, does it?
Still gonna happen.
So what about, I hear sometimes like if someone's struggling doing 9-step amends or finishing a 4-step, that it's not a 4th or a 9-step problem, it's a 1st-step problem. What's your...
Well, when we get to 8 and 9, I'll tell you exactly what that is. But no, I hear what you're saying, and that's a little different. What time am I going there? 10:30? Okay, first step. Yep.
We always hear the first step's the only one you gotta do perfect.
Yeah, and that's in the admittance of it. So let's go. Why is that? Why do I need to do it 100%? What happens when I do step 1 100%? What does that do?
Willing to own your problem.
That propels me into the second step. Because when I realize what I'm admitting to is a death sentence, later on they talk about I have two alternatives. The reason people don't move on through the rest of the steps is because they haven't done step one. Right? If you've done step one, you are motivated. So whose job is it to educate the new person on what step one is? Us. So if you're sitting in a meeting and you're not talking about the symptoms of alcoholism and disturb them, our job is to disturb people about the question of alcoholism. How many people knew that? No. As a sponsor, as a person in the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous who have recovered from this thing, your job is to disturb people about the question of alcoholism. Because if they think they can keep themselves sober by doing singular acts, how many people would have done the steps if you could have done just singular acts, lottery sobriety, I call it.
Bill said they had to be armed with the fact.
100%. So the doctor talks about once this psychic change has occurred, hit us up with that. Right at the top. This is repeated over and over. Unless this person can experience an entire... You notice they didn't use spiritual experience. Right? Because he's an introduction to this thing. Because if he would have said spiritual experience here, how many people would keep reading? I know it. If this book would have said, well, you seem to suffer from a mental health issue, how many people would have kept reading? You seem to have a malady. How many people would have kept reading? So they're explaining alcoholism, right? And they're saying this. He's saying the solution to this thing for people with this ailment is an entire psychic change. Once this psychic change occurs, goes on to read that, he says, they're very easily able to curb their desire or thought for alcohol. A lot of people give you the idea that once you do the steps and have this, you're not going to think about alcohol again. That's a lie. It's not the truth. What's our favorite topic other than us? Alcohol. Right? I'm 30 years sober. I watch my wife enjoy a glass of wine and I smell from the kitchen when she pops the lid. I have a cute ear. I have an ear for that stuff. I don't know that sound. It's like an orchestra starting. My neighbor next door is a chronic alcoholic, daily drink. I could hear how many pops of that can he does on a daily basis. Pop, 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 just to get his morning started, right? He just found out I was in AA and the conversation stopped. Neighbors 5 years. My wife got tired of him coming over giving us beer all the time. You know my husband's in AA. She goes, yeah, I think my husband can really use that as she leaves, 2 teeth knocked out. Anyways, this is a whole different story. So he says, once this change occurs, the very same people who seem doomed, he says he's witnessed this change in them. So, and then he gives 2 examples of people who were of this type of the hopeless variety, who both became sold on the information contained in this book or before this book at the time, put it in application, both of them recovered. Right? So they admit they both had the same problem, they both did the same solution, and they both had the same results, and he witnessed this. That closes the doctor's opinion. What's the purpose of Bill's story? Identification. How many people say identification? What's the purpose of Bill's story? It's a story of alcoholism in somebody's life. The doctor just gave 2 examples of the mini stories. Now they're going to say, let's take what alcoholism looks like in somebody's life. Now, a lot of people, when I was getting so, they say, read Bill's story and try to find yourself in that. The problem with that is you now have made the story self-centered. You're not an observer of the story. You're looking for where you are in the story, and you'll miss 90% of the story. That's the problem with it. If you stand back as an observer, you get to see what alcoholism looks like in somebody else's life. It's like, he's worked in the movie industry for a while. And if you got building sets and all that other stuff, and sometimes we would go see Riddick when it came out. I worked on that set, and I'd show the guys, I'd be looking for where I built the sets in that show with my buddies. We watched the whole movie just looking for where I built the sets. How much of that movie do you think we've seen? I'm missing the story because I'm looking for certain things in it. Does that kind of make sense? If I'm sitting there and we're all looking for stuff I'm pointing out, how well are you listening? How well are you being an observer? Right? You're really not. So Bill's story is an expansion on people who suffer from alcohol, and it's kind of what they talk about and how it works. What we used to be like, what happened, and what we're like now. So when they're talking about what we used to be like, what are they talking about? Alcoholism and the inability to get sober and the effects alcohol had on us, the phenomenon of craving, the consequences, the good intentions, right? Isn't that the story of alcoholism? What's the what happened part?
Finding AA.
Finding AA. Finding AA, that's the what happened part. What else? What's the what happened part that they talk about how it works?
Doing the step. Surrender.
Surrender. Well, you guys love that word down here, eh? Surrender.
What happened for me was when I hit my bottom, that's what happened.
What happened for you was your bottom. Okay, bottom.
Feel better, yeah.
Huh?
Feel better how far down.
The bottom. So the bottom, AA. What else?
Baffled again.
Baffled. That's the what happened part. Baffled. What else? What do we got? Psychic change, spiritual experience. Because hitting bottom does what for you?
Get your attention. Get your attention.
But if you have nobody, how many alcoholics out there are dying of alcoholism who are living on the bottom? What is bottom? There's no, it's something within inside yourself where Bill experienced it the second time in treatment. No words can tell of the loneliness and the despair. I met my match, quicksand surrounded me in every direction. I met my match, I've been overwhelmed. What I wouldn't give to change my life. So he has all the elements of there. He has acceptance of his condition. He surrendered to the fact where he's at. What he wouldn't do, he has willingness. He has all the elements that we would say he's done a perfect step one, a perfect surrender, a perfect everything. He's done it like 110%. How many people give him 110% for that? For his second time in treatment. Not the first time, the second time in treatment. How many people would give him passing grade on that if you were sponsoring him? How long did that keep him sober for? Till he drank. But what kept him sober? Fear. Then, why did he drink? Fear kept him sober. Then what happened?
He forgot about the problem.
See, he forgot. See, then that's a behavioral problem. See, I'm going to really challenge the way we look at things. Because if you're able to remember, then it's not an illness.
The desire.
It's a behavioral problem. See, mental obsession. Well, already, we're going to really hit on those things. The mental obsession isn't the second symptom in alcoholism. It's not one of the symptoms in alcoholism. How many people's brain just went, ee? It's not one of the symptoms that make you powerless over alcohol. How many people had a hard time with that bit? Oh yeah, because we get certain terminology and certain ideas, we hang on to those things. Well, where does it say that? Where's this terminology that we're using in the fellowship? And where in our basic text does it say that?
Are you considering the forward to the doctor's opinion as our basic text?
So you're going to go to that one part. So then what happens is you can go to Dr. Bob's experience where he talks about he craved alcohol for 2 years. Understanding alcoholism, is that a correct statement? He may have had anxiety around alcohol, the thought of alcohol, that created an anxiety that he mistaken for a craving. But the only way to have a physical craving for alcohol is to do what? Drink it. So, and then you get to the other part of the story where people get relieved of their obsession, right? And that's through a spiritual experience. Back then, what they didn't have was 2 years or 15 years of AA before they 12-stepped you. They 12-stepped you right away. They qualified you. If you had a problem, you'd have an obsession to continue to drink till you found out about alcoholism. You admit step one, you smash the idea of the inability to control and enjoy my drinking. That's what the book talks about. And then you'd go through a process that created a psychic change or spiritual experience. Now, if the obsession was the problem, then Bill still struggled with the idea of drinking for a year and a half after doing this process that nearly drove him back to drink. Right? Remember in the story? He's thinking about it. What smashed that idea was his step one, and the spiritual solution that he found is different than the malady of the second symptom in alcoholism. In the second symptom in alcoholism, we're going to get there in probably the second half, but you guys think about what the second symptom in alcoholism is. And we're going to hit the obsession, and we're going to hit why surrender, and all this stuff. It's nice fluffy terminology, but it's not in our literature. It's not in this, right? And you go to the forward and all that is, like it's easy to take, you could take an argument that we have, read that other book, read this, and kind of bring it into what we think it should say. Instead of going, well, what does the book say? This is the 4th edition. They haven't changed it. If it was that important for that terminology, they would have added it to the book. They would have added it to how it works. They would have added it to the description of alcoholism. So when we go through those in the second half here, we're going to kind of go through the second step, and we're going to get to how it works. And then because the third session here, I want to really get into the meat and potatoes of it. And then the 4th session is going to be 10, and 11. And it's going to be a really, I'm going to have a lot of fun. And because I've sat on the other seat of discomfort in having to look at things differently. And we agnostics, they talk about, are we prepared to change our point of view? Most of us are not very open-minded. I don't know how many people find that surprising. I'm telling you. So, because, we formulate a talk. Well, a lot of times we show up with these things to get people to agree with the way we look at things. And somebody presents something differently, or start looking at what the book may be saying, and then we get argumentative within the side of ourselves. Anybody?
Oh, yeah.
Right? So, it's just a study. Like I said yesterday, this is my experience, how I live, and how I got taught by those who went before me. And I'll use everything within the book to show you what I'm talking about. And I won't draw stuff from other areas I'll just use the book. Right?
How long did it take you to get to this point?
30 years to get 30 years.
No. So, a lot of us were in AA for a lot of years before we even did that. So what I'm saying is...
So part of my story yesterday, 2 more minutes, okay?
Yep.
Is I spent 11 years in the fellowship getting sober based on other people's all these stuff that you hear. Works for some people, doesn't work for alcoholics of my type. I got 12-step or conned into a big book study workshop 30 years ago. They didn't ask my permission, or if I needed help, they said, why don't you come in this study and help us out? I went through this process 30 years ago, it lit me on fire. Something happened, and I've been sober ever since as the result of this course of action. First 11 years, I studied with the Joe and Charlie tapes. After that, I wanted to go more in depth, because I seen that the Joe and Charlie tapes has some generic approaches to it that the book didn't represent. So certain ideas that go deeper, right? And especially for people who really afflicted with alcoholism, you need to understand it on a different level. There's a lot of different types of alcoholics in AA. Everybody doesn't need a psychic change or a spiritual experience in order to recover. The only person dying of alcoholism in AA is the alcoholic. I know it's kind of surprising, but this message, when carried, can do what seemed the impossible made possible. And that's create a life beyond anything you could ever imagine. So that's why I stick to this stuff. Really, really cool. So the question is, when we come back, what is the purpose of Bill's story? Anybody want a hint? The book's designed in such a way where it answers itself. The doctor's opinion started off with an outline of the problem. It gave 2 examples, many examples of what the problem was. Then it went to Bill's story, somebody who was afflicted with alcohol. What he used to be like, suffering from the symptoms of alcoholism and what that looked like in somebody's life. The what happened part was the course of action that somebody took him through upon his 3rd treatment. Somebody took him through a course of action on his 3rd treatment, and he recovered from the ailment that was killing him. What he used to be like what happened and what he was like now in his story. So when you get to the next chapter, it'll explain what the previous chapter was for and the information that they're leading you into. So if you want to know what you just read was for, read the first part of There is a Solution. It'll tell you what Bill's story was for. And it's quite interesting. So my sponsor always taught me, if you want to know what the book's talking about, read beforehand what it's leading into, read what you're hoping to get at, and then it'll follow up with what they were saying, right? So I hope this was fun. I had a lot of fun. Anybody kind of going to have, any questions? We kind of, hopefully we'll cover it in the second half. Is that it? Good. Take a break? Can't take a smoke break?
Yeah, so we're going to have a 15-minute break. We'll try to get back here.
The door's still unlocked. Okay, we're going to get into this. I'm going to pick up the pace on this. You guys have been sober a while, right? Well,
yeah.
and we have a responsibility, right? Sometimes we can get comfortable in how we look at things, how we approach things. I've been studying. This is my probably. I get a new book every 3 years. My other books are falling apart. This is like a Da Vinci's Code. When you understand what is in here and what it allows you to get access to and the formula that's in here, it's pretty remarkable stuff. It's mind-boggling stuff. In the back of the book, on page 164, that talks about we've entered the world. They talk about the fellowship of the Spirit. We entered a different dimension. When we get here, there's actually two fellowships. There's the fellowship of the Spirit, and there's the fellowship we come into. The transition through the process gets us into the fellowship of the Spirit, our common solution. We found a solution that we can absolutely agree on, right? We found a way out. And they talk about the spiritual axiom being shifted that we become a part of. I'm sure I've seen everybody out with their books this morning doing their step 11 and writing and really involved, right? I was very impressed with the level of commitment here, including myself. Where's my coffee? So we're going to get into this. So there's a lot of information in here. I'm building on some ideas. Be patient here. That I'm going to get into the meat and potatoes of this thing later. I'm going to get into the magic of this thing, right? The phenomena, this thing that keeps us motivated. Because what I learned in my first year would never have me standing here at 30 years. I'm more excited about this stuff today than I was 30 years ago. Right? Like I am and they talk about being amazed. Yesterday I seen some people, when I said, I'm really amazed with my story, they gave me a weird look. You should be amazed with your story. You should, considering where we come from and how many people are still there. And we're here, and there's people coming here looking for solutions, and we're an example. We're like God's museum here. Right? Because it's not our handiwork. God's saying, yeah, I think that's impressive. Look what I did to this guy. Look at that guy. Hell, look what we did for Mark. There's no way he could have done that. Now, how many people here? Well, and you should have that. You should have that element, right? Because when you understand alcoholism, and this club here, like most of you guys are like over 20 years. How many people are over 20 years here? Now you see why I'm nervous. Right? There's a lot of you here, over 20 years. There's something happened in your life that has you sitting in here, that has you continue to be here, and it's not just the fellowship. That's one element. It's not the problem that brought you here. There's something that happened on the inside that goes beyond explanation, and a demonstration of that, I think. How many people would have the lives that they have without doing this course of action and having this experience? So, it's not your story. It's the story of Alcoholics Anonymous. That's what we have. If you want what we have, then you got to do what we did. But in order to do what we did, you need to understand what we're talking about. Now we changed it. You figure it out. Right? My program. Oh my God, that should be painful. My God, my program. Mine. I think they have a Disney film on that. Those seagulls. Mine. It's not yours. If it's yours, then don't complain with what you get. You ever see people working on my program? Oh my God, it looks painful. Stop. I like these ones. The promises are coming true. And if you want what I got, holy shit. I thought you were trying to get rid of what you got. You want what we have, it's collective. There's something here. It's the story of Alcoholics Anonymous. That's what we're building on. We talked about that earlier. What they ask you is this, you be the judge. I mean, any judges here? Anybody come in? So that's what the readers is very skeptical, especially if they're alcoholic and they're reading this. Some of us will go a couple pages ahead to see what we're getting. Right? So what they're saying is here. So we got the lawyer. Anybody ever have a lawyer here? Anybody ever stand before a prosecutor here?
Yep.
And a judge? You're kind of all three here. But what you're mostly is the defendant in this case. You feel like you're the defendant. The book is the prosecutors presenting the information, the forensic information, the hand, the fingerprints. It's building a case that you can't dispute. At first you're saying, well, what's the evidence? If I'm the only witness, I'm not committing to nothing. They said, well, let's go over the evidence, right? Let's go over the case here. And so you're hearing the case being presented, and as you're hearing the case being presented, you're going to go, I thought I was the only witness. No, there's this witness, this witness, this witness, and they got you on camera. The gig's up. I had to concede to my innermost self that yes, this is true. The evidence being presented is true. That's me. Does that kind of make sense? And that's what they're talking. So we're going to go to page 22, 23. A lot of people were talking. There's so much in this book. I'm just building some highlights here for food for thought based on looking at things differently. So remember, there's a lot of influence from, I know this is going to be hard to believe, from treatment centers in the Fellowship of AA. There's a lot of influence from the Oxford group that got passed on through AA. There's a lot of influences from outside things that is not a part of our design here. They put this design together so it's palatable for everybody. Right? And that means like this is fishing country here, right? So you ever eat fish, you're enjoying it, and you ever get a bone? How many people is eating fish with bone in it? Everybody. Do you keep chewing on the bone, or do you put the bone aside? That's what I'm asking you to do here, right? We're discussing something here. And if you're getting a part of the fish that you're not enjoying, the bone, just put it aside for now. Let's enjoy the rest of the fish. Don't get concentrated on the bone and miss the whole presentation of what's happening here, right? So we talked about the first step of the mind and body, and it happening over and over again, and how step one is the promise. So they're building on this idea that they started in a doctor's opinion. This is repeated over and over, unless this person can experience the entire. So if something happens in the psychic, I can't spell, so psychic changed, right? P. You've got a P. Okay, change. So I got a PhD in street education, but especially they told you, a lot of people get educated when they come to AA. I didn't have time, so I married in education. Like I said, my wife has her master's in English. This really interesting conversations. I could always tell how mad she is at me. If I have to ask her to explain what she's saying to me, I know I just get busy in my house, right? So the solution is a second change, which is step 2. So now they're going to build this case. And so on page 23 at the bottom here, we know. And when they say we, who are they talking about? No, let's do it again. They're talking about the people that put this together, right? Collective experience. And yes, since thousands, right? They talk about how they opened this thing up. Since thousands who have done this, found this. And yes, if you have done this, we are collective. We're a part of the same thing. But if you're new, they're talking about the people that put this together. So back up. What was the purpose of Bill's story? Yeah, so it says, if you read first page 17, we'll finish that question off, sorry. It tells us what the purpose of Bill's story. If it was to find yourself and have identification that we hear, wouldn't it say that here? We hope you found yourself in Bill's story. Wouldn't it say that here? We hope the discovered all that's the matter with you and it's all utopia from here on out, just don't do it. Okay, so what does it say?
We of Alcoholics Anonymous know thousands of men and women who were once just as hopeless as Bill.
So just as hopeless, but we understand what that is because he met with the doctor that described his problem. We've seen that he didn't find a solution to alcoholism until Ebby showed up, his friend, that phoned him. He didn't phone, right? We've seen he was drinking at the kitchen table. We've seen in Bill's story he's actually done steps 1, 2, and 3 while drinking. He's sitting there drinking. What confirmed his step 3 is when he went to treatment for the 3rd time and was separated from alcohol, and his friend took him through a course of action. Bill didn't figure this out on his own. His friend promised when these things were done, he'd have the elements of way of living that answered all his problems, right? And the confirmation of that change while he lied in the hospital, anybody know what the confirmation of change was in Bill's life? Whereas when you're working with new, there's a shift. There's something that happens. You could tell they're on a different footing. There's something different about their approach to life. In Bill's story, what was that?
He surrendered.
He has his
experience.
When you saw everything change.
Okay, right? Keep on. See, surrender doesn't say nothing.
No, he had his spiritual.
His light through the window.
So what it was, he was in counsel with something other than himself. He was to check his newfound thinking with the new God consciousness within. That was the change in the purpose. Before that, who was he in counsel with? Himself. He couldn't get past his own thinking. His sponsor, Ebby, or the guide, or whatever you want to call it, who showed up in his life to participate in him saving Bill's life that wasn't very interested in it. Right? His whole idea of miracles was revised because of the demonstration of his friend. When his friend showed up, what was the first thing Bill noticed? There was something different about him. His eyes. He didn't spend half an hour trying to convince Bill how much he changed. Most newcomers are convincing everybody how much they changed. We'll know when you change. We go to our family, I've really changed. Yes, I see how you changed. You got another 20? So what happens is when you're trying to convince people you've changed, you really haven't changed. You've formulated a form of delusion that you're buying into. A part of our problem is that we are driven by 100 forms of fear and self-delusion. In the spiritual appendix, it says the change of the newcomer, the people around him will be more aware of the change than the newcomer himself. In the promises, it says we'll suddenly realize that God is doing that something has taken place by the time I realize that I'm the last one again to know that this has happened. We're always the last ones to know. When you're the first one to know, it hasn't happened then. How many people were the last ones to know alcoholism was in your life? How many people, everybody around you knew? How many people was the last one to know that this change actually took place and everybody around you knew? Anybody ever have walk up and say, I noticed something different about you? Right? Right? And you go, continue? No, sorry. Talk about me? Go ahead. Okay. So, nearly as hopeless as Bill. So we've seen the hopeless feature of that condition in a story, right? What happened?
Nearly all have recovered. They have solved their drink problem.
So we've seen as the result of the course of action that his friend took him through for the 3rd time in treatment, he put something in place that this change happened. As he lied there, he was in counsel with something greater than himself. Then the thought came to him while he lied in the hospital that other people might benefit from this thing. It was so freely given to him. That is a change that you can't fabricate. And that's where the problem in the fellowship is having, is kind of regressing to. So if you looked at the spiritual condition of the fellowship, it's declining. Why? Because the message is declining. Our approach is declining. If the fellowship was spiritually healthy, you'd have to go on a wait list to get in any service position. You guys got phone shifts down here?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Are they filled?
No.
Line up of people waiting to get into them?
No.
Any committees here? Public information, schools, jails?
Mm-hmm.
Is there a wait list for people to get on them?
No.
So, open position. So, that reflects the condition of the fellowship. So what happens is back when I got sober, the groups, it was a big, just that wanted to get on, they were on a wait list to get on the phone shifts. A wait list. Same with all the service positions. When we went into schools, when we went into jails, when we went into corrections, hospitals, all these meetings were happening by members of Alcoholics Anonymous who experienced the same thing Bill did. There's a shift that happens that comes through the recipe that you can't fabricate on your own. It's something you can't fabricate. It's this thing, we're mistaken there's a difference between being a thankful member of AA and a grateful member of AA. Anybody know the difference? That's right. A lot of people sit around talking about how grateful they are and they do shit. You're more thankful. Then there's people who are grateful, and if you're deaf, you can see by their actions they're really grateful. The guy that just passed sat and talked about him at the table, how he left a big hole in the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous. He had big boots behind. That was a grateful member of AA, to be that busy and to leave that legacy behind. My first years in the fellowship of AA, I was self-serving. The biggest service position I learned how to do was set up chairs. And even then I didn't do that right because the old timer came behind me. I set up chairs the way they're looking now, like all The old timer comes up behind me and goes, listen, son. He says, if you can't do the little things to the best of your ability, how do you expect to do the big things? I'm like, you're a whack job. I'm the only one that thinks like that with old timers, right? And he does 3 months he's doing this. He's following me, and I'm thinking I'd leave a couple chairs just so I know it just gets him, right? I'd leave a couple chairs just a little cockeyed. He stops showing up. This new guy shows up. I'm now the senior member. I'm chair duty. He starts setting up the chairs. The way I used to set up the chairs. I go behind him. Hey, you can't do the little things to the best of your ability. How do you expect to do the big things? It's the carrying of something. It's a transition of something. And when you get this thing, you get on fire. And all the guys that I've taken through this, out of 100 people, the people who really get this, they get on fire for Alcoholics Anonymous. You can't stop them. It's kind of like they use the analogy back in the starting of about the fellowship of the steerage section and the captain's table. And you know, there's that set. Like the captain's table is, you know what I mean, is the best prestige you can have. The steerage section is the craft dinner section of the boat. So the bottom and top. When you hit the water, it doesn't matter where you're from. You both are in deep trouble. And you both have to find a way out of there. You don't do a resume when you're in the water. Where were you on the boat, right? It doesn't kind of matter. You have a common goal is to get out of there. When these people come by in a boat, if you can imagine, they pull you from the water, your problem starts once also you get pulled from the water. Hypothermia starts to set in. And they start treating that. That's like coming to the fellowship of AA. You go from alcoholism, you're in the boat, you're suffering from hypothermia. You're still going to die from your ailments. They treat that, they bring you to the boat, you get feeling better, you get some sleep, you get dressed, you come out of the boat, out of the hospital section. You feel like you're doing pretty good. Now, there's the TV room and pool hall over there, and they've got the new Netflix going on with a couple new series. But in the other corner of your ear, on one side, you hear people still in the water. The grateful member will put on a life jacket, get in the boat, and go get people who are still in the water. The thankful member will go sit in the TV room, shoot a game of pool, and talk about how grateful he is to those people that saved them. 2 different experiences. We're getting a lot more people sitting at home taking it easy. You want to know if you're a grateful member or not? This stuff really got me going too, so don't worry about it. My sponsor says, oh, that was a great talk on service. I felt, when he says that, now I know it's a setup. I said, yeah. He says, do me a favor. I said, what's that? I think I was 2 months sober at this time. He says, 3 months. He says, I went through this course of action. Or before this, actually. At the time I lived in AA for 1.5 years. He says, go home, take a calendar down. This is back when calendars were on the wall. He says, go back even 2 months. And mark an X everywhere you were in service to somebody other than yourself. Going to a meeting and putting away your own chair isn't service work. You can take that off the calendar. So there's a lot of stuff. So it's kind of interesting. You can do that test on your own. So Page 22. We're going to get into these points that they build on. Here's where they start the transition from the first symptom into the second symptom. And these talks will be available for those that want them. We are kind of doing this. They'll be available to anybody that wants them. So we're going to, what time here? We're going till? Noon. Okay, man. Let's turn up the heat. Okay. So here, they're talking, there's transitions in the book. So they've covered the first symptom in great detail. Heard about the allergy, what clicks it off. If you take a drink, triggers a phenomenal craving. In the doctor's opinion, he says the only solution for these people who have this ailment, that we all have one symptom in common. So what makes us an alcoholic? What makes us an alcoholic? What? The mind. How many people want to go with his answer?
No.
Put up your hand. Come on. Let's go. How many people say it's the mind that makes you an alcoholic? How many people not getting involved again? No. Okay, so not tricking us. This is book based. It's a physical part. So it's you go back. If you get a question, go back through the book. What does the book say? So what did the doctor say was our first ailment? What's the first symptom in alcoholism? Phenomenon of craving. But he describes it as an allergy. These allergic types can never safely use alcohol in any form whatsoever. Then they talk about all these different types of alcoholics, but all of them have one symptom in common. There's only one symptom that makes you alcoholic. If you don't have this symptom, guess what? You're not an alcoholic. What's that symptom? Is the allergy. It produces the phenomenon of craving when you drink. My wife does not have that. My wife's a normie. She does stuff that boggles my mind. One day she's drinking and she's opening a bottle of wine. She goes, "Can I ask you a question?" She says, "You know a lot about alcohol." I'm really proud of myself. "Yeah, I know a little bit." She goes, "Does wine go bad?" There was a long pause, and I said, "Yeah, I don't know." She says, "Well, it's a little vinegary." I said, "So?" Anybody? You open a bottle, you finish a bottle, right? Anybody? I come home one day, I open the fridge. I thought she was doing this to bother me. There was a glass with that much wine in it, about an inch of wine in it. Inch of wine with cellophane over the top. I said, "Oh yeah." I said, "Now you're messing with me." I said, "Hey you, come here. What are you doing?" She goes, I want to save it for tomorrow. It'll pair really good with the fish I'm going to have. I closed the fridge. I phoned my sponsor. I think my wife has a problem. So different. We're just different. My wife goes to me, she goes, "Do you think I have a problem?" I said, "Honey, what you drink in a month is a starter kit for me." When we first went on, I said, "She's so hungover." I think she's been hungover 3 times in 13 years. Hungover 3 times in 13 years we've been together. First time she was hungover, I said, "Well, when do you have another drink?" She said, "What?" I said, "The hair of the dog that bit you." She says, "What's the matter with you?" I said, "Nothing today." So we're just different. Like, I can smell alcohol a mile away. There's something about I put a glass to my nose. I can smell it before I even taste it. I don't know if anybody's like that here. When I was in Cuba, the waiter, he poured wine in my glass of water. Before it even got to my nose, I knew there was wine in there from the alcohol tent. The in-laws didn't know at that time I was in AA, because I waited a while before I let them know that I was in AA, so that's okay, it's another story. And they go, "No, there's no wine." My wife goes, "If he says there's wine in there, there's wine in there," right? She's vouching for me. I had my nephew living with me for a little while. And he got my wife's private stock of vodka, top grade vodka. And he was drinking it, but putting water in it. We go to an anniversary party. My wife brings this alcohol, peach alcohol. I don't know what, peach vodka, something. It's top grade. We go there, and she's very proud of them. They're all having a little taste of it. And she goes, there's something wrong with this. They're trying to figure out what, she goes, my God, is there something? I just smelt it. And I said, yeah, it's cut with what? 50% water. So it's just different. I smelled, they're all sitting around the table trying to figure out what's the difference. I knew it was cut with water, my nephew, right? We're just different. Anybody different here? Okay, right crowd. So that's the physical part. The doctor says there's only one solution. There's only one solution for people with this ailment. What's that? No. Complete abstinence would make sense, right? So I'm allergic to pistachios. I thought you did that on purpose. Not to a point where I end up, but it's enough that gets my attention. But I never knew I was allergic to pistachios. I love pistachios. I eat them normally, a big bag during a movie. My wife doesn't consider that normal. You know, the red pistachio with the dye and everything on it, and they crack it up. It's a whole ritual. It's a whole, watch a movie, just... Am I alone on that? No. Okay. So I was having symptoms, but I didn't know what they were. I'd slough them off with something else. Then one day I ate a big bag and my throat was closing on me. I drove myself to emergency because I realized there was a problem. They took a look at me and they started hooking me up to all these IVs and all that. I'm in emergency. And afterwards the nurses explained, she says, while you drove here, I said I've driven in worse conditions. She didn't find that funny at all. They gave me this whatever. She explained to me my situation. I watched her lips move as she explained my situation. The noise of emergency stopped. She explained to me I have an abnormal reaction to pistachios. Even though I've enjoyed them in the past, even though I've had symptoms in the past that didn't cause me problems, now they're starting to cause me problems. I can never safely eat them again. I've never eaten them since. I've walked by the grocery store and I thought, maybe it'd be nice. And I've never eaten them again. So that would be a normal reaction. Now, what happens if I told you I ended up in emergency from that episode, the consequences? 3 months go by. I go in a grocery store and I see there's pistachios without red dye on them. And I think maybe it was the red dye that caused the problems. I buy a bag of pistachios. I end up in the hospital. Right? The nurse comes with my file. She says, didn't we just tell you about this 3 months ago? I said, yeah, I understand what you're saying now. So I travel. I end up in Montreal. I'm going down the street, cold day. We have these street vendors, and they fry cashews, and in the heat, you notice the aroma, and he's got the cashews happening. And he's cooking them. And I thought, wow, and these ones were from Brazil, the other ones were from Africa, and they're heated, and it's a nice, so I eat a bag of them, I end up in hospital again. They send my file over, and they said, didn't we tell you twice now that you're not supposed to eat this? Yeah, I got it now. I like any type of pistachio, peanut, can't eat it. Yes, any type. Okay, I know that now. Travel to Belize, anybody ever been to Belize? I'm in Belize. They have trophies on pistachio ice cream. Best pistachio ice cream in the world. I go by there, it's a hot day. It's 2 scoops for the price of 1. They're not peanuts. They're not peanuts. They're not peanuts. It's ice cream. And I love pistachio ice cream. I mean, that's the best ice cream. I have 2 scoops. I end up in the hospital. They send my file over. I got tubes coming out of me. So, the doctor reads my file. The nurse reads my file. Who's the next person I'm going to talk to?
Psychiatrist.
How many people say psychiatrist? Right? You get what's happening here?
Tony, no pistachio.
No pistachio. No, I'm of sound mind today, based on my spiritual condition. Yeah. I got hoarding some here. Find me in the morning. Oh my God, he had a slip. So when you look at it that way, it's kind of crazy. And so that's what they're getting at here, right? So page 22.
We know that while the alcoholic keeps away from drink as he may do for months or years.
Stop there. For months or years. Given good reason, a lot of us could stay stopped for months or years. Come in the fellowship of AA, think we found the solution by coming to meetings. Meetings makers make it. Oh, I thought that was a slogan here. So we say that because we're shifting responsibility. Somebody said that. I don't want to deal with you. Just keep going to meetings. Meaning, I don't have a solution for you. You're an alcoholic of the type that I don't know how to deal with. Meaning, just don't do it and surrender. Right? That actually you need a message of depth and weight that creates sufficient enough to bring about a change sufficient enough for you to recover. I can't carry you that message because I don't have that message. Right? So keep going to meetings. I'll give you an idea that makes sense to you because you don't understand the problem of alcoholism. If you don't understand the problem of alcoholism, that makes sense. Just hang on to a ginger ale. Just keep going to meetings. Just surrender. You didn't do step one. You didn't do this. You didn't do that. There's a condition why you keep on drinking, and it's based on you. That's all behavior modification stuff. So here they're saying, let's deal with this again. We can stay sober for months or years. Anybody know people here who've been sober a while and then relapse? Oh, yeah. And you don't tell me anybody here ever relapse. Anybody serious about their recovery? Everybody happy that you're getting on the recovery road? The kids, the family, the loved ones, the job, everything, your life's getting better? They talk about building your life up again and then tearing the structure down. Any pyromaniacs here? And we're walking around with our own gas and our own matches looking for an opportunity to unite the two. Let's burn this shit down. So a lot of us think we come to AA. We don't come to AA. We make a grand entrance of a meteorite kind of splashing down, right? Woo! Kaboom! How does everybody know I'm new? Because we're waiting for you. We drew straws for you, by the way. You got 4 of us, sorry. Okay, that's awesome. But the beauty is, every single person in this room is sitting where you're sitting 4 days. Your advantage is you're surrounded by the cream of the crop in the AA here. I mean, some of you are miracles of mental health. You got hope in every direction here, right? And if some of these guys can do it, man, you're a shoo-in. I mean, you listen to some of these guys? And they wonder why I wanted my door locked yesterday. Okay. I rode in with these guys from the airport. You know how to make a guy nervous. The guy says, yeah, we do a banjo kind of thing around 6. I said, pardon? Nothing, put on the overalls. Squirrel. Okay, I'm back. Okay, sorry.
Reacts much like other men. We are equally positive that once he takes any alcohol whatsoever into the system, something happens, both in the body and mental sense, which makes it virtually impossible for him to stop.
Anybody? When you start drinking, it's like you never tried to get sober. Something shifts, right? And it's kind of like 2 different people. It's like all the times I try to get sober, I want to get sober, I put all that effort. Something happened, we're going to find out what happened. I take a drink, it's like I never tried to get sober. It's not, it doesn't even come to mind. You hear people say, oh, AA ruined my drinking. You guys never ruined my drinking. You ruined my coming to. Right? Because I've never sat in a bar at last call going, yeehaw, wondering how my home group was doing. But when I woke up in hospital, jails, and in my mess and in trouble, I wonder how you guys were doing. Anybody like that here? Okay.
The experience of any alcoholic will abundantly confirm this. These observations would be academic at the pointless if our friend never took the first drink.
True or false? If I never eat pistachios again, I never have to worry about any kind of consequences. If I was able to stay sober, then I wouldn't have to pursue why I can't stay sober. Right? They're saying that. How many people stayed sober for months or years and then find themselves drinking again? Like before coming to AA. How many people sworn off or tried to moderate or tried to change? But we see that we can't. So now they're going to get into, so they're saying if I never took this drink, I never have to worry about the physical part of my illness. Yes or no?
Yes.
So the solution is just don't drink. And people say that and they think that's the solution to alcohol. No, that's the part for the physical part. But now we're going to get to the main problem, why you cannot just drink. Because if that was the solution, then step one would say just don't do it. Does step one say that? Okay.
Therefore, the main problem of the alcoholic centers in his mind rather than in his body.
Where does the main problem center? It's walking around with you. In the 12 and 12, they talk about the alcoholic who don't adhere to these things signs his own death warrant. The first time I understood this, there was a lady from Detroit, I think I was 23 in a meeting, she was visiting, she says, my head's got a contract out on my ass. I said, man, I understand that. My head's got a contract out on my ass. I need witness protection for me. But first I need to wrap myself out, which I'm not good at, because if there's no witnesses, then I'm not being the only witness to my own, right? And so that's what happened. I come to AA, it was like witness protection. For guys like me, they took me through a process. They gave me a new identity and a new handler. I check in on a daily basis. As long as I check in on a daily basis, I never have to worry about that other guy that don't like me too much finding me. You guys use that saying here? Yeah. My illness is in the parking lot? Doing push-ups? See how we separate? That's not the truth. When you tell people that, what you're giving them the impression is that their problem's outside of them. And if you're new, it's comforting realizing it's in the parking lot. If you're nuts, I'll just stay out of the parking lot. What happened staying out of the parking lot? So, but if the main problem centers in your mind, how many people kind of go, uh-oh. So now they're going to get into the main problem of alcoholism, okay?
If you ask him why you started on the last bender, the chances are he will offer you any one of 100 alibis.
Why do we do alibis? Because I need to make an excuse for it. If I make an excuse for it, then I'm not beyond human aid. If I have a reason for it, then I could depend on me to keep me sober. So it's the circumstance that got me drunk. I got circumstantial sobriety. As long as the circumstances are all right, I'll be all right. Why did you get drunk? She left. Why did you get drunk? She came back. We give these excuses because if there's a reason for it, then I'm not beyond human aid. Then I can still depend on me. They're going to go, let's look at this. Let's look at this and investigate this on a little different level. Okay? Lay it on us, baby.
All right. Sometimes these excuses have a certain plausibility, but none of them really make sense in the light of the havoc an alcoholic's drinking bout creates.
Anybody? Makes sense until you look at it. Says, that was crazy. You did it again? I explained my story to my wife. She says, you'll stay with AA, right? Says, how many times did you relapse? You got a 3-month chip after 11 years in and out? And an hour later you were drinking? What are you, nuts? Well, that's what I'm trying to get at.
They sound like the philosophy of the man who, having a headache, beats himself on the head with a hammer so that he can't feel the ache.
Okay, so here we go, because we're going to get into a part where the mind's going to be steel on steel again. Have they started a new conversation? Are they talking about the body now or the mind? So they started a new conversation. We already agreed that if I never took a drink again, or these allergic types never took a drink again, they never have to worry about setting the terrible cycle in motion. Yes or no?
Yes.
We all agree on that.
Yes.
That as long as I don't put alcohol into my system, I'll be okay. Right? So that's the conclusion to that topic of the physical allergy. Right? Now we started a new conversation. It's a brand new conversation in regards to what? They started the conversation. Therefore, the main problem, new conversation, centers in the mind. Now they're going through all the aspect or characteristics of the struggle with this thing that happens where? In the mind and our association or our thinking with it. So they're covering all those things, right? How many people has tried to put an excuse to their drinking here? How many people have a reason why they relapsed? So they're covering good. They're starting off pretty good here so far, right? Do you think they know their audience? We got a reason for everything. Just give me 5 minutes. I'll come up with a reason. Anybody good here? We should write stories, man. We got like, okay. Go ahead.
If you draw the fallacious reason to the attention of an alcoholic, he will laugh it off or become irritated or refuse to talk.
Which we're getting some of that this weekend. Oh, go ahead.
Once in a while, he may tell the truth.
Once in a while.
And the truth.
Not our strong suit.
And the truth, strange to say, is usually that he has no more idea. While he took the first drink, then you have some.
Yeah, like, what do you do? I don't really know. Right? They call it a phenomenon. What do they call a phenomenon? This thing that happens in our mind. What's a phenomenon? Unexplainable event. So how do they explain an unexplainable event that happens for us? Because we like to explain things. Because if I could understand it, then I could be on guard for it. If I could be on guard for it, then I could be comfortable in my approach to it. But if it's a phenomena, an unexplainable event, right? A phenomenon, right, is singular. Phenomena is plural, right? So phenomenon, they talk about that happens in our sound thinking. That's what we'll get into in a second here. But it's an idea. So how do they explain an unexplainable event? They need to give you a picture of what it looks like. Does that kind of make sense? Because we can't explain it to you, but we'll show you what it looks like. And that's where the book starts getting into here. Okay, go ahead.
Some drinkers have excuses with which they are satisfied part of the time. But in their hearts, they really do not know why they do it.
Why they do what? Why they drink. So they're still on the topic, right? Why they drink. Why they take the first drink. Something like that. Okay. So, would we all agree that they're on something here? They started a new conversation, because that is the question. Why do we take the first drink after our experience with it? Isn't that a good question? How many people try to explain that to people, why they take the first drink? How many people try to get a new person to see something that they're incapable of seeing because it's a phenomenon, it's an unexplainable event? How many people try to make sense why you took the first drink? Why you want to make sense of it is then it becomes a behavioral problem and not an illness. Because if it's a behavioral problem, just watch what you're doing. Watch your old behaviors. Do a check-in every day. If you're still doing old behaviors, FYI, they're not old behaviors. Sorry. Okay.
Once this malady has a real hold, they are baffled a lot.
Once what malady? Once this malady, they just labeled it. Remember with the physical part? They said the allergy, right? They said the body, and then described it as the allergy. Now they're talking about the mind, and they just labeled the second symptom in alcoholism. What is it? Malady. Yeah. Malady. Once this malady has a real hold, there are a baffled lot. Why are they baffled? Because it keeps happening. They keep drinking. They're baffled of their inability to keep themselves sober. Right? They want to get sober because they know if they take a drink, it triggers they understand alcoholism. Right? We all understand that if I take a drink, it triggers the allergy. So just don't drink. But I keep drinking again. Once this malady, why do they call it a malady? What does malady mean? Well, when I asked my wife, it said in malady, when you look it up, it describes a lot of different ailments that they really can't put their finger on. Right? When they use certain ailments, like I have a cold or have this sickness, this specific sickness, and they label this, then they try to treat that one ailment. Here a malady it's really undefined. They really don't, they know it's something, but they don't know exactly what it is. But the characteristics it's the presence of it. It's a malady. It's kind of really this unexplainable thing that causes these people a lot of concern. Right? And would you be concerned if you're having this condition? And you're baffled. Why are you baffled? Because you can't get sober in spite of everything that's happening to you and everything that you've tried. Would you say that's a baffling feature? And it centers where? In the mind. So, that's interesting, right? So now they just told us what the second symptom in alcoholism is. Who told us that? Where did we read that? Where did we read that? What page are we on?
23.
23. We just went from the physical problem to the second symptom in alcohol. Yes or no?
Yes.
And they just described what the second symptom is the malady. I read this book. When I seen that, first time I seen that, I was 17 years sober. I went, holy shit. I've never seen that before. Because I went to all the other elements that I thought I had domain over. But when they described this, I kind of went, wow, isn't that interesting? How many people has heard this talked about in regards to step 1 in the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous? Not the spiritual malady. A lot of people talk about the spiritual malady that is not a part of the symptoms of alcoholism. There's 2 symptoms of alcoholism. We're talking about the second symptom now. How many people has talked about the malady that centers in the mind? You've used the word malady?
Yeah.
Good, that's very few people. Back in Vancouver, very few. More people are catching on to that, what the book says. We gloss over a lot of things. Okay, we'll keep reading.
There is an obsession that somehow, someday, they will beat the game.
Here's where we have the stumbling block. There's the obsession. So if you just were reading this book and you had no idea of any other influence, you're sitting at home reading this book, and you read for the first time the word obsession. What is it in regards to here?
Alcohol.
Winning over the drink. Beating the game.
Well, beating the game. Especially, what does that mean, beating the game?
Not drinking again.
Not drinking again. Not taking the first drink. Being our own solution. So our first obsession is we are going to be our own solution. Because they just talked about they are baffled a lot. Why are they baffled? Because they don't want to drink. They rise, in the doctor's opinion, they rise from their lethargy, right? Or they talk about, this is repeated over and over, with a firm resolution not to drink again. They keep on drinking again. They're upset. Anybody been obsessed here with the idea of keeping themselves sober?
Yeah.
What's your number 1 topic in a meeting? It's our first obsession, is ourselves. Alcohol is a close second. How many people have been thinking about themselves this whole weekend so far? I won't point at you. We just stuck on self. We're just stuck. We can't get past this fixation with our own thinking. We're amazed with it. My sponsor says, he says, the definition of self-centeredness is you think your thinking is more important than what's being presented in the meeting. You're sitting in a meeting thinking while people are sharing their experience, strength, and hope, but you're too busy thinking. He says that's a form of self-centeredness, the inability to be present enough to hear somebody else's experience, strength, and hope. It's a part of the element. Oh, okay, that was fun. So the malady is the second symptom in alcoholism that centers where? In the mind. Okay. Okay. Nothing but time. Good. Okay. How many people are still here? How many people are having a bit of a hard time with some of the stuff being presented this weekend? Right on. And that's what this weekend's for, isn't it? Right? Isn't it? Yeah, so that's it. And believe me, when I went through some of this stuff, there was a huge resistance within inside of myself first. And then the more I read it, the more it made sense. The more we see the building blocks on building this case. And so when I understand the new twist in the conversation, the rest will start making sense. A lot of us like to know without any true evidence. Any genius type minds here? I do the steps off the wall. Sorry, you guys have to do it off the book. How many people would come up with this stuff, listening in meetings and doing the steps off the wall? This was news to me, 11 years in and out, and I kind of went, whoa, wow, holy moly. And the more I went through this, I wasn't feeling comforted by what I was reading. A lot of people say, I just did step 1, I feel so good. Oh my God, you did. You just admitted that your head's got a contract out on your ass and the best you can do is end up dead and drunk? Yeah, I feel really good about that. You might need more help than we have to offer. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's just nice to see Mark reading the book.
I'll eat that.
They told me, he says, you got to get that Mark involved.
Yeah.
You should have heard when he opened the book, he went, yeah.
Some mothballs.
Yeah.
A couple of
It's
holes.
good. He said his sponsor gave him that book. It's already marked up, so he didn't need to go through it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty marked. You just read the highlighted shit.
It's getting hot in here. Okay, let's read. So once this malady, right, has a real hold, they're baffled. We know why they're baffled, because they keep on drinking, right? And it could be in months or years. A lot of people think, oh, it's been a week, 2 weeks. They're saying months or years. There's a lot of people sitting in the fellowship who haven't experienced sobriety. They've experienced abstinence. And they're thinking they're experiencing sobriety, and now they're under the delusion that they can keep themselves sober by going to meetings and talking about their problems because they don't think about alcohol anymore. That's another misconception, is that, oh, if I don't think about it, that must mean the miracle has happened. The book doesn't say that.
Well, if the alcohol is the problem, I give up alcohol, my problem's gone.
Well, in here they're talking about the main problem centers in the mind, and you can't see, feel, and touch when it's happening. The real problem is that you can't see it happening. Right? We think that I'll know when the burglar's in my house because I'll see the evidence of the front door kicked in. That's like alcohol. I'll be able to see it when it's happening. I'll apply this. They're saying you won't see and feel and touch it. You can't see it. It's something beyond your ability to see. It's an illness. By the time you are afflicted with it again, you're drinking. That's the symptom of step 1. Is if I'm still suffering from alcoholism, what am I still doing? Drinking, or I'm going to drink. Right? So here it goes. We're going to have some fun here. Right now, I don't know why we're going here, but we're going here. If I have this psychic change that the doctor talks about in the rest of the book, and I go through this process, right? I'm admitting now that I have an alcoholic mind. We understand what an alcoholic mind is. One that has this characteristic of this malady. And they're going to build on that idea. So as long as I have this malady present in my life, what's the likelihood of my sobriety?
50-50.
Zip. Zero. Over and over. It's coming again. The promise of step 1 is relapse. Didn't say when, it says months or years. They finish the book, and more about alcohol is that once more, at certain times the alcoholic has no effective defense against that first drink. His defense must come from a power greater than himself. Right? And Bill talked about that, and people talk about that, is that they found their drink just almost right in front of them. Something happened that curbed that saved them from the fate that awaits them. So once you go through this situation, you go through the spiritual appendix in the back of the book, what explains what a psychic change is, a spiritual experience, what this thing I need to have, and I have this. Do I still have an alcoholic mind? How many people say yes? So there's a percentage here. How many people say no? Nobody. How many people not voting? Here's the question. Ready? If I have an alcoholic mind, what am I going to do? Drink. So that must mean I need to experience something that creates a shift in my thinking where I no longer suffer from alcoholism. Psychic change. Once I have this, as strange as it may seem to those that don't understand, once this psychic change has occurred, this very same person who seemed doomed is able to recreate their lives based on spiritual principles. Right? By the time we get to step 10, which is the whole purpose of step 2, it says we have a solution to this thing when practice could expel the problem. It doesn't exist for us anymore. The problem has been removed. What problem? The malady. So I no longer have an alcoholic mind. 101 talks about it. An alcoholic that can't meet this condition still has an alcoholic mind. There's something the matter with their spiritual condition. So once I have this shift, I have a daily reprieve from what? Alcoholism. We're not cured of alcoholism. What we have is a daily reprieve. The problem's been removed. It doesn't exist for me. I don't keep me sober. My connection to Source keeps me sober. It's no longer my responsibility to keep me sober, because I admitted that in step one, I can't keep me sober. So, this daily reprieve means I need to continue to grow and develop, because if I don't, and start resting on my laurels, I start going backwards to the steps and I don't know it. Having more conversations with myself, a little more pissed off with people, a little more judgmental, a little more maybe revisiting some of that shit that I forgave people about and seem to remind them a little more of it of. A little more concerned about why you people aren't doing what I want you to do. A little more concerned with my wife or my partner ain't doing what they're supposed to do and they're causing me discomfort now. Those people at work, just life ain't what it used to be. I'm in dialogue with me all day. But I don't know it anymore because the shift has happened. Right? I'm not doing the disciplines. I'm not doing the practices that keep me in tune. I don't know. I'm back in counsel with myself again. And I either put a gun in my mouth or I find myself drinking again. Anybody know people like that in the fellowship? Yes. Alcoholism returned. You see the big thing here. We don't apply these principles to our alcoholism. We apply it to our human condition. It's my human condition that's the problem. I became spiritually sick as the result of alcoholism. Once the alcoholism problem is removed, I deal with the real problem, and it's me, my spiritual approach to life. Practice these principles in all my affairs. It doesn't say practice these principles in all areas of my alcoholism. There's one thing we do because we're alcoholic. What's that? We drink. As long as that characteristic is present, I'll continue to drink. There's only two things that make me alcoholic of the hopeless variety. One is the physical allergy. That's the only symptom that makes me alcoholic. All the rest of the characteristics I suffer from is the human condition that I found the solution to was alcohol.
What is the principle?
So we're going to get to that after. So is the food for thought here. So how many 12-step fellowships are there?
Over 200.
Because they have the human condition. And they found these other things that were the solution to that human condition that didn't work and started creating their demise. When you remove those things, who shows up? How many people's life started getting worse when they got sober? Yeah. Then you start practicing the spiritual principles, you get some kind of relief. Right? Anybody? Yeah. And you stop practicing these things that keep you connected to Source, and then you start showing up again. And everybody notices when you show up. It's no secret. Surprise! Right? Anybody?
Yeah.
Anybody, when you show up at home, still a bit of anxiety in the house? Put the key in the door, everybody's silent. Dad's home. Shh. See what kind of shape he's in? Sober. Look, my dad was 39 years sober when he passed. I learned to love him in spite of, but he was like, oh my God, like I go visit him and I have like when I lived at his place, I have a pair of shoes at the front door and a pair of shoes at the back door. And a pair of shoes in the shed. He's like, when he loses, he was just like, but he was sober. He was happy with his sobriety. Nobody around him was.
He wasn't drinking.
He wasn't drinking.
Sober means soundness of mind.
Yeah, well, he wasn't drinking, but he wasn't really living this thing the way they...
He wasn't sober. He wasn't sober.
Well, he was sober. Everybody in AA thought he was sober. His church thought he was sober. His wife and her black eyes, my stepmother didn't think he was that sober. The kids, the neighbors, not so sober. We all have that in elements. A demonstration of these things lie ahead. Oh, we're fantastic. It's like when we go to the bar, eh? Aren't we fantastic? Meanwhile, the kids have no food in the fridge. We're not meeting our responsibilities. The rent's not getting paid. The car's getting repossessed. The girlfriend's not liking the wife. The wife's not liking the girlfriend. Right? The kids, on and on. Right? Anybody live that kind of double life? Get us understanding people. Life's fantastic. How many people still doing that in AA? And it could happen in AA. Right? That's why it's a daily reprieve. We need to keep each other in check. We need to tell on ourselves. We need to keep things in the forefront. Humility is the key ingredient to long-term sobriety and maintaining it. How many of you guys have been sober? Well, how hard is it to tell on yourself? Really? Right? Get that pride, the spiritual pride. Right? How can I say anything? God, I run some of the biggest groups in Canada. How can I tell people I'm going through a hard time? How can I go to a meeting and say, you know what, I really need a fellowship today because my ass is falling off and I can't find it with both hands. You should see people's faces in AA when I show up. You know, I had some life situations happen and it crippled, like a few times knocked me to my knees, right on the floor in a fetal position, sober. Snot running out my nose. My wife comes out, she goes, stand up. I said, I can't stand up. Like the air knocked right out of me. Take everything I have to stand up and go to a meeting. I go to a meeting and I say, I'm here to draw. I'm here to be a part of. I'm here for you guys to help me get me back to my connection. I did that meeting. I said, I'm really going through a really hard time right now. And I'm thinking, I don't want to drink, but I'm thinking it'd be really nice to be drunk in this situation. There's a difference, right? When tempted, we recoil from this. I've had situations in my sobriety that be nice, just drunk. You know, a little bit of drool running one night, talking to you. Like, I like that kind of drunk. Maybe I'm different than you guys. Like, I like stupid drunk. Party all by myself. I don't even need people involved. I've had notices on my door from excessive noise partying by myself. Hey, Tony, that was quite the party last night, eh? I was by myself. It sounds like a party. And I'd go to a meeting and go, you know what, the situation happened, and I'm just, I don't want to drink, but man, I'd like to drink. Man, you admit that in a meeting, people start losing their shit a bit, right? You're like 25 years sober? And I said, I'm just here to draw. And I go sit in a meeting, sit in a chair in the back of the meeting. You know what AA does? 2 members get up from the front, mostly new guys, and they come sit beside me. One on each side, and they don't say nothing. They just sit with me. They say, we'll get through this. We'll walk through this together, man. It's like, there's a story about the guy. He stops going to AA a bit, and the sponsor, I just read it. It was pretty wild. His sponsor shows up at his place, and he's sitting in front of the fire, and the sponsor sits down in front of the fire, doesn't say nothing. They're both watching the fire. The sponsor reaches in with the tongs, and he takes a coal from the fire, and he sits it beside the fire. And the sponsor's just watching this guy thinking he's a bit nuts. And they're both looking at the coal. The coal is bright amber red, and it starts to diminish. Right? And the fire is still happening, right? And then he watches it diminish, and he looks over at the sponsor, and then he takes the coal when it's turned black, he takes it and he places it back in the fire. And it gets back bright amber again. It gets that rejuvenation, right? And then the sponsor stands up, smiles at him, and the sponsor nods at him, and he says, I'll see you tomorrow. That's what we got here. Nobody's exempt. Life is a real kick in the teeth, eh? Isn't it? And if you had to do this alone, how many people would be here? There's a magic here. Sometimes what we do is we lead each other back to the source, back to our more religious members call it God, our other members call it power, source. It's the connection that we have with each other that makes this thing viable. Is Bill sitting with Ebby? Is this thing that we're talking about here? There's more to this than not doing it. Abstinence is not our solution. Just don't do it isn't the message of Alcoholics Anonymous. There's something here, right?
So isn't that the same analogy of the alcohol and wine being removed? And then you get out of AA and then you come back. You gotta go back in the fire, get back in the program.
Well,
and it's not removed forever unless you keep working.
Okay, so
It comes back.
so we could get into the semantics of it,
Right.
but if you back up to the essence of it, right? A lot of people find other avenues to get sober. The church, we don't hold a monopoly on it. But the part of the essence of the flame was the connection that one alcoholic working with another to ensure our own sobriety. That's the analogy of that thing. Because the fellowship without the spark or without the change is just an illusion of abstinence. You can't transmit something you haven't got. Right? So when you have that thing, it's just like It's just like trying to explain a drink to somebody that hasn't drank. It's a hard conversation. You go to a bar and you ask for a rye and Coke and they give you a Coke. Would you know the difference if you've never drank before? Would you know the difference? And that's like AA. If you don't know the difference, then you think you're getting the real deal. But once you experience a drink, anybody ever experienced a drink here? Did you need it explained after that? Boom! Baby! This is what you've been talking about? This is the magic in this bottle? This is what Man, it's just like, it's like the promises. Anybody who drink and the promises come true, you know, new freedom, new happiness. You don't regret the past, no wish to shut the door on it. You see how your experience can benefit others? No matter how far down the scale you've been or are, you can see, right? Anybody? Yeah. And then it stops working. And then you come in here and it's the same thing. Once you experience this thing, no further explanation is necessary. And when you move away from it, you know something ain't right on the inside. And it's demonstrated up here. But you're used to this neighborhood. You're used to the noise. Well, you don't know it's bad because it's been your best friend all this time. It talks to you. Psst, hey, got a second? Yeah, I got the rest of the day. What are you thinking? Well, let's start with this person and move on. Okay, all right? We're a little nuts. But if you're used, anybody live by an airport here? Or railway tracks? Anybody ever visit somebody that live by an airport or railway tracks? The noise is unbelievable, especially if you're on the runway part, the jumbo jet line or the Blue Angels or the fighter jets go by. It's like that's our neighborhood up here. But we're used to the sound. The glass starts, a visitor comes. If somebody came and sat in your mind, would they be as comfortable as you are walking around there? Yeah, and that's what I mean when we share meetings. Are we demonstrating what's really happening, or are we presenting to the outside like what's going on? So the purpose of a meeting actually is to give hope, but to practice these principles in solving our problems through spiritual applications. Bill discovered, his friend promised when these things were done, he'd have the elements of a way of living that answered all his problems. Alcohol is but a symptom. So, the book talks about when you go through this, you no longer have an alcoholic mind, and you have a daily reprieve. That's self-explanatory. What's keeping you sober? Your connection with Source, not just your idea of Source. You're in relationship with, which is a big difference. Being in relationship with, partnership with, is a big difference than being in a dictatorship with. Right? That's why the book doesn't talk about surrender. It says we thought well before taking the step, making sure we're ready, that we can abandon ourselves. Abandon means to move in a new direction, and I'm doing willingly. In Canada, we don't have a draft. We volunteer. And some of the biggest stories around the First and Second World War were those of people who volunteer. They signed up. So when I get to step 3, I'm signing up. I know why we thought well, making sure we're ready, that we could abandon ourselves. We thought about what? Why I'm doing this, why I need this partnership. Step 3 is an idea that I could accomplish by going through the rest of the steps. What confirms step 2 is step 12. I need to get step 12 to experience step 2. What confirms step 3 is step 11. Circular. I need to get to 11 to experience step 3. I cannot experience step 2 or step 3 in step 2 or 3. I need to go through the process. Because in step 2 it says, this is the idea that I could obtain a psychic change or spiritual experience if I'm willing to go through this course of action. Step 12 says, having had a spiritual awakening, the result of this course of action, right? These steps. Where did I learn that? In step 2. What confirms that? Step 12. Step 3 says I can enter this relationship that will answer all my problems. Relieve me of the bondage of self, take away my difficulties. I'll know a new freedom and new happiness. As I felt new power flow in. And as I enjoyed peace of mind. As I discovered I could face life successfully. right? We're now at step 3. We're going to show you how to accomplish these things. Step 3, relieve me of the bondage of self, take away my difficulties, that I may have victory over them, may bear witness to you, thy power, thy love, and thy way of life. May I do thy will always. Where I confirm step 3, it's an idea in step 3. I am unable to accomplish it in step 3. Otherwise, if I was able to accomplish it in step 3, I wouldn't need to do the rest of the steps. Where I accomplish what they talk about in step 3 is step 11. I've entered that relationship that they said was possible in step 2 and 3 by getting access to power. Are we having fun yet? Yeah. Right on. Okay, so squirrel, back to the book. Okay. The tragic truth.
The tragic truth is that...
Sorry, there's the obsession of some, but they often suspect they're down for the count. How true? Yep.
How true this is, few realize in a vague way that their families and friends sense that their drinkers are abnormal.
Like family and friends sense their drinking is abnormal. Ask the alcoholic. Just lack of supply, really. People would just get off my back. Right? And why do they close the bar so early? No, sorry, go ahead.
But everybody hopefully awaits the day when the sufferer will rouse himself from his lethargy and assert his power of will.
To do what? Not drink. We put the onus on a new person. Just don't do it. Get the cheering committee. Rah, rah, rah. Boy, you can do it. You're great. You guys give out chips here?
Oh, yeah. Yep. Oh, my God.
Chips are a reminder that we deal with alcoholism. They're not a reward. If you're able to stay sober, we'd hand out plaques, not chips. You ever hear somebody drop a chip? You know what it sounds like when you drop a chip? Anybody ever hear a chip being
7
dropped?
years. Oh.
Listen to this. That's how easily sobriety is lost. Hard to obtain, easily lost. My sponsor said when I dropped the chip, he says that's how fast it's gone. Like that. A chip's a reminder that the likelihood of you getting another one is not in your favor. People who get 3 months don't get 6 months. People who get 1 year don't get 2 years. People who get 2 years don't get 3 years. Anybody been to a roundup here?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Staggering amounts of people that come to AA that don't stay. I'm going to end it with this because I'm having so much fun just dealing with it. What's the success rate of Alcoholics Anonymous?
2%.
Is it different than when AA first started?
Yes.
No. Ready? Here we go. You can think about this during the break. Ready? Ready? This is about reading. This is what people who read the book, because someone else says, AA used to have a 75% success rate. How many people read that? That's not what it says. That's not what it says. Oh yeah, it says what they talk about. Of those who came to AA and really tried, 50% of them got sober. And those, then they say, and then 25% of them, right? And then those who stayed on showed results. What does that mean? Those who stayed on. They died alcoholic deaths, but they prolonged their life. The thing is still the same today. Of alcoholics who come to AA and really try and get 12 steps through this process, 50% of them will remain sober. 50% of those that really try. Thousands of people come to the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous. Sit in meetings and think that's the solution, is abstinence. Because they hear other people say abstinence is the solution. That's what we start peddling. We don't peddle abstinence. So that was total fun, man. It was good. We're going to carry on afterwards. And then anybody, we have access to this stuff later. How we could improve what we're doing, how we could be of more service, how we could be more active, how we could have a different experience in our lives. I think that's what this is all about, right? Come to weekends like this. And it's about challenging where we're at. And I don't know if anybody felt a little challenged this weekend, but you know, the energy's a little tight this morning. And so the book kind of prepares you for this thing, right? And I like groups like this because I like talking about, especially people who've been around a while, stuff that's challenging, that goes against my buddy Mark was saying. You're not hitting all the highlights in the book, right? Like, we got certain highlights in the book that we stick to as Pat, and there are go-to themes, right? And I said, well, what about the rest of the book? What's happening with these themes? Have you stopped and looked at this, or what this meant by this, or why they prepared it like this? What's the whole design for this thing? Because obviously, if it's inspired by something greater than ourselves to do the impossible, to lead us to an experience that saves us from ourselves and alcoholism, there's got to be something pretty remarkable to this. So learning how to read it and how to look at it is a continuous thing. Like 30 years later, I'm still studying and look at it. Somebody comes up to me and says, hey, you think it says this, or you think I'll go study it, and I'll do some background search on it. I'll have conversations with other people. I'll look at the meaning of the book. I won't just stick with my idea. I always try to reflect what the book says. Always go back to what it says and the meaning and the design of it and the building of it. Like in We Agnostics, it says, one of the principles they talk about is we need to always be prepared to change our point of view, which is really hard for people like us. We formulate a conversation or argument and we stick to it. We like to say we're open-minded, but come on. If you're talking what I agree on, I'm the most open-minded person in the room. But if you start talking about something that I don't quite agree on or quite see the same way, I stop listening, I start formulating my own argument to what you're saying, and I'm not participating in the conversation anymore. I don't know if anybody's like that here. So this weekend you get to see where you are with you, because you didn't see where you are with me, right? I'm going to go home and I'm going to go back to my life. You got to see how you interact with other people who may have a different view or a different point of view, and see how your energy is and how your thinking is and the dialogue within yourself. This is what you bring to the table, right? And then if you're happy with that kind of stuff, then you'll continue. But you just kind of say, well, it's not a very effective way to go through life, or a very effective way, because this kind of thing, if it shows up with me in this setting, then it'll show up in every area of your life. Because what you're showing is what you are under adversity or under pressure. And then if you kind of look at that characteristic, you say, boy, this is kind of in every area of my life. And it's kind of interesting that it kind of creates conflict in all these different areas. If I'm going to have a different experience, I need to be able to recognize it and look at it differently. And that's the same like the spiritual path, right? Because it's a continuous. It's not something we arrive at and it stays put. It's not like, let's set the furniture in the house the way we like it and it stays that way. It's always moving and evolving, right? So when we got to this thing, we're going to have some fun. How many working steps are there?
Well, there's actually in every step line too.
You know what the hardest thing for alcoholics? You should practice it. If you got you guys, if you could teach them this would be the most important thing I think they'll ever learn in sobriety. My sponsor says, practice this with me. I don't know.
I don't know.
Or I think I know, right? Actually, there's 6. There's 6 working steps, and the rest are preparation steps. You know what a preparation step is? Get you ready for something. Anybody here work for themselves? Anybody work in something? You have the prep. You show up to work to get ready for work. You get all your tools, you get everything ready to get ready to work. Anything in life is the same way. The kitchen staff, everything to get the prep part, get everything ready to accomplish what they're going to do. And that's the same with the book. So we're going to look at what they were hoping on accomplishing here. And what I have here is really interesting, because so we all agree the book says lack of power is our dilemma. Are we all good with that?
Yeah.
And how self creates the problem. Are we all good with that? Self-reliance, self-seeking, 100 forms of fear, self-delusion. This all creates self, and this all stems from where? From inside of ourselves. And a lot of this stuff makes sense to us because we've been in counsel with it our whole lives. We can't see the destructiveness of it. Right? We don't see what creates. We know the 90% of our story, but we don't know the 10% of our story that creates it. That's why in 62 it says, driven by these things, and it says we're an extreme example of it, but we don't think so, right? It says it rises out of ourselves. Something within ourselves create all these things, but we can't see it. Self-will run riot. So we see that instinct-based, that these things are created based on my instincts, my self-esteem, my security, my ambitions. That makes up self. So we see our conflict with life is that I don't think I'm going to get something or I'm going to lose something, right? Or if I build my self-esteem off of how well my wife looks. Anybody? Right? And then she starts having problems. She's not looking as well as she used to. Now I'm starting to feel a little awkward. What am I awkward about? Her, or am I awkward about my self-esteem? It's kind of funny when that works like that, right? And the same job, prestige, and all that other stuff, watches, money, prestige, jobs. When we talk to people, a lot of times we try to impress people with what we got. Right? Builds our self-esteem, our ambitions. When we hear people have things, we want to be more friends with certain people than other people. Why is that? Ambition. When you're in a social setting, you want to get along with everybody. Who do we concentrate on? The one person we think that don't like us. 100 people in the room, one person don't like us. Who are we concentrating on? See, the attachment of energy is kind of really wild, eh? How these things consume our mind, even though it has nothing to do with us, it seems to create a lot of problems within ourselves. Anybody seem to have those problems here? Anybody do a lot of thinking about other things other than themselves that's created on self? So, when we kind of go to this thing, on page 75, they were talking about the idea in step 3. About building this arch. Didn't say we built it. All right, most good ideas are simple. This was the keystone of the new triumphal arch which we passed to freedom. It's an idea. Remember, they talked about that. Step 3 is an idea that if I go through this rest of the course of action, I can experience these things. And a lot of us have a hard time with that because we get taught that once you do step 3, you're in this relationship and it's all God's will from then on. It doesn't say that anywhere. But we get taught that. It's an evangelical or Christian-based idea, right? But our process says that's not enough for us to secure this thing. We need to go through a course of action as the result of these steps. Because we like the idea of being able to get something for nothing. Anybody like lottery sobriety here? If I can give you a paycheck for just staying at home compared to coming to work, which one do you want to do? I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, good. Start digging that ditch. Well, maybe I'll stay at home. Anybody kind of have that? I'm not alone in this, am I? At times, yeah, I don't know. Okay, so they talk about the 5th step here on page 75. They talk about we pocket our pride to go to it. Returning home, we'll back up here. So they talk about we pocket our pride to go to it. Illuminating every twist of character, every dark cranny of the past. Once we have taken this step, withholding nothing, we are delighted. We could look at the world, we could look the world in the eye, we could be alone at perfect peace. Was I able to achieve that when I did step 3 alone? Right, so now we're seeing the things that they talked about in the 3rd step prayer starting to take place, right? You have a new freedom, new happiness. Kind of these things that they talked about at the top of the page as their experience, as we felt new power flow in, as we enjoyed peace of mind. Is that kind of making... We are delighted. We can look at the world and we can be alone in perfect peace and ease. Our fears fall from us. We begin to feel the nearness of our Creator. We may have had certain spiritual beliefs, but now, you know what now means? Now. But now, we begin to have a spiritual experience. What was the purpose of the steps? Is to connect us to source, power, spirit, right? Consciousness. Yes, no? Yes. But we can't get connected to these things with all these things that are in the way. Self-pity, attachment, resentments, fears, harms. The 4 horsemen, the Ghost of Christmas Past. Anybody remember that movie? If there was only 3 of those guys with chains, it wouldn't be bad. We got a whole busload of them, right? They're like outside the door, we're under the covers. It's kind of like, anybody haunted by their past? Anybody haunted by things they've done? So here we need to find freedom from that stuff, right? And I'm not able to find freedom from it by ignoring it. Anybody ever to find freedom by ignoring the things they've done?
No.
Turning it over, letting it go? We don't let go of nothing. We're carriers. Any carriers here? If you ever get in trouble hanging around with an alcoholic, they'll carry you farther than anybody else would. You get that later. Okay. So, they talk about the feeling. We may have had certain spiritual beliefs, but now we begin to have a spiritual experience. The feeling that the drink problem has disappeared will often come strongly. We feel we're on the broad highway, walking hand in hand with the spirit of the universe. So they give us a whole different picture here. It's not just something within inside of me. It's a connection to source. It's something really. You ever notice when you're feeling really good, you kind of notice the trees. You're looking up. You kind of notice everything. And then when you're feeling bad, the only thing you're noticing is your feet. You notice when you become more instinct-based, your energy shrinks. Your shoulders. Anybody ever think of a problem? You're sitting in a meeting, you're sitting up, and then you start thinking of a problem, you start crouching. And the anxiety starts happening. Anxiety means shortness of breath. You're not really breathing. Your instincts are starting to kick in, the fight or flight. Anybody have that beautiful gift? And if you think too much of it, you start having anxiety or dry heaving, can't sleep, not eating right, full of worry. Maybe some dysentery starts happening because it starts to affect your system. And if it continues, your nervous system gets affected, your health, right? All health problems stems from the blocking or the holding on of energy, negativity. You ever go a couple days with a resentment? Anybody? Huh? You're a real charm to be around, aren't you? You ever walk up to somebody that's full of resentment and fear? You ever feel their energy?
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, first couple times you try to help them, the third time you just stay the hell away from them. You don't want to get that any on you, right? It's like walking through a paint shop, right? You can't help but get some on you, right? You're just like, okay, anyways. So, you want to finish this off here? Returning home.
Returning home, we find a place where we can be quiet for an hour, carefully reviewing what we have done. We thank God for the bottom of our heart that we know Him better.
What was the purpose of this process? To get this relationship personal. That's why it said when we did the step 3, it says, so long as we express the idea that we're working toward this relationship. So far, steps 1, 2, and 3 is dating. Nothing really serious happening. Anything could change at any moment. Anybody ever date here? You think things are fantastic? And then you get the phone call. Don't think this is working. As you're putting the ring back in the box, you think it's working. Second date, got the U-Haul. Got the kids planned. Everything's good. Right? So there's our versions of things, and then there are versions. So the 1, 2, 3, meaning anything could happen at any time, is the insanity of the first drink returns. The malady takes over and takes us out. Our good intentions are not enough to keep us here. Anybody ever have good intentions? You see new people with all the best intentions in the world are enthusiastic about being here, then they're not here anymore. They don't make the decision not to be here anymore. They're not experimenting. They're not going out to do more research. The illness of alcoholism is taken over again, right? So what does it say then?
Taking this book down from our shelf, we turn to the page which contains the 12 steps. Carefully reading the first 5 proposals, we ask if we have omitted anything.
Okay, so hold it there, right? So looking over the first 5 proposals, in step 3, it asked us to we thought well before taking the step. We only had 3 ideas. What the problem was, what the solution was, what the course of action was being presented, right? So we knew why we needed to do this. Now we have 5 proposals. 5, which is the first 5 steps. And we have 75 pages, roughly, 75 pages of information that we need to gather and implement, with the doctor's opinion, the forwards, the preface, and a spiritual appendix, and the guide of a sponsor. That's a lot of information to put in place. So I've got everything I need here, and then there's going to be a qualifier to move on here. right? And now I'm able to meditate and be in kind of counsel, not only with myself to do and kind of see where I'm at, but I'm in counsel with something else. And this is where the qualifier comes in, right? So I'm reading the first 5 proposals.
We have omitted anything, for we are building an arch through which we shall walk a free man at last.
Now we're building that arch. Remember in 62, it says, most good ideas are simple, and this was the keystone of the new and triumphant arch which we passed to freedom. Now we've built this arch. It's built. We have access to this creation. We have access to the Spirit of you. We have access to God. We're in counsel. We're in relationship with. We may have had certain spiritual beliefs, but now we begin to have a spiritual experience. Something's happening from the inside out, not from the outside in. We're moving from our thinking into that consciousness. We're feeling a lot more freedom as a result of doing our 4 and 5. How many people felt a lot of freedom here when they did their 4 and 5? Something really magical about it. Before you did your 4 and 5, did it make sense to do this? That's why they didn't ask you. They didn't go, does this make sense to you? No, it doesn't. Good. It's going to work. Let's continue. Right? So we see now as the result of this experience that they laid out by following their instructions, I'm experiencing the same thing they did. Yes? No?
Yes, sir.
They're saying here, so it's collective. They're saying if you've done what we've done through this course of action, you'll be experiencing what we're experiencing. If you haven't, then you missed something. In the first 5 proposals, that means you need to go back and find out what you've missed. In order to find out what you missed, what do you need to do is look at the first 5 proposals. Where are the first 5 proposals? In the first 75 pages. In all the pages or just some of them? All of them, because they're building blocks. They lead to ideas and theories. We can't cherry pick. Like when I was a part of the Nazarene and Baptist Church, nothing wrong with those places, but what they like to do is take a verse and build a whole doctrine around it. We can't afford to do that. We need to take the whole thing. We need to see what the whole meaning is before going into it, what the meaning is, and where that meaning leads us. So that means now they're going to take us into a new idea. So all these things that were here, that created self, pain, attachment, instincts, all this stuff starts to dissipate. 90% of the stuff that we were carrying is now removed. Anybody found that when they did their 4 and 5? 90% of it. So that means we're still carrying what we don't really know about it is 10%. 10% of the stuff that used to eat our lunch now is having lunch with us. Right? We're still carrying it, but we don't see the full impact of it. So they're going to start this conversation now. Continuing.
Is our work solid so far? Are the stones properly in place? Have you skimped on the cement put into the foundation?
So that's pretty interesting because we agnostics, they said what we're building is a spiritual structure. Right? That's what we're building is a spiritual structure. It's pretty hard. So we're in a structure here. We see how it's built and it gives us shelter and it gives us safety and it gives us a comfortability. We're able to feel comfort in here. What they're saying is we're building a spiritual structure of the same thing that we will find kind of rest in. We'll find peace. We'll find happiness. We'll match calamity with serenity. It's hard to explain, but once you experience it, says, yeah, I know this place within inside of me that's a lot more comfortable than this other place inside of me. Right? And it's a shift in perspective within inside of me. There's something that changes in my energy. When I'm over here, when I was in my 4 and 5 and living over here, I was fear-based and anxiety-based. I was always on high alert that something was going to happen. I don't know, anybody on high alert here? Anticipating impending doom and calamity. Anybody? Anybody forecasting the future and getting ready for it? Any forecasters here? Oh my God, then that's going to happen. And then that's going to happen. Oh my God. And you notice as you participate in the story, it gets worse. Right? You say, I'm not going to think about that, but I want to see how it ends. Right? There's nothing happening. You're lying in your bed. 3 o'clock in the morning. This is not looking good. And you're the narrator. You're creating the story. You're saying, wait. We could have a worse ending than that. Right? And you're narrating the whole thing, right? Before she was just living, now she's dying and I'm at her funeral right now on the pain. Oh my God. Or the happiness. No, sorry. You're sick bastards. Okay, go. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Have we tried to make mortar without sand?
And that's interesting. If you ever created mortar without sand, so what's the glue that keeps us all together here? Mortar without sand. You need the two elements. Me and the spiritual connection that keeps us all together. I'm getting access to power now. It's not knowledge. Knowledge is a part of the sequence, but it's the actual tapping into this thing inside that binds, that keeps all these things at bay now, right? Here comes the interesting part. So we got the arch now, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Why did you put 6 and 7 here? Because that's a part of the sequence that finishes off step 5. 6 and 7 finishes off step 5, and it gives you an idea of the things we hang on to. So now we see 4, 5. 4 and 5 are the things of the past. Yes, no? Yeah. So now I'm moving into a new experience. I'm moving. I'm going on. Anybody been on holidays here? Right? And this is kind of like what they're saying here. This is like when you come in AA, they're saying, hey, we got a pretty good travel package here. And this is what it looks like when you get there. You ever walk by those brochures, those travel malls, and you kind of, wow, this looks good, that looks good. I really love to go to this place, how they have it on the pamphlets and all that are on the window. Makes it enticing. This is what it looks like when you get here. You go into the travel agent, which would be your sponsor. They say, let's hook you up with a package. This would be the itinerary. You get everything in place to make this trip. Right? Now you're going through customs. You're not bringing anything you're not supposed to. You're making sure you don't have nothing you're supposed to. Because if you're going through and you're not supposed to, what do? They send you back, or they own you. Right? So here they're saying, we've gone through customs. But we're going to do a double check just before the last scanning part, right? We're going to do a double check because we're about to get on the plane. And when you're on the plane, it's like you're getting ready to move into step 11. And when you're sitting on the beach, what part of your past do you want sitting on the beach with you? How many people want to sit on the beach and enjoy the beach? How many people want to sit on the beach and think about their past? That's what they're getting at here. They're saying, here, you're going to do a new freedom, a new happiness. We've just looked at these things, are the things properly in place? Do you have your travel package in place? Is everything in check? Right? And 90% of it is gone. That's what they're saying. Is everything in place? Your passport, everything? Yep, I'm ready to go. Right? Phone, everything's taken care of. We've got the neighbors going to look after the house. Everything's taken care of. So I'm feeling pretty good about the vacation, right? And they said everything in check. Now they're saying, well, let's visit a couple ideas here before you go. Because you're going to continue, right? This is a path that got to get us somewhere, to the freedom step, right? This is probably the most misunderstood and overblown up, exaggerated part. There's only 2 paragraphs in the book, in 6 and 7. And when we go, it's got to be more complicated than that. Because self says, no, there's more work here and I need to be more involved. Because there's no way this isn't going to happen without my involvement. I got to work on me. I got to take credit for all the work I'm doing. But we already agreed back here that you can't fix you. But I like the idea of fixing me. I'm obsessed with the idea of working on me. I want the Academy Award at the end of the day saying what a great job I did fixing me. I like to check in with me to see how well I'm doing. Do a self check-in. Job good, bank account good, money good, friends good, fishing good, hunting good, girlfriend, wife good. Some of you got that, right?
Better pause that on the recorder.
Yeah, pause that on the recorder. But no, we do all these things to create self, to create happiness, to create the illusion that I'm doing well. Anybody? So who takes credit for all those things? Me. But when you realize that you're on borrowed time and that everything you have is on loan, that you can never create the life that you're living, then you realize the checklist is a little different. you realize I'm experiencing all these things because of my relationship with something greater than myself. I could have never experienced these things on my own. Right? So it turns to gratitude. Because now I have a new employer. I need to learn how to be an employee. I have a new parent, a new agent. I need to learn how to create that relationship. Right? But if I'm still hanging on to the idea that I'm doing this, how well is that relationship going to go? If I want to marry the woman of my life, but I'm still hanging on to my girlfriend, how's that going? If I'm still hanging on something to the past, how free will I be on the beach? Exactly. Okay, so let's read the most complicated, simplest lines in the book.
If we can answer to our satisfaction, we then look at step 6.
That means everything's solid, right? I'm not holding nothing back. There's no secrets that I'm keeping from anybody. Everything's good. I discussed the chicken episode. Everything's good. Anybody knows, eh? Huh?
We have to emphasize willingness as being indispensable.
The willingness to do what? To pursue this, even though it doesn't make sense, right? These are the key ingredients to humility. Is willingness, humility to do these things, even though everything in me fights against the idea. Anybody have fighting against some ideas this weekend? Anybody struggle with some things that are being presented in here? See the resistance, and nothing's happening. We're just having a conversation. You see how these things, how self steps in? Wait a minute, I'll take it from here. What the hell? I'm open-minded Friday coming in. This is going to be a great weekend. What are you talking about, man? Okay. You see the shifts that we have? And nothing's happening. We're sitting, having fellowship together, talking about a book, talking about my experience, and how just talking about these things start targeting our instincts. That's created energy within inside of us that starts formulating this conversation, this debate, or this rebuttal, or this securing within our own mind, and we're not present anymore. Now, how much of my life do I do that? I'm a stranger to most of you guys, right? I'm not your partner, your kids, your employer, your people you work with, the people. I'm just a guy that showed up on a plane and leaving. And if I could have this much impact, just having conversation on a weekend you volunteered for, huh? Well, now we're okay. Sit down, right? Right? Then, what if I take this and look at the rest of my life? See, I'm still driven by emotions. I'm still driven by fear. I'm still driven by these things. Oh, there's still some challenges here, including myself, right? Because I get to reflect on things as they come up from my social instinct, right? My ambitions, my security. And if I talked to myself about it, I would have left this morning before you guys woke up based on yesterday's crowd. Get the hell out of here before it turns into a lynch mob, right? But what I do is I realize I'm in service of something greater than me, right? And so I check that relationship, and then it subsides the instincts, and I realize I don't have to understand the whole thing. I just have to be present to do this, right? Because who's in charge of this whole thing? Right? God knows where we're going. God knows the audience. I don't know the audience. I don't know why I'm going this way. So if I trust and rely on something greater than me, and I'm an agent of that, then this conversation, somebody needs to hear this conversation in here. Somebody needs to talk about these things. And if you're not the one you're supposed to hear it, then maybe it's somebody beside you or somebody here that their life may be depending on getting back on track or getting this thing. Day 5, right? You know what I mean? Like he says, oh, you mean there's more to this weekend than me? But I paid. Right? See how funny how the brain starts? So maybe there's a lot to it. So let's look at the fun step.
Are we now ready to let God remove from us all the things which we have admitted are objective?
Oh my God, what? Are we now ready for who? God. Not me?
Can he now take them all?
So what are we asking that are objectionable? What are we asking God to remove? Here we go.
Well, the
The defects is stuff we identified in step 4.
The defects. Are the defects the problem?
Partly.
Oh, you're just hanging on to that partly. Not totally committed to an answer, but partly.
I don't know.
Remove fear. Reliance on self.
Well, let's look at it, right? So we shall look at some of the common manifestations that have defeated us, right? What's the number one? Resentment. From it stems all forms of spiritual disease. From the resentment stems all forms of spiritual disease. We don't have a spiritual disease. This resentment forms all these things. It forms the abscesses on my consciousness. It poisons me. It's like when you have a rotten tooth. If left untreated, it creates an abscess. What created the abscess was the rotten tooth. Right? The abscess didn't just create itself. It's created from an untreated symptom. Resentment is the first number one offender. Go untreated, it starts creating abscesses. It starts affecting every area of your life. The grouch and the brainstorm. The brainstorm is not good ideas either. Bombardment of thoughts and ideas, the constant grinding of teeth. They're in the morning, sons of a bitches on their motorcycles. Sorry. Right? Anybody? So now I see these things. So the resentment. So there was what we're saying. When we finish the inventory, we see we're selfish and considered dishonest, right? And self-seeking. Why? Because of the instincts out of whack. What created that was the instincts. What created the instincts was my spiritual condition. Because if I was spiritually right, would I have a problem in my instincts? Let's get committed. Would I have a problem in my instincts? No. Then I wouldn't have to worry about the symptoms it creates of the selfish and considerate dishonesty. These are not the problems. These are the awareness of an underlying problem of an underlying problem. But we like just to look at this problem, the selfish and considerate dishonesty. They are symptoms of the problem and they're not the problem. They're like when the alarm goes off, right? That makes you aware there's something going on here if the alarm went off. If I shut the alarm off, does that mean the problem's taken care of? We like that aspect. I'm going to work on my selfishness, my dishonesty. And you can't work on it. They're a byproduct of something. You want to be relieved of that. That's what they're going to talk about here. Right now we're going to have fun. So who's going to remove these things that are objectionable? The resentments that I still carry. The pain. The hurt. Yeah, because I'm still carrying stuff. How many people, when they did their fifth, realized, holy smoke, I'm still carrying stuff? You feel good at first, and then you run into the ex. And you got to give that child support payment to somebody you don't like. Talking to your mother, talking to your dad, talking to the neighbor. Oh, this hurt, this pain, this energy is still attached to this person. Or how many times have you reminded somebody how many times you've forgiven them? Yeah, look how many times I've forgiven you. None? You haven't forgiven me once. What makes you say that? Because you keep reminding me of it. You're still carrying that shit. Look at everything I do for you, you ungrateful. Oh, somebody's carrying some shit. No, I'm not. You're so bad. Oh yeah, making fun now. Okay, go ahead. So we have problems still, right? We're still carrying some stuff, are we not?
Yeah, if we still cling to something we will not let go, we ask God to help us be willing.
How many people, come on, let's get real here, have justifiable angst against other people and still carrying it? Two people honest here. How many people still carrying shit from their past? Yeah. You know, mom, dad, relatives, some people who have felt some great injustices, people who've done stuff to us, people who've had different forms of abuse. It's all an attachment to our consciousness that we still carry. It's not there, it's here. And it's stuck there. And what it asks me to acknowledge it's still there. And then when we get over here, you'll see how important that is to know what these things and be able to recognize it. So this is what step? Step 6 stuff is the stuff I still hang on to, but I can't seem to shake, but I acknowledge they're there, and I acknowledge who takes care of it, because I can't remove it. I can't rationalize this stuff. I can't ignore it. I can't let it go, and I can't, right? There's something else that needs to take place. And what does it say needs to take place?
7th step.
What does it say? We'll finish it off by...
When ready, we say something like this. This is 7th step prayer. My Creator, I am now willing that you should have all of me, good and bad.
Okay. Good and bad. Most people, because the way we are, remember, we want to take over. We do. Like, I'll take it from here, God. But we already made a decision over here. I can't take care of shit.
I pray that
Wait, no, we're having fun with this one. He's like, hurry, let's get through this. Here comes the finger again. He's getting ready. Right? Okay, so let's look at how we look at things. Let me in, coach. I can take it from here, but you don't know how to play the game. Doesn't matter. Let me in, coach. I look good out on the field running around. Just don't pass me the ball. Let me in, coach. Here they're saying good and bad. Well, why do they say good and bad? Because it's the same coin. When you're concentrating on all the bad stuff, oh, so bad. Who are you concentrating on? Self. What's our favorite topic? Self. Oh, you mean this is where I could go in and start thinking about me? Finally, I'm working on me now. We hear that. It doesn't say anything about you working on you here. Your job is to be willing to have God remove these things. So good and bad. So if you're concentrating on how great you are, anybody spend time doing that? Oh, you're good. Such a good boy. Such a good boy, right? Anybody spend time thinking, God, I'm doing good.
Yeah.
If you want what I got. Right? Come on, how many people spend a bit of time thinking how great they are? Just a little. Nobody else thinks about themselves here, how great they're doing? Nope. Go home, you should be as impressed with me as I am. Let me tell you about my great accomplishments. Let me tell you about the great and powerful odds. Nobody here? Same coin. Who are you concentrated on? Come on, say it. Who are you concentrated on? Your favorite topic. But now it's disguised. But what's absent of that conversation? Your connection. See, driven by 100 forms of fear and self-delusion. It just tricks itself. It's like squeezing. Anybody ever squeeze a water balloon here? You think you got a hold of it, it shoots out this way, shoots out that way. That's like us. We get used to looking at it one way. Oh, I see it now. And then it disguises itself in another way. There's no getting out. So that's where they're saying the focus isn't on you. The focus is on your relationship. The focus isn't on you. If the focus is on you, you're back to the problem. You've shifted. You become problem-oriented, even if you're thinking about all the great things, because the great things won't last. And then what happens is the great things stop losing their shine, and you're just left with you. And that feeling starts to deplete. And so you think you need to get something else to have that feeling again, and that emptiness starts coming back, and you get confused because you can't seem to grasp the idea of why I'm not feeling better. Look at how great my life is. I should be grateful. I'm not feeling it. The disconnect is happening, and your brain doesn't say, hey, you know what, I'm disconnected from source. And it's starting to show up in my consciousness and by my thinking, the bombardment of my thinking. I'm disconnected here, and I don't know how to get back on track. That's why it doesn't stop here, right? Because we're feeling good here. Doesn't stop here. We're still on the road. We're still going, you're good. Like, you're getting rid of this stuff. Now, finish what it says.
I pray that you now remove me from every single defect of character which stands in the way of my usefulness to you and my fellows.
Okay, so I pray that who? You, source, now remove from who? Me, every single. Who makes that determination? I don't sit there and so I need this defect removed and I need that defect removed. It's not up to you. I now pray that you remove from me every single defect that stands in the way of my usefulness. In the moment. In the moment. Now. When is the role he assigns? Place. Now. Where do you get access to God? Now. Where do you get freedom and happiness? Now. May you find him now. It's not something I could achieve tomorrow, and it's not something I could achieve in the past. As soon as you start this road, you start achieving the now. Now. When you feel hope that there could be a different life, you're starting to access the shift, but that shift is not enough to keep you going. That's why step 3 is an idea. Now I'm starting to experience these things. It feels good. See all these things that are blocking the archway? I have the rest of it. Now I pray that you move from everything that stands in the way of my usefulness. These things get removed. I don't remove them. How do they get removed? Is by my connection to Source. The more spiritually fit I am, the less I worry about all those things in my 4th step. My 4th step is not things I work on. My 4th step shows me what I look like on a non-spiritual basis. My 4th step is the absence of God and Source. When you look at your 4th step, then people go, nothing happens for a reason in God's world. That's right. Take a look at your 4th step. You're the reason it happened. Can you show me where God was in any of that stuff? When you're ripping off that person, you did that to this person, that was God's will for these people to teach them a lesson of humility? Well, we say some crazy shit in here, don't we? Nothing happens in God's will by mistake. So when I went and did my step 9, I said, you should be thankful that God chose me to teach you the lesson that you needed to learn. Because nothing happens in God's will by mistake. And you're welcome. These amens are good. So we don't investigate nothing by mistake. Nothing just happens. That's right. Let's look at the 4th step. You see why these things happen? You see why you owe these people an amend? You see what your life looks like running self-will? You want to continue down this path, or you want to continue on this path? I don't want none of that stuff from my past. But I can't create a different reality. God couldn't would have for yourself. When I get connected to Source, I get rejuvenated with new power that creates a different reality. And the more in Source I am, the less instinct-based I am. Right? So if things aren't going well, right? Anybody ever experienced that?
No.
Yeah. So, but here's the funny thing. When you do a self-assessment when things aren't going well, who gets more busy trying to fix self?
Me.
And you notice things start getting worse? But then when you get the humility, the pause, and you go back to the recipe, it creates this archway within that this is the instinct base, this recipe of humility, this source, or the willingness, this thing that puts you over in here within inside yourself and you become more spiritually based. I don't know how to describe it. That's the best way I know how to describe it. Is over here, I'm knuckle dragging, Neanderthal, fear-based, which I've understand that was most of my life. I've gone through this process and I have a different experience within inside of myself. And sometimes it can turn like that. We commence to outgrow fear. That means the fear is still there, but now I have the ability to stand up and walk past it. Anybody been crippled by fear here? Anybody ever not be able to get out of bed or get out of the living room or just kind of crippled by it? Then you start doing a little prayer, you start asking for a little help, and you have the energy to get up and start moving forward. Everything has you still glued to that chair. I'm going to go to that meeting. I don't want to go to that meeting. I'm going to go help that guy. I don't want to go help that guy. And you just go there and say, wow, that felt pretty good. But you forget the pain and agony of that chair. Because we're going to recreate that again. So, this is good.
Grant me strength as I go out from here to do your bidding.
So what am I asking for? What's my problem? Lack of power. I'm asking for power to overcome self. I'm moving now, I begin to have a spiritual experience. I may have had certain spiritual beliefs, but now I begin to have a spiritual experience. I need to remember this through my entire sobriety. For the rest of my sobriety. Because self will create the delusion that I'm the one who creates my happiness, and I'll get off the path and I won't even know I'm on the path. Is that easily done? How many people have experienced that? How many people have been bewildered in sobriety wondering how they got there? How many people have spent days talking to themselves thinking they were talking to God? The delusion. How many people start praying, dear God, I need to go to the grocery store. I mean, okay. So that's it. We've then completed. What does completed mean? Finished. It's an idea that, I'm still hanging on some stuff, and I'm reconfirming step 3. Step 7 is reconfirming step 3, that this entity, this relationship of it is going to take care of all these things. So step 3 and step 7, they're building blocks. There's more confirming I'm on the path. So step 7 reconfirms step 3, that I should be really less involved in this and God should be more involved in this. That's why it says we completed. So then why is there so much emphasis on 6 and 7? Because what's our first obsession? Us. Let's write a book on how I could fix me with me. Let's write another book on Drop the Rock. Let's write another book, the 12 and 12. Let's write another book for people that don't have to be spiritually based. I made some friends there, right? Well, I got a lot going on. I'm not, sick like some of you people. I don't have to be totally God dependent. You ask for a little help in the morning, take care of my shit during the day, and at night give thanks.
And you're himself.
Well, you don't know that because look, bank account good, wife's good, kids good, car's good. Ain't God good? Huh? Taxman at the door. Didn't pay your taxes, man. God, why are you doing this to me? Anyway, sorry. Well, I guess he has a lesson for you to learn. How fast we blame God for the shit we create. Anybody? But when things are going good, thank you, Jesus. Anyway, sorry. Okay, let's get a lunch mob here. So, since we're having fun, let's go read into 10. Step 10, 85, 84, 86. Okay, here's where I make friends. So we're getting this roadmap. Not that I've already not made any friends. We've got this roadmap. So, we have this archway. We have the things that we have admitted are objectionable. We know what creates the change in our life, right? We know that the more spiritually based I am, the more I enjoy life. The promises talk about these things. I'll know a new freedom and new happiness. The thing we read on page 63 is becoming more apparent now. Their experience is now becoming my experience. As we felt new power flow and as we enjoyed peace of mind. Remember where they talked about that on page 63? That was the experience of those that went before us. When we sincerely took such a position, all sorts of remarkable things happened. We're now at step 3. We're going to show you how to start achieving these things for yourself through this course of action. We need to do the course of action. We need to stay. And then they kind of remind us after, remember, when we finish 6 and 7, I know you're feeling good. Remember, it was agreed upon in the beginning that you'd be willing to go to any lengths to overcome victory over alcohol. Right? Why would they need to remind us of that? Because they know the audience. Huh? You mean I could have a little something and not take you for dinner? I'm good with that. You mean I have to take you for dinner and dress up and buy you flowers? Okay. Right? If you can get a little something without doing the dinner and the flowers, how many people are okay with that? Yeah, no, this is the dinner and the flowers, baby. You gotta do it. Right? So, then, there's another thing, just because they talk about, then it says our real purpose. What's our real purpose now? To be of maximum service. That's the way we hear it. And that's the way we say it, but it doesn't say that. Fit. I mean to be involved. To fit yourself. To create effort. To walk with purpose. Trudging the road of happy destiny, not to happy destiny. If we are painstaking, you need to be involved. The things that we need and have to do, we don't want to do. Do we? We're agents. We're a new employer. We're children. We're his children. Anybody have kids here? You got to do your chores. I don't want to do my chores. Can I have my allowance? No. Right? You need to show up for work if you want to get paid for work. Right? These things happen if we perform his work well. What's his work? To stay connected, to stay in source. When does his assignment happen for us? In the now. Now. We don't get a memo for next week. This is God. I got your week planned out for you. Oh, good. You know why we don't get these memos? Because we'd wait till Friday to start the list. I can put this off till tomorrow. What do you think? Yeah. This is way overreacting. You mean you want me to show up with my group twice this week and set up? No, what an order. I can't go work the phones. Oh, no. I'm not working no phones. New guy there? Yeah, somebody else could look after him. Yeah, that's about good with the list. I don't know why I'm feeling like shit. Oh, look, the football game's on again. Okay, so a couple guys looking at their watch. Start the plane. Okay. So here's where I really make friends. Here's where like, just think about this week. I know you're going to start arguing. As soon as I mention it, you're going to start arguing with yourself. I know it. But you're thinking you're arguing with me. I've already formulated my ideas. You're not arguing with me. You're arguing with yourself. You're in conflict with yourself. Because if we started talking about unicorns right now, wouldn't bother me in the least. I don't believe in them. Okay, maybe they were. Yeah, who cares? I wouldn't leave here getting upset that you were talking about unicorns. It wouldn't bother me in the least. It's like people who say they don't believe and very offended about people who talk about believing. Well, if you don't believe in it, why does it offend you or bother you? You ever think about that? Why is it bothering you if you don't? Okay, so step 10. Is it an action step or a transition step?
Transition.
You don't know.
I don't know.
Well, no, honestly, what was the first thing your brain told you?
Transition.
How many people say action? How many people say transition? Transition has it. Every step in the book, go back home and read it on your own. Every step that says action, that needs you to participate in it, says action. Every step that prepares you for the action is the preparation step. Step 1 is an action and preparation step. Prep. Step 2, an action and preparation. Prep. Step 3, an action and preparation. Step 4, action and preparation. Step 5. Step 6. See how fast we got involved again? Preparation step. We're prepared, right? Who are we asking? Right? Step 4, we need to get involved. Step 5, we need to get involved. Step 6 is who's involved? Right? But see how fast the mind wants to, let me in, coach. So remember, that's what we'll be dealing with. No, you got to let me finish my thought. I told you it's going to be steel on steel here. Because we want to take over. We really don't want to be dependent and have a relationship. I just want enough to get what I need. Just really a relationship? What the hell you mean by relationship? Well, if your relationship with God looked the same with your wife, how long would you be married? Oh. If you only said good morning, and then you were looking at for a little something at night, how long would that relationship last? The only thing is I want something. It's not really a relationship, it's a dependency. It's a gimme, it's a codependent relationship. It's not a relationship. So step 10. I talk about the promises. I'm going to hit some highlights here. There's too much. This thought. What thought? The step 9 promises
This thought brings us to step 10, which suggests we continue to take a personal inventory.
Continue. What does continue mean? Continue. That means you've been doing it. When did you learn this? You learned this in 4, 5, 6, and 7. Right? You learned how to meditate. You learned how to concentrate. You learned how to pray. You learned all the key ingredients to start your trade. This is a spiritual trade that we're learning. We're learning a spiritual trade. It's going to become a part of our life. It's going to be our career. It's going to be what our whole life is built on. So we have all the tools in order to do it. Continue, right?
Continue to set right any new mistakes as we go along.
As we go along, right? So we learned that in 4. How to take care of it, how to master resentment. Where do we learn that? 4. Where do we learn how to outgrow fear? 4. Where did we learn to design a relationship and work toward it that we always desired and hoped for? 4. Sorry, I'm going like this. 4. We learned all this stuff in 4. We hope you're convinced now that God can remove whatever self-will has been blocking you. The purpose of the 4th step is learn how to master resentments, isn't it? To give you the recipe on how to redirect this energy so it works toward your betterment instead of your demise. In the fear, it says what this is all about, is to get access to this source so we outgrow fear, to play the role he assigns. This relationship has started by the time you get the 4 and the fears, right? And then in meditation, in the sex inventory, we ask for a sane and sound idea. They're kind of hinting that you've started this relationship, are they not? You are now in counsel with this source. You're sitting quietly and asking for direction on how to recreate your life. Right? And then you're asking for strength over here. So 10 says continue to do that stuff, right? Keep going.
We have rigorously commenced this way of living as we cleaned up the past.
So that's saying, a lot of people get this idea that I'm working on 9. Are you working with other people? No, I'm on step 9. No, step 9, no, you're not on step 9. What you are is on step 11 and 12, and you're practicing your 9s. You need to get into 10, 11, and 12 to do your 9s. How many people ain't? Because if you're not in step 11, who's doing your 9s for you? Yeah, who's the problem? And you're thinking. So anybody ever go do step 9 here and don't bring God into it? You created a problem before you even go in there. And if he says this to me, well, we'll take care of that right now. Anybody get that thinking before you're fear-based before you even go do your 9s? You're not at peace. Step 9 means I'm already at peace between me and God, and I know what I need to do. I'm going to go make right with this person because I'm of service to something greater than me, and a demonstration of this thing, I don't know why, but it's going to benefit them and the people around them in some form. I'm going to be an example of Alcoholics Anonymous. Somewhere along the line, somebody's going to remember, yeah, I remember that guy who was such a this and that. Something happened to me, came and made amends to me. My daughter, my son, my cousin. Hey, you know what? I knew this guy. He came and he made amends for this thing that he did. Wow, isn't that wild? And he didn't talk himself. It was a demonstration of these things. When I went to meet my godmother, went back the first time, the second, the third time, which was pretty wild. I went back to meet her. In my brain, step 6 was saying they didn't like me. There's no need going back there. You already made amends. Step 11 was saying, no, they love you. They're your family. You're going to bring your mom there. You're a part of this thing. Don't talk yourself out of happiness, which is one of the things I tend to do. I don't know why. I talk myself out of happiness and experiences. So I went there. I brought my mom there, and my godmother seen me, and she all lit up. She's in the home now. She's all shaking. She says, come and sit beside me. So I went and said, well, first she asked me to sit on her knee, right? And I said, I can't sit on you. She's a little French woman like this, right? She's about this big. She just lit up. And she has a bit of Alzheimer's. And she remembered me. She remembered me, and everybody was shut. I haven't seen her in years. So I sat beside her, and she started crying. I said, what? She says, I want to ask your forgiveness. I said, you want to ask my forgiveness? Which took me back. I thought, she says, so she's been carrying it. This time, she's been carrying this thing at 54 years. 54 years she's been carrying this thing inside her, and it came to the surface. And she says, I want to ask your forgiveness because I had to give you back to your mom when you were a kid. She says, I was pregnant with twins. I couldn't afford to feed you and my twins. I had to give you back to that life that you went to. She felt responsible for the road I was on, and she was carrying that pain all along. If I would have talked myself out of going there, right, when the voice inside of me said, go there, I would have robbed her of the freedom that she needed to go to the grave happily when she passes. She doesn't have that regret anymore. And I was able to say, no, you know, I ended up where I ended up through alcoholism. It has nothing to do with you. Regardless if I would have stayed with you or not, this was the road that was destined for me because I suffer from an illness. But I'm good now, and I'm here, and things are fantastic. I wouldn't change it. And she felt a weight lifted from her, right? That's what this stuff is about. It's something beyond our capability, but something knows what's happening, right? So her son, one of my best friends, died of alcoholism. He's the guy that trained me for the drinking career that I embarked on. He was the guy who used to, anyways. So moving on. So then we're getting into an idea here that's going to be pretty powerful.
We have entered the world of the Spirit.
Okay, so we have just, sorry. So it says this whole process. So if you go back to the beginning of this thing, when they talked about it, and we agnostics, what did they say the whole purpose of this whole thing was about? Lack of power is our dilemma. To find a power. Where and how were we to find this power? Well, that's exactly what this book is about. Now they're saying through this process, from 1 to 10, it talks about by the time we're here, we've just entered the world of the Spirit. We've entered it. What do you mean by that? Well, it means you're connected to Source. In the back it says, we're part of fellowship with the Spirit. There's a different fellowship. We're connected in a different way. There's a different, say, now you just entered this. We've entered the fourth dimension, or whatever you want to call it, the world of the Spirit, whatever you want to call it. We've just entered this thing, right? That was the whole purpose of this thing. So we're kind of in a new location. We're kind of going, well, they're going, you're here. Right? They're kind of here. Where's here? Holy smokes, this is pretty wild. This is what I can't really put my finger on it, but this is wild. Like, I'm really liking how I'm feeling here. This is kind of, Bill described it like the mountaintop, and like I'm at peace here. This is good. This is kind of, anybody ever experienced that? So they're going to define what you're experiencing. We've just entered the world of the Spirit. So look at the wording now. It's very important here. What does it say next?
Our next function is to grow in understanding and effectiveness.
So they just give us a new instruction in step 10.
This is not an overnight matter.
Oh, well, easy. I'm not done with it yet. Easy.
Pause. We're silent for a minute.
Yeah, I was meditating. So it just said continue. Now we've got our first idea in step 10. What's that? No, it says watch for it. We learned that in the 4. Watch for it. What we think watch for it means concentrate. If you're anybody driving along this road here, beautiful drive, isn't it? The trees and all that stuff. Now, if I said to you, hey, you know what, you haven't, watch for wildlife, watch for holes, watch for this, watch for that. Your shift would go down to the road and you'd be fear-based and you'd be just looking for this stuff. What would you miss? You miss everything. But watch for these things. Anybody ever drive a motorcycle or a 10-speed or a bike here? Watch for these things. Not concentrate on them. And when you see them, take corrective measures. Watch for them. Don't concentrate on them. You concentrate on them, you miss what you're supposed to be embarking on. Is everything around it, the purpose, the journey. Is like when you go on a car trip, you don't concentrate on the inside of the car. You concentrate on where you go. Look at the miles. Look at where you get the enjoyment. It's the vehicle. Our next function. What does that mean? Our next function. Next function. What does that mean? If you were to go to somebody, hey, are you there yet? Yes, I'm here. Okay, good. Your next function, that means, are you at the location that I told you? Yes, I can't see you. Got you on the phone. Okay, now, are you there? Yes, I can see everything. I'm here. Your next function. Now that you're there, this is what I want you to do now. Does that kind of make sense? There's a whole different way of looking at it. And what's that? What do you want me to do now? What is it that you want me to do?
This is not an overnight matter. It should continue for a lifetime.
Yeah.
Understanding and effectiveness.
There we go. Do I know how to do that? To grow in understanding and effectiveness.
No.
I haven't got the instructions on how to do that yet, have I? But it's a new idea. I'm at the location I'm supposed to be at as a result of the course of action that I've taken. I'm here. Well, how do I do that? How do I grow in understanding and effectiveness of the spiritual realm and the spiritual world I've just entered? That seems pretty wild. It says they're going to continue to read on. And then they qualify us, and I'm going to kind of go through this really fast. By this time, sanity should have returned. Well, where was the hope of that? It was in step 2, wasn't it? That was the whole purpose of this thing. By this time, sanity should have returned. So we get our sanity back, and then we get our will back. Thank you for entrusting me with that. Here you go. You can have it back. Well, what do you want me to do with it? Well, I'd like you to do this with it. Are you up for that? Yeah, I'd like to do that. Because what I'm experiencing here is pretty wild. So they go through this thing, and then they talk about on page 85. We'll see that a new attitude toward liquor has been given without any thought or effort on our part. It just comes. That is the miracle of it. We're not fighting it, nor are we avoiding temptation. We feel that though we've been placed in a position, in a place of neutrality, safe and sound. We have not even sworn off. Instead, I can't read the rest of that. What does that say?
The problem has been removed.
It doesn't exist for us. What problem? Alcoholism. The thing that was killing me. Now I get to deal with the real problem. My spiritual connection. Source. Now I get to deal with what's really the problem. And if I deal with these things on a spiritual basis, what don't I have to ever worry about returning again? Alcohol. And then they start qualifying us for that. They're going to qualify us for that. Now they're saying, hey, we're here. It's like if you told me how to get here, which you did, you had someone pick me up. But if I was a driver, they said, watch out for this, watch out for this. And when you get to this location, you should see all these things. All these landmarks should be in that place to let you know you're in the right location. You ever have somebody give you directions to somewhere? Yeah. And they say, when you're at this location, you should see this, this, and this, and this. Or here they're saying, when you're at this location, you should be experiencing this, this, and this. And if you're not, you're missing something. You're in the wrong location. Right? So here, I see the location I'm at. I'm kind of at, so taking a look at, okay, now what? They said, now that you're here, you see everything, everything's in check, this problem's removed, okay, now what? Don't know where we're at. Caught you thinking again, eh? This is how, okay. Yep.
That is how we react so long as we keep it in fit and spiritual condition.
So they just give us the recipe. We need to stay in what?
Fit and spiritual condition.
Right? Not self-awareness, working on myself. I need to make sure I'm connected to source. How many people are here right now?
Right. Yeah.
2 people. How many people are here right now?
All of us.
Well, not necessarily. Here is like, I'm here. I'm participating. Because here's how it starts looking from up here. No, that's why I said, who's here right now? Because the brain takes over. It's a lot of information, right? And a lot of it's probably new, or a new way of looking at things, or an enhanced way, right? So they're going to get into this. Go ahead.
It is easy to let up on spiritual program of action.
True or false?
Yes.
And rest on our laurels. What does that mean? And rest on our laurels.
Our complacency.
On our accomplishment. I've achieved what I hope to achieve. No further. I don't need to go any further. I could coast now. This is what I dreamed about, man. This is good. This is good. You guys keep working. I'm going to go enjoy this shit. Talk to you later. Right? And that's what we do. We talk ourselves out of the thing that got us there. And as we talk ourselves out of it, we don't know we're talking ourselves out of it. We don't realize those cords are starting to be cut. Right? Because all those things are on loan. All those things are a byproduct of my life and my spiritual condition. And they start I start losing my grip on it. They start having the effect on it because those things never had the effect that it was meant to have. It was my connection with Source that allowed me to enjoy these things. When you remove the connection with Source, these things won't fulfill the things within inside of me that I need to sustain my own life of happiness, contentment, and peace. Because what happens is I'll get alone within myself, and I can't break the bondage, and I start getting heavy with my own thinking and my own life, and I start thinking how to get out of it, and I can't dig my way out of it. The more I try to dig my way out of it, the more it starts turning into quicksand. And the more heavy I get, and the more heavy I get, and the more burdensome I become, and the more thinking I become, and the more anxious I become, and the more contemplative I become, and the more planning I become. Anybody have those beautiful characteristics? That is the symptom that I'm cut from Source. But if you're not connected to it, the intuitiveness won't tell you that because the instincts have taken over. Self is now back in charge. We got it from here, pal. Just trust me. Okay, let's burn this shit to the ground. Yee-hoo! Coming in hot, people. Coming in hot. Right, crowd? I've experienced all this in the last 30 years. On the ground in a fetal position, snot running out of my nose. Who's doing this to me? God said, you are. Can you make the bad man stop? Okay, sorry, go on. He nearly went off again. Easy. Reel it in, Tony. Okay.
We are headed for trouble if we do, for
oh boy,
settle for. We are not cured of alcoholism. What we have is a daily reprieve contingent on the maintenance of our spiritual condition.
If you understand what that means, really understand what that means, you kind of always have this, but that's not the motivating fact anymore, but it's there. Right? You have a new freedom and new happiness, but there's this reality. And the reality to remind you of that is when you work with new people. Because if you stop working with new people, this reality starts to subside. We think we're exempt from relapse. It's not an option. We don't drink under any conditions. I never want to drink again. That's not one of the questions. It says here, you will drink again if you don't maintain and develop and grow in understanding and effectiveness. Because yesterday's lunch won't sustain you today. You need to keep nourished. You need to keep building. You need to keep... Some of us are really good, really nourished. But what happens is the life force, these things I need to sustain my life. Just same like the spiritual realm. It's the same thing. If I don't, I start becoming depleted. But I can't see it, and self starts taking over, and I start trying to battle self with self, and the conflict within starts happening. Because I've stopped doing a recipe. I haven't got the instructions for the recipe to watch out for these things on a more disciplined basis. Discipline's not my strong suit, so I've experienced all this new stuff as a result of this stuff, and they're saying, here, now we're going to give you some more ideas. They're giving us some ideas here. We know you're feeling good. We know life's happening, but hey, take heed. Right? You're not cured of alcoholism. What you have is a daily reprieve from the death sentence that awaits you. What's the promise of step 1?
You will drink again.
You will drink again. What's the promise of step 2? That doesn't have to be your story anymore. It's not our story anymore. So long as we keep in fit spiritual condition, we've been spared that state of execution. You're at the bar. They're gonna pull the switch. The phone call comes. It's a 12-step call. Unlocks you from the dungeon that you've been living in. You're standing in a new freedom and new happiness. Yeah, you get to enjoy that on a daily basis. You don't ever have to worry about that phone call coming down where they're going to pull the switch on you, so long as you're willing to do certain things. Doesn't mean a lot. Not a lot, just certain things. You think you could be of service to me for the gift that I've given you? You think you can maybe be available to help somebody else out with the freedom that you've had? Do you think that you could maybe pass this forward? You think you could be an agent? Because I really need you to do my work. I need you to do my work. I need employees. Do you think you can make that call or answer that call when it's being made? Right? When Bill made that call in the hospital, he didn't know he was making a call. Ebby showed up. The agent. Yeah, I got the call. Where do you want me to go? You want me to go visit Bill? I'll go visit Bill. Right? And that's how simple these ideas are. They say, yeah, I'll go visit Bill. Ebby shows up. Something told me to come visit you. Like, that's what has him there. And then here we are, 2019, because he answered the call. Right? Our friend, 5 days ago, made a call. Somebody answered that call. One of his agents, God's agents, was available to answer that call. Right? He got surrounded by our people. We got you now. Man, you ain't going nowhere. Tag team this guy. We got your whole week planned for you, man. Because we know we leave you unsupervised. You're going to start thinking.
That could make the journey.
Maybe I was overreacting. And he overreacted. See, that's answering the call. So there's more to this thing. But I don't know how to access this plan yet. But see, this daily reprieve, and I must carry this in all my activities. So they're going to qualify now what my next function is. Next function is, that means they're saying, hey, we're going to explain to you what your next function is. Are they starting to do that? But first they said, we know you got this. This is removed. You're going to be resting on your laurels. You're headed for trouble. You're headed for trouble. So this is the starting of a new conversation. Because they're already saying, hey, you're feeling good, right? And by now you're feeling good. Anybody feeling good? Anybody get a little more relaxed now that I got it going on? Here comes the finger again. But we all been there. And then the pain starts, right? So now they're going to go through, this is really critical what we're reading. This is the transition step. It's getting us ready for the next part of our journey, the next, what the whole thing's built on. It's getting us ready for the put me in, coach. I've got the gear on. I'm going, okay. We're in the locker room. Okay. We got everything. We got the game plan. We got everything. Okay, we're going to go on the field now. We got everything. This is what you could do. Okay, you ready? You guys ready? This is what it's kind of saying here. We're going to give you the game plan now, how to play the game when we get out there. We don't got that yet. We got everything to get us to the game. Right? And I said, now we need to go further. Let's read this. I get getting excited again. Sorry.
We are not cared about.
Yeah, go from there. That's worth reading again.
We are not cured of alcoholism. What we really have is daily reprieve contingent on the maintenance of our spiritual condition. Every day is a day when we must carry the vision of God's will into all of our activities.
Did they give us the instructions on how to do that yet?
How can I best serve thee?
That's an idea, right? That's the whole purpose. How can I best serve thee, right?
Thy will, not mine, be done.
So we need to distinguish between the two. What's your will? What's my will? We have the ability to do that now, which we didn't in step 3. Now we know what creates self. We know what my life looks like run on self-will. On page 62, they arise out of ourselves, and the alcoholic is an extreme example of self-will run riot, though he usually doesn't think so. Now I know so. The confusion of what the problem is long gone now. Milton, he's passed now. He gave me this sticker. He says, put this on your mirror when you get home. I never really looked at it on a mirror. And it took me about a week before it clicked in. So you are now looking at the problem. I was like, why would he give me that sticker for? Okay. Yep.
These are thoughts which must go with us constantly.
Must go with us constantly, but I don't know how to do that yet. I don't got the recipe on how to do that. The thought of this thought must go with us constantly will dissipate. And how many people have been given good advice here that they started on and they forgot what the good advice was? Because it's not formulated yet. They need to give us a recipe that we could put this in the continue, like a fire drill or something that becomes a routine. I don't know what that routine is yet, because all they did was give me all the instructions. Right? They give me all the instructions, but I don't know how to put all these tools together. I showed up at the job site, and I got everything I need to do the job, but I don't know how to do the job yet, because I'm not too sure what the job is. Right? Because it needs to be assigned to me, and it's a daily thing. I got the blueprints. I see what it should look like, but I haven't created it yet. This is saying, here's everything you're going to do. This is everything we need. We got everything. Yeah, we got all the trades. We got everything in place. We've done the survey. We're ready to go. We got the foundation in. We're ready to start to bring this vision that they talk about into all our activities where it becomes personal. Well, how do I do that? It's a good question, right? Because a lot of people are under the delusion that we have the instructions. No, they gave us the outline. They gave us the picture. They gave us the travel package. So it looks like when you get there. Now, it's a new idea. These thoughts must go with us constantly. His will for me and the power to care. Well, how do I do that? Good question, right?
Yep.
The book never leaves you unanswered, does it? It tells you we need to do this. Do you think it'll answer itself?
Maybe.
Or does it say here, figure it out? Have it said in here yet anywhere, figure it out? That's not one of our slogans. And better yet, it has to go, well, we've been explaining things for a while. What do you think? Glad you asked. Glad you asked. Right? It does. We think it says that. We love topic meetings, don't we?
Oh, yeah.
We talk at great lengths the shit we know nothing about. But if other people don't know, I don't know, then it's all good because they're really impressed with the shit I'm coming up with because I'm impressed with it. Because most people at topic meetings talk about how self is fixing self. Listen. Acceptance, surrender, turn it over, let it go. Who's the basis of all that? Why don't you seek through some counsel with a power greater than yourself in prayer? What? Why don't you go find somebody to work with for a little while and stop thinking about yourself so much? What? I don't think I like talking to you. Is there somebody else in this room I could talk to about me and my problems and we could talk about we'll take turns. How's you doing? Oh, sobriety. Oh, good, your turn. What do you mean, bring God into this? I pray in the morning. I pray every now and then for him to carry out my will. Give him my list every day of the things I want. And ask him for the power to carry that out. And I check in every day why he's taking so long. Just start reading, okay. So, here we go. Anybody know what a pivoting point is?
Yes.
You ever lift the big structure? A whole bunch of guys. You ever see those guys lift the wall? You get the wall lifted and you watch them. There's like a lot of energy on this side. Then it gets to a certain point. And then what happens if you go past that point? It moves in a new direction. We're getting ready for the pivoting point. We're getting ready for what the first ten steps is preparing us for. Getting ready. There's going to be a pivoting point that moves us in a new direction. Most people don't like going past 10. Most people concentrate on 10. Why do you think people like step 10 so much? There you go. Because you get to concentrate on yourself. And when I see there's a problem, then I'll bring God into it. If you're doing 10 every day, there's something the matter with you. Well, if you're in conflict with people, you're making amends every day. You're like, what the hell's the matter with you? Well, those people, sons of a bitches, if they just do what I'm supposed to do, then I wouldn't have to make amends for trying to straighten their shit out. 15 items in a 12-item line. What the hell? Right? Just get the hell off the road, you old lady. You shouldn't even be driving anymore. I got things to do. I got to get to a meeting.
You gotta sit in the chair.
Yeah, so step 10 means that you're not paying attention. Step 10 means you're taking over way too much and you're involving other people. You're still in conflict with you and you're involving other people. You're not watching if you're making amends all the time. Are you? No. If you're making amends all the time, you're not watching. You're bringing first aid after you slap the guy around. Here's a first aid package. Well, you're so ungrateful. Here you go. Jeez, what are you so sorry about? This is the 4th time this month you've done that, man. Well, I said sorry. Boy, some people are just so ungrateful. You get God in your life. Count to 3, man. Anybody that kind of nuts here?
Yeah.
So if you're still in conflict, who's the first person you got to be in conflict with to involve somebody else? So there's still a problem here. There's still a problem. Because if you can't stop yourself from being in conflict, and your best effort is, I'm sorry, again, maybe you're missing some instructions here. Maybe you're going unsupervised for way too long. Like an hour after waking up. Like, you know what I mean? Like maybe you're going this stuff too alone. Maybe you should change your routine from asking for help in the morning, going unsupervised all day, and giving thanks at night for the great accomplishments you've accomplished on your own without inviting God into it. We bring God into things when we think there's a problem. How many people would like a friend like that? Only called you when there was a problem. Is that a relationship?
No, codependency.
It's not a relationship. A relationship is kind of like if you ever see guys that have a moving company. You always know the new guy on the job because the guys around are going, what the hell, lift this, get out of the way, don't put your fingers there. They're not in harmony, they're in conflict. That's like life. We're in conflict, we're not in harmony, we're just, And then they get working together, they start building a relationship, and then they just have a sync to them. They just know the guy doesn't have to ask anymore, the guy's moving towards, the other guy just gets right on it. Starts moving it, they start being able to, a well-oiled machine, they work in harmony together. Right? Yeah. So we need to find out, how do I work in harmony? How do I get this thing where it becomes a well-worked machine that I could start enjoying life more, that I could take care of the accident before it happens instead of after it happens? How could I be proactive, being responsible for my energy, my thinking, and my reaction to life without involving other people? How can I correct the problem before it becomes a problem? Wouldn't that be better than saying sorry all the time because you can't control your emotional nature, you're a prey to misery and depression? Okay. The pivoting point. Ready? Much.
Much has already been said about receiving strength, inspiration, and direction from Him, who has all knowledge and power.
True or false? We've covered a lot of information, man. We're at page 85 now. Prefaces, doctor's opinion, spiritual appendix in the back of the book. We've covered a lot of information. We have everything we need now. What are we going to do with it? What's the purpose of all this stuff? This, based on what the book says, is our next instruction. Everything we've done up to this point in time, everything brings us to here. This is the turning point. This is the pivoting point. This is what it becomes all about. It removes the compartments between the steps. After you get here, there's no compartments in the steps anymore. They're not compartmentalized. Right? We always like to work on working on the steps. Anybody show me where it says that? Anybody shows me where it says to work on the steps? Anybody show me where that's our purpose? Oh, God, doesn't say that because that's the purpose. The design of this thing is not to work on the steps. The steps are the vehicle. It's not the purpose. The purpose is to get a connection with Source. The steps are a vehicle to get me that connection. Once I'm locked into the engine, right? Then we get the big word. We're going to read it now. If. This is the qualifier whether you move on or not. If you haven't experienced what they're going to talk about, you're not going to move on. You're going to stay in the behavior modification section. Behavior modification section is the first 10 steps of you working on yourself. I'm working on the steps. It's not about working on the steps. It's about working on your relationship. It's about the relationship. If I don't have the relationship, then I'm stuck with self. Then I have to work on me. So, read that really slowly.
If we have carefully followed directions.
Carefully follow directions. Where are these directions? How many people are here right now? Everything we've done to this day, if we've carefully followed directions, we are here. If you haven't carefully followed directions, I don't know where you're talking about. Don't seem to be here. I brought a shovel. And a bit of lime in a plastic bag. Can't seem to find a body anywhere. Anyway, wrong job. Okay, sorry, go ahead. I don't know where I went with that squirrel. Right?
We have begun to sense the flow of His Spirit into us.
We've begun to sense the flow of His Spirit into us. So, before it talked about we've just entered the world of the Spirit. Now they're saying we're connected to this thing. We've sensed the flow of His Spirit where?
Into us.
We've moved from the thinking part of this thing. It's thinking. It's like the broken glass. Any thinkers here? It's not a thinking process, but we need to understand the application of it so we can have the spiritual, this phenomena, this unexplainable thing that happens as the result of this course of action. I don't have to explain it. I get what you're saying. I'm kind of connected to this thing. This thing that happens inside, I'm connected to it, and it's the weirdest thing. But when I'm in communication and Source, when I'm connected to it, my life seems to go all right. I get that alcohol used to give me. But what I'm experiencing now is far greater than anything I've ever experienced in my life. All that stuff paled in comparison to what I'm experiencing now. I have a new freedom. I have this, wow, man, everything's just a little brighter. Everything just seems like I could sleep good at night. You know what? The future don't look that scary anymore. The past, I'm okay with it. You know what? And I got some stuff going on today where it's like, this is okay. And I'm in communication with this thing inside that sounds kind of crazy talking about it, but I take comfort with it talking to me. It's that same voice that used to ask me, what's the matter with you? Now saying, hey, good morning, what's happening? How are you? Why don't you go over here? And it's just that simple. I don't want to go over there. Okay, then have a lousy day. I was trying to help you out. Anybody have that voice they don't listen to? Huh? And then afterwards, I should have listened to that voice. That's that being convinced part. That never changes. The 3 pertinent ideas. Okay, you do your own. You ever have your kids? I wouldn't do that if I were you. Why not? Oh, I just wouldn't. And then you got to let them do it. And it's, yeah, I should have listened. But it's not the kind of like hang on to the stair railing when you get up. Hang on to the stair railing. Oh, you didn't hang on to the stair railing? I'm going to put a tripwire at the top of the stairs tomorrow morning. It's not that kind of listening to me. You don't create the obstacle. God doesn't create the obstacles that we need to overcome. We create the obstacles that we need God to overcome. God doesn't do these things to us. Why? He doesn't need our help. He says, I haven't met a better person than you screwing up your life. I just stand back, watch the show. Like something, you ever imagine God going, oh, jeez. Damn, that was painful. Oh, baby. And then you're like, what were you saying? God, what were you saying? But our egos are so big, it's like, look what God's doing to me. Man, if God did something to you, there'd be a little speck. It'd be like, poof. Well, he should have listened. Can you bring the ashtray over, please? Okay, so we got a new understanding. We got a new way of looking at things. We realize our reality is created by us. We are the painter. Life is the canvas, right? And God is kind of like the colors that we put, the paint by numbers, right? We are the orchestrators of our own reality. God's not doing it to us. We do it to ourselves. So if I need a new experience and a new happiness from these things that I create on my best efforts to create happiness, which creates pain, agony, and confusion, and separation, and isolation, and I need a new experience, then I need to bring this source in more and more, right? So it says if, right? If. We have carefully followed directions. Have we? So that means I can show you what I've done. Not just talk about what I've done. I can show you what I've done. That's how you know if you've done this or not. If you can't show somebody how to do this, then FYI, you haven't done it. Wow, that's deep. Yeah. You want to know if you have a good sponsor or somebody you're working with? I get a lot of sponsors. I've done the steps. I said, good, take me through them, will you? Here. I didn't do them that way. Yeah, I know. How do you know? Welcome back. So, you ever work with new people? You got to love them. They come in just like, ring the bell, right? Just smoking on fire. Just like, I'm just coming back. No. And just sipping, right? Just like that. That newcomer slate. Straight, right? So I've been there so many times. So then they go, I never really did the steps before. It's just like you should be surprised by that. No. Well, how do you know I never did the steps before? Welcome back. Rarely have we seen a person fail who has thoroughly followed our path, not somewhat followed our path. This ain't Burger King sobriety. It ain't drive-through recovery. Go to the meeting, I'll have a side of serenity with some acceptance, please. Have a good day. Keep coming back. I'll be back tomorrow. Brenda just showed up. She's got 10 days. No, sorry. Okay. That was bad, eh? I'm sorry. Strike that from the record. Okay. So what do we do with that?
To some extent, we have become God conscious.
True or false?
Yeah.
True.
We have access. They showed you how to get access to this internal thing. They showed you how to get access to this wonderful thing called the idea in step 3 is the keystone of the new and triumphant arch which we pass to freedom. This archway is within inside of ourselves, deep down within. We've moved from an instinct-based to a spiritual-based. It's a shift in energy. When you're spiritually based, you ever notice like you're kind of lit up? You ever work with a new guy? Get lit up? How about the new guys that work with somebody who's lit up? You get lit up when you talk to them? You're sitting here, came in here, you're dragging your ass. A couple days later, you're saying, wow, man, this is looking good. Get lit up from the inside. Something moves from our thinking into here. Right? They're saying, now you know what that looks like. But you'll forget. Because you know, you're my greatest creation, but you ain't too smart. You do dumb shit, man. Don't we? Made sense of the time. Sorry. Hey, our most common theme is, didn't think it would turn out that way. Sorry. Well, that didn't go as planned. Anybody have that kind of recovery? It seemed like a good idea at the time. I went in alone, going in hot, people. Okay. So, yep.
We have begun to develop the vital sixth sense, but we must go further and it means more action.
Oh, we must go what? What does must mean? That what it says is, this is what it says. I'm going to break it down for you. Might as well keep the resentments going. Must go what? Further. That means if, huh?
That says most.
Okay, see who's paying attention. Must. There we go. So, most don't do the must. Okay, so what happens is if we stay here because we're feeling better, what's our fate? What did it say at the top of the page? We die. They're not mixing words here. You get a daily reprieve from the death sentence that awaits us. And if you've experienced alcoholism the way I've experienced alcoholism, and if you've done a quarter of the stuff I've done to people, places, and things, the people I love, and you can't stop yourself from doing those things, now you got a problem. If you know that's what's waiting for you, and it's going to get always worse, never better, we must go further. Must. Because what I've done in the first 10 steps won't sustain me. It will not sustain me for what's coming down the pike. What's coming down the pike is life. Life on life's terms. And it's equally dealt to all of us. Nobody's exempt from it. And it ain't God doing it to us. It's the human dilemma. You know what I mean? It's just this is just what it is, man. It's just what it is. We cry at other people's funerals. Someday somebody's going to cry at our funeral. Just the way it is, right? And so what do we do in between the two dates? It's the dash. How do we live? How do we get the best out of this thing? How do we experience life beyond anything we could ever imagine? We need to have a different experience from inside. We need to have different things governing our lives. Well, that's what it is. We must go further. So I'm going to run through this real fast. It says, when we retire at night, what's the most important step is they're going to give us, go to page 88. They talk about here, we alcoholics are undisciplined. Anybody have a hard time with that? What kind of discipline are they talking about?
We don't follow directions. We don't do what we're doing.
Yeah, we're corner cutters. We're loopholers. Well, maybe you got to do it that way, but I've come up with a better way. For $9.95, you too can have the easier, softer way.
But wait.
I got to fight, but wait, there's more. You don't have to do this shit through this book. I got a new book. I've gone through the steps. I've improved how to do them. Oh, joy. Yeah, just move on, Tony. Okay. So we let God discipline us in a simple way we have just outlined. What does just mean?
Just did.
Just have and have been. Do they mean the same thing? So have been, if you've carefully followed instructions, have been was everything they talked about in the first to 10th step. We just outlined. What did they just outline?
We must.
Well, let's see what they just outlined. We must go further. This brings us to step 11.
Must go further.
If we're undisciplined, we allow God to discipline us in a simple way we just outlined. What did they just outline? Step 11.
On awakening or...
Yeah, so notice why they say when we retire at night. Why didn't they start off upon awakening?
I say the client goes to the newcomer that day. I can tell him, when you get home tonight, it's right there.
Okay, so this is where it becomes personal between you and your relationship. Only you know what your relationship looks like. You do your show and shine and all that shit in the meetings everywhere you go. But only you know when you're alone at night where you are with your sobriety and your relationship with the source or power. When you go to sleep, you know who you talk to, who's the last person you talk to at night. You can tell us whatever you want, but this is where it's personal. Only you know for sure what's going on. And this says, this is the recipe. When practice will keep you on a straight and narrow, the first thing to go will be this recipe. And then you start losing direction, you become self-directed. they talk about this here is the 24-hour clock that we live on. We live on a daily basis. If I'm still carrying around yesterday, can I live free in today? No. So I need to be free of I'm free of all those things. Right? I'm seeking counsel, I'm doing my nines, I'm free of most of it. When this stuff comes up, I could step back from it, pause, pray, redirect my energy. So when we retire at night, they talk about here, you want to kind of read this really fast? And they talk about here, when we retire at night, we constructively review our day. Were we resentful, selfish, dishonest, or afraid? Do we owe an apology? Have we kept something to ourselves which should be discussed with another person at once? Were we kind, loving toward all? What could we have done better? Every day there's a question, what can I have done better today? You know, I didn't, that person is constructively, how spiritually can I be more enriched that I'm not driven by self and my instincts, right? Here we go. Were we thinking of ourselves most of the time? I know I didn't like step 11. Or were we thinking what we could do for others? Of what we could pack in the stream life? But we must be careful not to drift into worry, remorse, or morbid reflection. That would diminish our usefulness to others. After making our review, we ask God's forgiveness and inquire what corrective measures shall be taken. What are they talking about?
Or correcting your inner, your defects.
Good question, right? They're saying we retire at night, so that means I'm reviewing my day. I need to be able to meditate. I was never able to meditate before because I was always plagued by my past and plagued by the future. All these attachments, all these energies, all these formities coming to the surface. I wasn't able to sort out what was happening today because of all the four horsemen. So today I'm able to meditate. I sit quietly, and these things come to the surface. You know, you still haven't dealt with this very good. You're still not thinking about this person very well. I'm not correcting these things as they come up, what they talk about in the fourth. They talked about in the fourth step with resentments, mastering them. They talk about the grouch in the brainstorm, retaliation. Where does all these things happen? Retaliation, arguing. In self, how many time do you spend energy arguing with people? Come on, anybody? You notice when you start arguing with people, you ever notice what your energy feels like? You become instinct-based. You become getting ready for conflict. A little tight, a little thing, a little withdrawn. You're creating your own discomfort because you're undisciplined in your mind, because you're allowing your mind to dictate how you think. And if you can't control how you think, then you can't control how you feel. And if you can't control how you feel, you can't control how you react to life. So what that says here, when the spiritual malady is overcome, we straighten out. Baby, now we're getting some stuff happening here. Good. Then it says, gives us some ideas on prayers as we go through the day. And then they talk about here, thy will be done. And they talk about we are then in much less danger of excitement, fear, anger, and worry, self-pity, and foolish decisions because we're disciplined in correcting our mind as they happen. So I'm going to close with this exercise pretty well. Is what corrective measures shall we take? So, you're going to like this one. This exercise will change your whole, no matter where you are in your sobriety. I do it every once in a while. It will rock you into a whole new dimension of experience of recovery. You take a piece of paper like this, fold it in half, like this. So you have one half with the crinkle down the middle. On one half of the paper, on the left-hand side of the paper when you're looking at it, halfway you write down from page 85. Keep it simple. From page 86 to 88, how they do step 11. How they do step 11. So you write that down. How you're reading how they do step 11. Does that kind of make sense? So it'll be point form. They retire date, they look for this, do that. So it's point form, so you have that exercise. Then when you open the paper, so tonight's Sunday, you go over your review and meditate. Did I do these things? and you put a yes, a Y, or a no beside them. And you do that for 1 week. Then you take this piece of paper, don't throw it out, and you put it away, and you get another piece of paper, fold it in half, and you read how they do step 11. And then what happens is you get stumped on, you got to go back to the instructions to see what they mean by that. You do that for 3 weeks. And what happens is it becomes a working part of the mind. What happens is you become like a bomb technician. You know what wires to cut, you know how to avoid this, you know how to avoid that. So when they ask for corrective measures, right, what it means is if I'm correcting things, you know, the more you live in step 10 is a demonstration you're not living in step 11. Step 11 tells you, when you're in 10, it tells you you're not doing 11. Step 10 is the indication that you're starting to be in trouble. But also, step 10 is a reminder of cleaning up the past, because you still have old ways of looking at things. So when these things crop up, you correct them in 11. Right? That's what. So anybody, when you did your 9s, that you had a new way of looking at these people, but when you're not right, you want to look at them the way you used to look at them? That would be these things cropping up, right? They're already there. They're coming back to the surface, and I need to take the recipe I learned in the 4th step to handle this spiritually, to relook at it differently, and in a different view of it, prepared to look at the world from an entirely different angle. Because the way I looked at it before it was like this. Before I did this process, I sat at a 12 and 12 study. I was sitting with these guys, and at this time I was probably 9 years in and out, and they were doing step 8s, and I had the least amount of sobriety at the table. Kind of weird. It was a theme of my life at that time. And the next guy, who was my sponsor now, my other sponsor at the time, was 5 years sober. And they talked about the list of people they had harmed through their conduct. And I listened to them all. I thought they held a good case for them. Came to me. He said, would you like to share things? I said, I don't got much to share. I said, I never did nothing to nobody that didn't have it coming to them. And the only people on my list is people I still need to get even with. Is that a good shift in perspective? By the time I finished this, I went, whoa. Emotionally, mentally, physically, financially, the people that are harmed just by showing up in places. I kind of went, whoa. So, here's an example. What corrective measures should we take? So that's telling me I need to be in domain of my thinking. That means when these morbid reflectors, I interrupt them. I'm learning pause. Is the third instinct that we don't have. We have the 2, fight or flight, but there's 3 instincts in that sequence. There's also pause. So what we're learning is how to pause, assess, step back from, and redirect, narrate the story. So it's not affecting me on an instinct basis, and I'm approaching it on a spiritual basis. So it's such a simple. When I read that, it was probably 10 years ago. And I kind of went, corrective measures. Why are they asking me what corrective measures I should do? Because I'm ending up in the same situations all the time with the same people. Anybody? Yeah. So I'm sitting with my wife on a couch. We start talking about finances. But not my strong suit. Neither are relationships. I know you're just as surprised as I am. And she starts talking about this. My energy starts to, anybody sit in a conversation, your energy starts to shift? I'm allowing it to continue because I don't realize it's about to determine the outcome of this situation. My instincts that I learned in the 4 are all being interfered with. I'm spiritually off, I don't know it. The conversation starts in my mind as she's talking, my energy starts to rise. It's interfering with my social, my ambitions, my security, my self-esteem, everything. But I can't see that because all I see is the way she's responding to me and what she's saying. I'm not liking it very much. It's all true, but I'm not liking it very much. I blow up. The hell's the matter with you, man? You got to go there all the time. You got to do this, blah, blah, blah. I'm sorry. I didn't really mean to do that. 2 weeks later, she says, we need to address this. What's that? So no. Okay. Are you open for a talk? Of course I am. I'm spiritually based. got happening here? What would you like to talk about, honey? This money thing. Boom! I'm sorry, honey. So then I'm thinking, reflecting on what corrective measures. We're sitting on a couch. I feel my energy starting to happen. I pause with inside myself, start to pray. Redirect that energy. Come away, look, I'm having a bit of a hard time with this. Can we go through this slowly? I want a different reaction to this, but I feel my energy starting to shift here, and I want a different response here. So I'm trying to correct this within inside of me so I can be open to this. I want a different experience and a different outcome. I'm correcting it at the source. This energy that starts to come up. So what happens is, in order to dissipate the instincts, I need to increase the prayer. You ever see those containers? The one has liquid and one has air, and they go like this. When I'm in charge, this canister is full. This spiritual canister is empty. When I'm spiritually right, this canister is empty and this canister is full. My reaction to life is directly proportionate to that. So when I started practicing the thing beforehand, correcting my energy, correcting my thinking, and praying for strength for a different outcome, and as we went into this conversation, my energy started to dissipate. As my prayer started to increase, and I started to handle through these practices what was happening inside of me. And I took care of the dialogue in my own head. You ever talk to somebody and you're trying to be nice, and in your head you're saying, blah, 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 the narrator just feeding you shit? You ever notice how you feel when that happens? You take care of the narrator, you take care of the energy, you bring God into it, and it changes everything. We've never had a fight around money since. Because upon review, what could I have done instead? What corrective measures within inside of me through applying spiritual principles could give me a different reaction and outlook to life? Every conflict from here on out will be the demonstration of God not being present. I had a really good time this weekend. I find if you came here looking for peace, you find it. Pray if you had peace when you got here, you continue to keep it. And I pray that you continue to help those that yet to find an answer to their problems. I really want to thank you guys for your hospitality. You guys have been awesome. I've had a really good time. I really did. Thank you so much.